Hello everybody and welcome back to the Rest Eastern European Masters. Day 2 is about to kick off, which means Group B will also follow suit. We already have 2 of our playoff teams and we'll find 2 more by the day's end. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwight as per usual for what should in theory be a bit more of an established group by comparison to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, most people can look here and say, just give Monty the spot already. Just get him straight in towards a showdown. But hey, look at what happened the last 2 Eastern European Masters. We had Cloud9 here both times. The first time around, they nearly lost to Voivoda in the grand final. And the time after that, they had an extremely long and extended series against Spirit. So it does show us that in these kind of circumstances with the teams that are in front of us, the favorites often do have a difficult time. And Monty needs to prove that they can come here to not only beat everyone, but to beat everyone comfortably. Because on paper, they should be beating everyone comfortably.
And certainly knowing that yesterday's favourites didn't make it through at all. Para, of course, diving out in the lower positions alongside 500. But Group B, of course, focused entirely on today's proceedings. Monty, the Chosen Few, Aurora, and Ex-Anita are our 4 teams involved in today's proceedings. Of course, best of 1 matches all the way through till we find our top 2. And you are right, Monty certainly have to be the big powerhouse of the day today.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they look at everyone in front of them, and, I mean, the HLTV rankings just aren't even close for anybody, right? I mean, Aurora aren't even in the top 40, the Chosen Few are outside of the top 100, the Ukrainians are near that 100 marker, and Monty's a top 10 team in the world that plays LAN events, plays in the Tier 1 atmosphere consistently for the last 12 months or so. They should be beating everyone in this group.
Indeed. Well, they'll be the first team up on action, as of course we'll be taking a look at their matchup first and foremost, and later on we will be seeing the Aurora versus Ex-Anita match, of course, later on today. That will be our first 2 deciders, winners match, then elimination, then decider, as we've always seen over the course of the last couple of weeks. So, yeah, Monty, I guess we'll probably start with talking about them in today's matchup, because, like, look, they have to be easily the favourite team of possibly the whole tournament. Actually, no, scratch that possibly, definitely the whole tournament at this stage. But in the last handful of rest events, they themselves have also not done too well when it comes to dealing with these best of ones.
Yeah, well, you look back at the lineup in spring of 2023 when they still had Boris a part of the lineup. They lost to Aurora in a very close opening game and then fell on to lose to the Hungarians of Domination, who was 119th on HLTV to go out in last place. And they feel as if, okay, we can rectify it. We come here into fall of 2023. And they lose to Spirit in their opening game. They lose to Spirit again in the decider game. And both times, they actually got blown out of the water. It wasn't even close. The matchups looks like they were just completely out of touch. And now for the 3rd time, you're hoping with the same core, with the very same foundations, that they should at least make the playoffs, let alone get the qualification to the showdown.
Yeah, what's that saying? 3rd time's the charm. I certainly hope they have some charm on the Monty side. As you mentioned before, they are a top 10 team in the world. The same cannot be said for the Chosen Few, of course, their first opponents in today's proceedings. 120 on HLTV is their current rank. So, yeah, definitely a David versus Goliath situation. But look, when we take a look at Tier 2 teams over the last couple of years, there are a handful of names here that are very, very familiar to us.
Especially Spellin. I mean, you think about the very early few teams that he had in his career. He played on Outlaws. They were around top 30 on HLTV. Played on Epsilon. I remember they got up to a top 20 marker. Played on Windigo, again, top 30. He's played on many high-end Tier 2 squads. Now, I think in the last few years, we've definitely seen him drop down, playing on Kick and Beyond Possible and Katana, and now obviously here onto the Chosen Few. He's working with pieces that he knows and pieces that he's played with previously. It's just that this team is definitely not as threatening as his previous lineups have looked.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Chosen Few haven't really been in a high level as of in the last 3 months. Of course, they have been playing in various different tournaments and qualifiers. The ESCA Advanced, for example, is one of those ones that they're currently staple part of, but they haven't really been doing that well. Last season was a 44th place, and this season they're currently 4-2 records, so not exactly amazing as of yet. It could well build in for this season, but even considering the qualifier runs not been all that deep as of late, their tournament placings are just not as fantastic as what Monty are doing, and that's always going to be a concern when weighing up any sort of team in this group by comparison to Monty. They are playing in all the Tier 1 events. The Chosen Few certainly aren't.
It's a rough draw for the Bulgarians. I mean, there's no denying that whatsoever. They've just made some recent roster changes to themselves. Kaluba's only come in a handful of months ago, right? Oh, I should say not even a handful of months. We're looking at, what, 2 weeks? Just coming up to 3 weeks that he's been part of the organization. Choiv as well. That's not very long. That is very new, fresh pieces. I know that obviously they've played with some of these guys before, but to have a new 5th and a new 4th player in the span of the last couple of weeks and you're going up against Monty in your opening game, It's a tough draw, and this is going to be an extremely tough best of one for the Bulgarians.
Yeah, unpredictable freshness is not going to be enough to trump a team like Monty. I mean, you could always make that argument of like, oh, you know, they could show a surprise because we don't know what they're made of. The reality is that that's not going to cut it on a top 10 team, I don't think. And for the chosen few, like just having that time to bed in and having that opportunity to get involved might be more of a long-term thing rather than here and now. I think we're talking about long-term projects quite a lot over the course of the weekend. But for the chosen few, I don't think they have quite the same amount of stones as a team like a 500, for example. And as a result, like I just think that they have had indeed a rough draw, and this might not end up being a pretty sign for them. I am holding out hope, but as I always do. But you are right, the additions being made so soon just feels like it's not going to be enough for the chosen few.
And I think it's shown as well that they've actually had some decent results. You think back to last year, they actually peaked at the top 50 level on HLTV towards the beginning of October. Now we're looking at February of the next year, and they're down at 120. I think that shows that we haven't seen the consistency of playing on HLTV. We haven't seen them consistently playing in HLTV Cups and going deep to allow the deeper placements. Currently 1-1 in the A1 Gaming League. You mentioned the 44th place in Advanced last season. That was a 6-6 record. They're now 4-2, like you said. Compare that to Monty. I mean, they made the group stage, top 12 out in Katowice. Atlanta, they made the playoffs where they fell out to Apex. And then out in Jönköping, another LAN event, they won the whole thing, beating VP and Eternal Fire back-to-back in best of threes. They've got the results to boot. They've got the pedigree to be able to show that they shouldn't lose to anyone in this entire group, in this entire event.
Yeah, the caliber certainly is staunch, so Monty are favourites by the default. Talking about map pools now, Dwayne, we have at least seen I mean, I guess it's probably not even be relevant because it was a little over a year ago, but at least these teams have gone head-to-head in some capacity. There was one map which Katuna at the time were able to take of the core of the current chosen few line and were able to win over the Monty side. But I do feel like Monty made a lot of progress since March of 2023.
Yeah, I think if you are the chosen few, you don't want to be playing Vertigo against Monty. You probably don't want to be playing Mirage against Monty, and you probably don't want to be playing Anubis against them. So I would like to see the Bulgarians float a veto in which those three maps are being banned. Now, it does mean that you expose your own weaknesses, but I look at this entire group, especially in best of ones, and I feel as if Monty get Mirage, Anubis, or Vertigo, they're just going to beat you. It's just as simple as that.
So those are the core three death maps you want to evade for the chosen few in this case. So keep your eyes out for them as we see this process. Any particular strengths that they want to sort of lean into?
There isn't many. They played Mirage, Inferno, and Ancient in the best of ones out in Res Season 6, so a diverse map pool.
Mirage gets taken out last, or almost last. Ancient removed as the penultimate map, leaving Anubis as our one decider. So we do get one of those core three from Monty.
Yeah, and I think this is a very much a mistake here for the chosen few. I know that they always permaban Nuke, but I feel as if in this sort of best of one, you need to be floating it. Monty don't enjoy playing Nuke. It's not a map that they're strong at. At least maybe float it right to the end and see if Monty are going to ban it. I just think that you go out to Anubis, you're going into a real strong map. And typically speaking, the only losses that they take on it for Monty are against tier 1 caliber opposition. I mean, you think about even map picks in best of threes. They picked Anubis against Bestia, one of the South American teams. They picked it against Apex. They've picked it against Virtus Pro. They've picked it against Eternal Fire. They're picking it against high-end tier 2 competition and tier 1 teams on this map of Anubis, and you're playing them on Anubis in a best of one. Huge mistake in the veto for the chosen few.
Yeah, I understand the logic behind it, that whole idea of you're using that main default ban because you yourself don't play it. In fact, they've got no maps on record on HLTV in the last 3 months alongside Vertigo at the same time. But when you think about the position that you're in, again, we're talking about a top 10 team versus a 120th ranked team in the world right now. You have to throw a curveball in there. I just don't see a chance in which they'll be able to win out on a stable map for the likes of the Monty side. I think that nuke and going into that sort of map up would have been the key chance, the key opportunity you would have had to have any sort of opportunity to beat out Monty, or at least make it competitive in this case.
Yeah, we know that Bulgarian teams have always liked to perma nuke. It's never been a strong map in the pool, but I agree with you here. I think at least floating it and saying, Monty, we will play you on it just to be able to get a bit of an upper hand could have been a correct decision. You're going into something very strong. The chosen few know if we're not on our A game, if we're not playing our absolute best, we probably can't even make this best of one competitive. For Monty, I mean, for their sake, one caveat could be we actually haven't seen a lot from them online recently. They haven't played a single online official in the last 3 months. All of their previous events that we've seen in recent history, they've been LAN.
Yeah, and that's such contrasting as well to what we saw from last year and everything. Because Monty, even though they were going to all these big events, particularly after the major, they really were able to solidify their position in the rankings and keep their consistency strong and their fundamentals strong by playing in all the online cups. That has not been the case at the tail end of last year. You mentioned the events they were playing in, all being LAN events in the IEMs and the ESL Challengers, for instance, and this being this key difference maker, the key outlier event, which feels so weird to say that an online event is the outlier for Monty, but that's the reality of moving up the Tier 1 environment. I actually know that Warro was recently saying that he actually doesn't really like that too much in an interview on HLTV recently. So I'm not sure how that affects the dynamic for the Monty side when it comes to moving back into the online situation, whether they're going to get a bit more stronger, whether they're going to get back into comfort zones, or whether or not now they've adapted to that Tier 1 LAN pressure or LAN environment that things are going to start to get a little bit more shaky as the tournament rolls on.
Well, I think it shows for Monty, a lot of the time, teams in the Tier 2 atmosphere grind to get opportunities. Now they've got opportunities, they don't need to grind as much. They can spend more time preparing. They can spend more time getting ready for Tier 1 competition. There's no point grinding for Tier 1 events that when you eventually get there, you just get slammed. You just get knocked out straight away, last place exits. And I think that's something that Monty have been able to prove for the last 6 months or so, that they're no slouches at the Tier 1 competition. They'll look at the showdown, even with the teams playing there, and say, we have a decent crack of at least making the groups, right? Now, I know we're obviously getting way ahead of ourselves right now, that we're still here in the qualification, but Monty's pathway here in Blast can't just be get to the showdown. Their perspective has to be get to the showdown, get to the groups, get involved in the circuit.
Well, when you're a top 10 team, that's kind of really where I think realistically you do want to be aiming for. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. Them not being a partner or affiliate team, I think, is a key opportunity to miss out, I think, more than anything else for the Monty side. And yeah, I could see a world in which they could make it to the groups. I mean, you only have to win 3 best of 3s, a good draw there. I think there's some partner teams that they could very easily beat, honestly. There's a decent chance for it. I know you say you're getting ahead of yourself, and perhaps in the time scale and the time frame, you might be. But I think in terms of realistic goals and expectations, that's very capable for the Monty side.
And this is where they've just got to make sure they don't get upset. Again, they're one of these teams where I look at them in best of ones over the course of the last 12 months, and they actually have been upset quite a lot. I just want to give you a track record of their losses on HLTV in the last 12 months. Sinners are in there, Aurora's in there, Domination, Forza, Espionage. So there are some Tier 2 squads that come into the action in which Monty do kind of get upset. They force down into losses. So they just need to look at the competition here and say, we can't get upset. We've got to get number 1 seed in this group. We've got to make sure we're going into the playoffs as first.
And I do believe that they're very capable of doing that. I think that's one of the expectations for everyone involved in this matchup and in this group stage as a whole. I think that Monty are expected to be a top-end squad. They're expected to be most likely a victor overall here in this one. So in my eyes, with everything we've talked about, with the map pool being where it is in terms of this isolated best of 1, yeah, this should be Monty making mincemeat of the chosen few.
Yeah, I think for the chosen few, it's going to be difficult for them to hold their weight. I think it's a very good chance to kind of see what Spellen's been working with. Again, this is going to be difficult for him as an in-game leader to have a couple of new pieces join the roster, for Troiv to be able to kind of prove himself back in the Bulgarian scene, for Kaluba to maybe try and get this team to some of the heights of what they were able to do previously on Skate and 500. But for Monty, they've got to look at this draw and say, let's get off to a really good victory. Let's get comfortable. Let's just absolutely batter our opposition and get into that winners matchup, proving that they can be a real threat.
The chosen few will get the knife round, so they get their choice aside. And we saw yesterday how T-sided Anubis can be. We saw many maps of this one being, or many best of ones of this map being played out over the course of Group A. So let's see whether the chosen few can start to channel that inner one-sidedness. They will opt for a CT side start instead, though.
Yeah, Monty, I think players to keep an eye out for are definitely going to be guys like SDY on this map. I think Bro too, very consistent riflers. I'm not sure what the change has been for Krasnov as well, but he's upped his game tenfold from CSGO to CS2, so always keen to keep an eye out for him. And I think across the board, when you've got these kind of players against these kind of teams, it could literally be anyone mowing down. It could be any one of these 5 from Monty putting up good performances in the groups.
Oh, and Boros left the server. When he left the team, it was certainly a question mark around the Monty side, but the rest of those players certainly have stepped up to make not make amends per se, but to establish themselves as a solid team of potentially 4 or 5 different stars. Pistols going live to kick things off on Group B. Anubis between the chosen few and Monty. They dive out of the way of that mid control very fast in from the Ukrainian core. Krasnal trying to lead the charge out overall. SDY draws first blood. Krasnal will find Spellin in the back lines, trying to see if they can get one more pick back on SDY, who will end up dropping for one. Demka also caught in the back lines, but Kaluba only so good for the tag damage.
Mora trying to cut this rotate off from mid and gets exactly that. Scrimbo out towards heaven, does find a returning frag, but Kaluba's got to get involved with the Julies.
Spams away, but gets dealt with all the same, and Scrimbo's left for the ace clutch in this one. The defuse gets on him, and Bro feeds him a decent headshot as well. Two more back towards main. I think Scrimbo's aware of their positioning, but no utility to try and protect himself here. The bomb is opened up and oiled up, or drop down, look for the tap. Tries to get both those headshots, and indeed he lands the first player, not quite the second. Ace denied as Krasnal keeps the pistol for Monty.
A very good start there from Scrimbo, the 19-year-old and the youngest player here from the Chosen Few, giving us a bit of a highlight moment. It's a shame that he couldn't be able to assist more, and I think you'd almost hope that maybe there was a trade frag from someone else there on A to just help out to make sure that you don't need an ace to win a round to start things off. Monty looked fairly comfortable in for that ace split. A Chosen Few just getting a lot of early losses when it came to some of those entry fragging positions in from camera. Not looking to force buy in the second round means that we'll have an early rifle.
Basics set in for the second fun for now.
One thing I want to say as well, Jay, is we've had discussions many times, many years, about some of the best roster changes. One that doesn't get discussed all that often is SDY to this roster last year. I felt like for Monty, they've always had some really good players. I mean, they had Fessor, they had Boris, they had Joel, they had Red Star. But when they brought SDY into the roster, it felt like that's when the results were so much more consistent.
Yeah, I mean, certainly he was a bit of a turning point back at the summer of, sorry, the beginning rather of 2023, and that's the year, of course, that Monty was really put on the map. Very curious little tracking point on Monty's side, utilizing him to good perfection. He's one of the two players in my eyes that really stepped up in the wake of Boris's removal from the roster.
I think another thing as well was almost a second chance and a second lifeline for LMBT as the coach, because remember, his stint before joining up here on Monty was the Gorillas and Titans organization, and we all know how that went down.
Let's not reference that ever again, please.
But it shows you how much of a comeback he really had.
Speaking of a comeback, the CTs are getting a couple of picks back in on this round, but SDY and Krasnal do maintain control. And they do keep this one held together for the most part. Expensive round, though, on the Monty side. The Chosen Few with just the pistols have worked them down to two players. A couple of very low HP individuals at that. Get away with one of those guns on Choi, who's ran away from the bomb site. The blast might even pick up Burrow if he's not careful. No, I mean, able to escape just in time. But 2-0 start for the Monty side. Not the cleanest of 2-0s, though.
Yeah, Choyev, one of the players that we obviously saw at the Blast RMR with Iron Nation, looked as if he was finally going to get a Serbian team up and around the higher end of the Tier 2 landscape, but not to be. Had a little stint on an international project with 7AM, and now found himself back in the Bulgarian scene where very early on in his career on Peak Esports and Down to Earth, that's where he played a lot of his early pro games with Bulgarians and with a lot of the Bulgarians that he's playing with now.
Well, guns set in for the Mosby Bulgarian team. He's got himself a AWP also in play very early, breaking out the big green guns. Key opportunity for the Chosen Few to start swinging momentum back to their favor. Find the harsher reset on the Monty side thanks to the damage done in the previous round. Very considerate style of default though from this T-side line. SDY, the most forward individual in that mid-control. Spellin's going to try to challenge him directly. He's got utility in his hands. And smoke will suppress vision.
And Monty quite happy to slow this down. HE placement out towards the doors. Does some chip damage onto Spellin. Now SDY tucks himself out to the window that if there is an overcommit, he could just drop down into the canals. Oh, it might be a double peek here from the CTs when the smoke starts to clear.
Swing forward from two players, perhaps. And that mid pick in immediately, unless the player can dive out of the canal's control. You're seeing the smoke's going deep of SDY's position, but he's not moved. Finally, he does drop down. I think Scrimmo might have heard that.
That AWP from Shike out towards A could get pressured by just a single flashbang. No one is quick on a rotate. Scrimbo could be the fastest one in from camera.
25 seconds. Still he's sent out towards the camera position. There is no flash to the AWP, but he gets his kill in, puts that nade very close to contact, takes some damage, but this is out quite a fair amount to the T side line, leaving Scrimmo a perfect chance to get two picks. The AWP can land his own double kill, and Bro is left dead to rights. 1 versus 5 for him. Bomb on his back, but no way to get it down on the site. A couple of low HP players that he'll try and isolate. The one on the center of the bomb site is the key man, but he's dead out of time here. Forced away to hide in a corner, cower away to hold on to the AK. Monty can see the reset back to the chosen few.
And I remember there being a rumor back in the day when OG Academy first started with their Twitter announcement when Shike joined the roster that it was actually Jamie G's highlights with the AWP, but because it was a late change of player coming through to the organization, they ended up putting Shike's name over the kill feed for all of the clips. But yeah, whether that's true or not, maybe someone can let me know. Shike, very good hold there, out towards A main. Being able to multi-frag up, play defensively, Monty just running late into that AWP.
I miss Jamie G.
Yeah, where is he?
Not a bad question. Wherever he is, he's not in the server. He's not active, I don't think. Or at least active on like a proper team.
No, nothing for a very long time.
Ah, well. Certainly active in terms of the chosen few startup here. They've got their opening round and will try and convert it on another. Of course, forced back in from the Monty side, given no options with the single stage loss bonus. That AK saved on Bro is the only one in play. Alongside 2 rifles brought in for Demke and Warro. Galil and Scout set in and ready to go.
I haven't seen much Anubis being played from the chosen few side in the best of ones. I mean, you look at their advanced record this season, haven't seen it at all. But they did pick it against Exonotimo only recently in HLTV Best of 3 official. I got 7 rounds on their CT side in the first half, so maybe that might be something that they're looking at as a decent record if we can get close to that again. And re-smoke off towards main's going to slow down. It seems as if it's going to be another A pincer. They have not been able to take a contact and to work an opening fight anywhere else, though.
25 seconds. They're going to let this clock run down pretty low here. Just like in the last round and everything. Incendiaries will come out from Scrimmo, able to get one more good kill on Krasnal. Another pick back from Spellin in the back lines, removes one of those rifles from play. Bro still got that AK in play though, and he gets cut down. Scout, good shot. Needs to land a second. Spellin is just going to stall for time here. 6 seconds on the clock as SDY gets caught. Bro's doing great jobs of getting these kills, but it's not enough to get the rounds together here for Monty. Forced by unsuccessful as the chosen few equalize.
It's a very good start here from the CT line. I mean, you could see in that round, both of the A players are holding on to U2, and both of the A players are playing quite defensive, not playing up there towards a pillar, no one in A main, instead very defensive at bricks, out there at heaven. Both Scrimbo and the likes of Spellin had an incendiary to their pouch, so can get that down, make sure that if they do cancel, they run out of time. If they do commit, they're going to take a lot of burn damage. So a decent start, they'll be happy with this. They need to start building more, though.
In very early doors. Momentum shift should be able to get a lead at the very least. In case of how far that lead will carry them. How much of a round streak can they generate here on the CT side? Monty. Once again, lacking in the firepower department, as you would expect. Scrimmo's seen them all crossing out towards mid. We'll call a harsh rotation. The rest of the CT players. Spellin's already there at camera to try and deal with them, and we'll dish out some decent damage. Shake again with a pick on the AWP. Alongside Spellin and Choi support, they will be able to mow through all elements that face them and bring home the lead for the CT side, but Monty will be right on the buy.
And this is where I start thinking to myself, when do Monty start showing more towards B? We haven't seen anything out to the B site. We haven't even seen a lot of electric pressure. Haven't seen anything out from main. Haven't seen a B site execution as of yet. It's been very A-centric for the majority of these rounds, in from mid on splits too. And this is a chance to put more pressure on B, disallow such a stronghold towards A. How far can this round streak continue, though?
It's a question they'll get answered in part in this round. Monty again lacking in weapons, only 2 AKs to play with as part of their rifle investment. A very passive line of engagement across most of the board. There is that prod initially towards main that Trimmer is not going to bite the bait of. You know, Smoke's coming in, put one down of his own right, make sure he defends that initial entryway. and that stops Monty's continuous attack.
It does bait out some decent utility from the A players. HE can break the smoke. They might try and pop off the back of this.
Ready to go. See nothing, flash forward, engagement against the Galil rather, gets the kill on Krasnal's part, and a follow-up on the AK. She does come in. Now Spellen alone to the A bomb site, swings for the pick and does get that one trade alongside Kaluba, I believe out in mid, picks up a 3-on-3 instead.
Getting that bomb and shifting it out to the B side. Bro gets a very good entry there onto Kaluba, and now Krasnal can come through from Electric. Rotation there from Chov, all the way down, deep out from Cave. He might be able to deny the bomb from going down, but not with that smoke in place.
Incendiary, or at least stall it out. Catch onto SDY, damages them quite a little bit as well. Choiv moves in, finds a gap in that smoke and everything. Has to swing quite deep, however, it's behind the main pillar. Got to deal with Bro first and foremost, ready for an anti-flash, but turns back in time to get the kill onto Choiv. Speller now versus 3. Swings in, Bro gets caught, but SDY is quick to respond back. And equalize once again for the Monty side.
And I think one aspect of Monty's game plan that they're going to be extremely solid on is their protocols. Look at that almost circumstance of what they're able to do towards A-Man. Now, it's smoked off, MP9 is close, AWP is close. They pop the smoke with a HE, and then the flash comes in as well. And if you are the MP9, you're ready for a fight, you're ready to get in quickly, and it's just that very small window of timing of the utility. Exposes the MP9, puts pressure on the AWPer, has to try and fall back, ends up just being spammed in. And then for Monty, they get 2 picks towards A, but they're not leaning A. You can see that it's only Demka that's the last one towards A main, trying to keep some pressure on, trying to throw some more utility, maybe trying to see if they can over-rotate those B players, get them out into Temple, into mid, closer towards camera to then expose the B site. And while it came down to a couple of losses from Kaluba especially, the way they played that round was textbook. Very good default from Monty.
After a repeat performance here, though, another rifle round's on the table for the Chosen Few. Still got that AWP in no response in similar fashion from the Monty side. There's automatic weapons still in play. The 2 M4s that were held in from the previous round. Money still building in everything. The Galil on Bro, still a limiting factor for the T-side line. Chosen Few being a little bit more tentative about going for the aggressive peaks. They are starting to push players into main, but as soon as they do that, smoke comes in from Monty and they back off.
I'm very surprised how much AWPing we're seeing from Shike towards A, rather than having him float around and look for a mid pick, look to try and post outside B. We're pretty much seeing the majority of gun rounds that he's just sitting as an anchor on A. And if Monty start getting a tell of this, which they could start understanding, that's when they can put more emphasis towards mid and B because of it.
They're relying Spellen heavily on his camera mid hold. Does fall back ahead of the utility put there towards the doorways and does join the A defense. That bomb's still yet to commit, so enough time to rotate to the other bomb site if necessary. They've still got players set up outside of main and Electric. Rastal taking some damage. Similar story for Kaluba. And that bomb is starting to rotate in for the split.
Spellen looks to try and cancel, and Monty start going in quickly for a B split instead.
Kaluba and Choiv stand to attention. Kaluba looking to aggress and everything. There is no flash support. He's coming in dry and almost catches Bro off guard, but he's protected. Advantage taken by Monty. Choi still holding his nerve in the back lines, desperate to get the pick on the main players. Now backup has arrived. There's 3 players total on the CT defense. Choi gets 1, finally traded back all the same. Spellen chimes in, but the main control still holds strong. SDY gets his pick, and now Shike with it all to do with the AWP.
It has to try and make a difficult clutch happen, has to try and walk through this smoke at Temple. Does he save? Does he look at the money situation?
He's going in for it. AWP. Not sure when to extend out far, if he can even go so far. No kits in play for the man either, so if he goes for it, it's going to have to be a pretty speedy retake, and he doesn't think he has got the chops for it. Indeed, the save of the weapon. Probably the right call to make in that circumstance. It would take a miracle to make this 1v2 happen. So Monty, with a triple involved in everything, get their 4th round.
Well, I think it shows there for the Chosen Few, they had actually rotated quite heavily towards B. They slowed down the execution because of some of that counter utility to Electric. And I actually thought for quite a decent portion of that round, especially when the exec finally came in, that Monty just weren't going to be able to get those trades off. You have a look at there being 3 on B. The Chosen Few should really be coming out on top there. A slight gimmick to have the aggression walk, not to have a flash, not to have a teammate, but just a solo mission. Gets watched, gets cancelled, and then from that point onwards, it's just a collapse of the bomb site. The chosen few would have felt as if they were in a good position to win that round, but didn't quite come through, and now their money game's really been affected because of it.
Yeah, 2 in a row for Monty, so loss bonus, of course, whittled down off the back of that, and expense seriously will impact them as a result.
And we can both expect here, Jay, that as soon as Monty get a strong economy float, that's when the game's just done. That's when the game's just over, because you have to keep them on the ropes early. You have to try and put as much pressure on as possible. As soon as you give that respect forward to Monty, as soon as you allow them to get heaps of cash, that's when they're going to run away with a game.
It sounds ridiculous, but it's true. Chosen few, however, at least have the money kind of lopsided on the Monty cam. You got Krasnal $50, Warrior at 0. Their own loss bonus will start to dissipate, so this force buy could still try and keep Monty's economy game in an awkward spot. That might just be the answer to them still, but that means round 8 is very pivotal to their game.
A smoke off towards Heaven, flashes through, they're going to commit off of the back of an A push, or do they cancel because of the incendiary?
Seems to be the nade to do the damage. The body block flashbang. Krasnal trying to peek forward. Scrimmo still blinded. The smokes will try and provide some cover for the CT side, but it also allows a cross for the bomb carrier to make his way in. Sprays go manic for Krasnal. Gets so much damage, but the kills are absent from the Monty side. They take casualties instead. As Scrimmo tries to get advanced strike, will get caught. That SMG still good for a pick, and a dink down onto one in the back. 3-on-3 with that trade, but the bomb is lost to the T side.
They've got to keep fighting off of the back of this. M4 struggles, and the T-side players just keep fighting.
Spellin on 2 points of health. Kaluba's got to do so much here. Does take Woro down, so it's even man standing. Bomb plant should be inbound very, very soon, or is it? Spellin's covered off in the back. SDY has it marked. Kaluba in a 1 versus 2 scenario now. Sees the forward player, sees the back player. Can't deal with either. And Monty connect 5.
And that's probably the best way to beat a team like Monty, is to try and keep it very chaotic, right? Not allow them to get into their set protocols, put more pressure on them individually. And for a moment, it's just chaos on both teams. I mean, there's a lot of spam happening from both sides. You've got the MP9s trapped behind that sort of bottom stairs, lurk smoke in from default. You've got the AKs trying to get out towards a pillar. There's a breakage of a smoke for a moment. Scrimmo works as much as he can to the back side of default. But in the end, the rifles come out on top. Good read from SDY to hold out to that back side. Monty get a round streak themselves going now.
Scrimmo's pistol just cut. He still gets crashed on the way. I have no idea how he hits that shot, but fair play. 1-for-1 trades, but the rest of the pistol shouldn't be able to realistically do much. The mid control and A site control has been negated on the CT side, so Monty will charge in, get that bomb down, and make it a quick, swift end to the 9th round.
It is crazy how much they're hitting A. Honestly, 9 rounds, we've seen them hit the B site once. It's just, you don't see that all that often.
Giving Scrimmo a perfect chance to pad his stats. It
also maybe tells them that preparation for this best of 1, they think that the A site's going to be quite weak.
Well, perhaps the Chosen Few might consider adjusting that. Certainly might need to, given the circumstances. Monty at minimum 6 on the T side line. The Chosen Few have allowed this money float to get to the deadly position where Monty may start to run away with this. They have a rifle round back into the CT side, and realistically and idealistically for that matter, they have to get these next 3 rounds and try and make it evens at the turn of the half.
It's very true. Again, you want to keep Monty on the ropes. You want to try and at least force a bit of an economical turmoil. We know that money's not great. They're not going to be reset in the next rounds, but 1,400, then 1,900 loss bonus. You could force it in the second. Spellin with an aggressive flash out towards the canals allows Kaluba to get aggressive.
Fast up nade sent in the T side though. They read it so well. The utility, information game and everything. Bro credited with the kill. But 1 man down, half HP on Shike. This is not a good start for the Chosen Few here in the round.
And what a statement that is to Monty to kind of say, hey, it doesn't matter who we've got on this lineup here. We can actually play some proper CS. We've got good protocols. We're not just all sharp aimers on this lineup. That was a fantastic adjustment. And telegraphed with the smoke out to T-stairs and the double flash that it was going to be an aggressive move in from the canals, and those HEs were just ready.
Smackdown of a round for Choiv. And still Monty are playing out the default. That was just one kill out of many more that they won. B-site is once again heavy-handed on the CT defense. There's a good chance they might end up hitting it this time, though. Might play right into the Chosen Few's hands.
SDY trying to clear out that backside glyph position. Scrimmo close out to that right-hand side corner in a 1-for-1. Kaluba gets nothing out from Electric either.
Spell at least finds a response on main. And Scrimmo can deal with Krasnal. Now it's a 3-on-3. Two great trades back at the CT basis. Bro still acting out. The bomb's on his back and backup's right behind him. But Spellin still fragging away. Warro suddenly alone here. Bombs in the open can connect that first pick. But where are the next two? There must be another player on the bomb site. But the third player, less so. Scrimmo finds the crack angle that Warro's not ready for. And the Chosen Few will hold the line.
Well, that's another one of those rounds where the Chosen Few actually stack up that bomb site quite heavily. It feels like they've been quite gambly on the CT side in quite a few of these rounds and stacking up heavily. Fair play to Spellin individually coming through with a huge moment. Try to cancel that B split. I'm surprised that Monty didn't cancel earlier. As soon as they knew that Spellin was on the site and they lost a pick out to Electric, it should have given them a tell that pressuring A was the right option, but I suppose they'd already committed and they're already so far up from B main itself. Spellin gets 3 on the defense.
Slight adjustment in pace as well for Monty. Look how quick they're making their way into the mid control. Spellin's forced back a camera. They've started to get a read on his common defensive positions. Krasnal still leading in with a pistol in hand. Very, very deep in this mid control. And Shake better be ready for it.
Spellin's not ready. Now this Tech 9 should at least be good for one, surely.
Smoke will clear. Spotted by the AWP, so actually he's not. No kills found by the mid-luck, and now the execution split play seems to be in effect from the Electric and main control. Fourth player called into the rotation for the Chosen Few, and Shake's good for a kill straight through the smoke on Warro. Pro next up to task, and now the AWP is going massive. 2 left standing on the T side. Choi wants to get involved. That's exactly what he'll do. And the Chosen Few showing signs of life. Brilliant sparks here and there. SDY, nothing he can do from here.
We've seen quite a few multi-frags consistently from the round victories of him. Shike just getting into a good position out in Temple to win out that first fight and then instantly rotate out to help B. Get out from Temple. Look to try and keep that pressure on. Monty pressured A for the majority of the rounds in this first half. The last couple into B have been unsuccessful. SDY trying to hold on to this AK, bring it forward into the next round. Could get dropped at the T-stairs, though.
Caught, sprayed back. At least one exit frag, but many more CTs moving into this position. SDY caught by Shike. A good quadra for him on the site defensive, especially. Monty stalled out. And the Chosen Few actually could make this minimum 6.
And we know that Spellin's worked with some top AWPers in the Bulgarian scene over his previous lineups. You look back at when he was on Outlaws, had Cirque on the team. When he was out on Windigo, he had Poison on the team. You look at when he was on Skade, he had Denny on the team. So we know that he's worked with experience and high-end AWPers in the scene. You wonder if this new partnership with Shike that have been working together for a little while now can develop him into one of the top AWPers in the scene.
Well, the honor of top fragger right now goes to Scrimmo, the rifle up. Oh, an AK in his hands, 1 or 2 in play for the CT forces, and a broken investment as well for Monty. That economy float we talked up so much has been negated once again by the CT forces. Smoke set in, counter utility is inbound for the CT side that tries to hold them on the T side. Entries, Bro burns heavily down to 4 points of health. Krasnal finds the only position in the site that's not covered by fire, but SDY is the man to get the kill to start.
And they've got a late lurk from Boro trying to cut some rotates off from Electric, but as he sees nothing, that should be the tell that everyone's coming through from beach and from camera.
That's just sent. SDY tucks himself in. Scrimmo. A ton of noise finding one player in the back, so an even standing on the trade count for the HB game certainly sits with the CT forces. They use that to great effect. Krasnal caught by HG. SDY gets overwhelmed. Warro's Deagle's good for a pick. Not quite a second. 4 points of health on Bro. He's not going to last long. And the Chosen Few will succeed in the retake once again. 6 apiece as they stand squared up against Monty.
And the Bulgarians have held their weight in this best of one, which is obviously a great sign very early on, considering it's Monty, considering it's the map of Anubis. It's just, can they go from a position of hanging on to being able to be in the lead, being able to put pressure back on the Monty side. Because it has to be said that for the majority of that first half, they're always on the back foot. They're always looking to try and tie up that scoreline.
And minus the single round lead they got with the early 3, pretty much bang on the money. Move to that T side. And see whether they can continue to make this successful. We've only seen a couple of maps from them on HLTV on Anubis. Monty. Still squared at evens, of course. So they have a key chance with the pistol to really break away from the chosen few. But vice versa also applies. See how the pistol plays out.
Yeah, they can get themselves in with a camera smoke and just a flash. They've got a molly too that can go out to the bricks and try and get emphasis on getting that bomb down easily.
Molly shallow. USPs are trying to face. There's only one man here on the bomb site, and he's going to get overwhelmed so quickly. Scrimmo picks him up. A point blank, looks towards heaven where Bro standing to attention. Good headshots coming in from him. An advantage taken by Monty as the bomb gets planted.
A late alert from Kaluba has to get away with one.
Krasnal dived away with the Julies. He's been seen, though, and Kaluba's going to keep himself quiet, but Krasnal turns back to check it. Had a feeling in his stomach. Eyes watching him in his back. Now Spellen's caught. Headshot again by Bro. Shike, good pick. Needs himself 3 more isolated frags. It's just not going to happen. Waro deals out the killing blow. And Monty take the pistol.
That's very well played there from the rotation in from Beach of Bro. Just gets 2 kills after Scrimmo gets that first. And you can feel there for the Julies of Krasnal. Man advantage, smoke started to clear out towards the camera position. Now notice how he didn't clear out house when he went in the smoke. He clears it after the smoke starts to clear, anticipating that backstab. Anytime you're being watched and you start to bring in that backstab, it's going to be difficult to get that first engage, especially up against Julies. The chosen few get a bomb plant, so they can force it up. You've got to be looking at the rifle players, especially the ones with the Galils and the AK from Shike to make damage happen.
Bomb plant bonus buy. I can do with these 3 rifles and play on the T-side line, Monty. Was 2 for 2 in pistols, but only able to carry it for 2 rounds in the first half. Give me a contrary here on the CT side of things. It is a very, very considerate default from the chosen few, and looking very heavy-handed towards that B site overall. That bomb is out there.
There's just no opening pick advantages that can get gained. Walk in from Shike, looking to try and get that first entry to the backside.
Sees Bro. Choi swings forward. Krasnal overwhelmed. Bro needs backup. Waro is there to provide that support, but not so enough to save his teammate. Spellin caught tagged up. Shike, 2 perfect kills on the AK. And the chosen few can clap back.
Demka rotating in from Cave has to just hold on to that M4. This is a great force buy, and I think it just shows there for the B-side players, not good enough. More impact needed to be gained. And the backside player gets away with 1. The reposition out to Electric is uncomfortable. Shite gets 2 kills and doesn't even get peppered with the HP. Yes, Troiv goes down, and yes, Spellen's low. But with the amount of players that Monty had on B, they should be getting more there. Chosen few. This could be a pressure point now. Monty forced on double eco status. They'll be down to an uncomfortable buy in the next round.
Seven apiece. Monty. Forced back into a force buy early on in this half. The chosen few are going to keep the pressure running, which is something you said has got to be a pressure point for them. Got to disallow the favourites from getting much in terms of momentum swings and allowing them to dictate the pace of the match. Nade sent to Krasnal and Bro. Tags in minimal amounts on those 2 individuals. Of course, 2 of 4 pistol players involved in this. Only 1 M4 for them to utilise.
A Demka might think at some point in the round it's worth overextending and kind of searching for a pick. Bro can just jiggle down as soon as he sees a shadow, as soon as he sees some contact, he can drop that smoke. Try and waste as much time off of the back of this.
Scrimmo's waiting for his swing. And the kill goes the way of the CT side. Frag to start things off, but where does it go from here?
It seems as if the T's want to start taking mid. Bro, what can he find with that pistol up close? Krasnal's also to electric. The double play in from camera now with an extra M4. This could actually be extremely deadly.
Is Spellon or Kaluba ready for this? Demka first port of call. SDY does get caught off, but Demka holds his nerve with the 2K. Advantage maintained on the Monty camp, and he's looking to continue extending out here. Smoke gap played out. Spellon seen, adjusted towards. Bomb being dropped. Choiv finally gets the return, but they have to hit that A-bomb site now.
They start running in from camera. They're hearing these footsteps. He can put the molly behind him to try and slow it down, but M4s can still be picked up towards mid. This looks very promising for Monty on the retake.
Might even be an AK in the mix there. Let's have a look what they get. 2 M4s. Krasnal we'll grab a third one, so it is just the M4s on 3 individuals. 2 AKs to deal with. Troy first and foremost. Bro gets him. And Shaik looking to protect himself. His back is turned towards the bomb site, looking for Warrow over at the camera entrance. Bro is caught. 1 pick isolated. Second player and third line up. And Shaik will defend the round for the chosen few. The chosen one for the lead.
Ooh, okay. Nicely done there in the 1v3. Isolating individual picks for that first out in heaven. And then Monty try and swing together, and the spray transfer is there from 2. This is not an easy fight. Both players swing together. Monty do everything right in that scenario. They don't fight individually, they fight as 2, but still, Shite comes out on top.
Good enough transfer, and you're right about that. It was the right move to make for Monty. But this is starting to turn into a very interesting affair for the chosen few. An eco inbound, they're going to get very close to victory row. This has not been the one-sided affair that Monty and the rest of us realistically thought it was going to be. Easy pickings on this eco. Of course, SDY will get 1 pick back, so credit to him for getting those eco kills, trying to make it expensive, but with the hunt coming in with more AKs to face him and only a P2K to deal with them, it's not going to go much further. 1 frag is all they'll get. 2 rounds in the lead for the chosen few. The buyback will be received by Monty. But this is where things will get more interesting for the T side.
And obviously, the RMR campaign for Monty starts on Monday. Now, with how their LAN performances have looked for the last 6 months or so, with how they looked at the previous major, you have to expect that they are a favorite to qualify to the major. So, seeing some struggles here in the stages of the tournament to get to the Blast Showdown could be looked at as a concern for Monty. Down by 2, up against a team outside of the top 100 on HLTV. The chosen few have come here to play. And they have come here to show us some exciting new blood from the Bulgarian scene. Demka, Warrow, 2 players defensively outside of A. The chosen few know if we win round 17, we set ourselves up for victory in this entire best of 1.
Slow walks in for Scrimmo, landing that first. But Warrow with a responsive keeps them out advantage at even. Shaik backing away. And back for the bomb, perhaps. Smokes in his hands. 60 seconds left. Monty scrambling to get that pick back to return, but no advantage will be found to follow.
They're trying to line up a deep temple smoke, but they opt against it for the moment. Monty have over-rotated towards A. Second player in from Beach. Third player from SDY out from Temple. They freeze for a moment. Still a couple of players in from mid. It is going to be an A split through camera and through main.
SDY smoked off, but is he considering pressing forward of it? Molotov at camera will clear out 1 position on the CT side. SDY. Flash sent in. No, and Nader deep is actually going to swap some damage. Or is that to walk straight into them and get those 2 frags? Kaluba and Choiv call looking the wrong way, but Spellon trades back to try and open up the bomb site. Still 3 players versus 2. Warrow's extremely low here, though.
Smoke down towards heaven. Warrow tries to peek. They can now start to all swing in together from both camera and from bricks.
Another 2v3 for the chosen few, and Shaik is once again left in play. Spellon looking to isolate 1. Shaik backs himself up behind the birthday cake. Looking in, Waro and SDY seen. Only one pick found this time. One isolated from Spellen. Tries to transfer it back, but he's got not a lot of ammo left in the magazine. And this time, SDY will not let it go to the clutch. He will let it go the way of Monty as they get an 8th on the board.
Just felt that was too slow there from the Chosen Few to get into the A split. They have the smoke out to Temple. They've got the molly into camera. As soon as that molly clears, you got to go straight away, because what ends up happening is Warrior goes searching. It gets silent, it slows down, and the CTs, they're going to start making an info play. Warrior gets on the other side of camera, catches them flat-footed. It's an easy pick for the M4 for then him to retreat. The Chosen Few have just got to be quicker in some of these reactions. Don't allow Monty to make those info plays. Don't allow them to start gathering strong amounts of info to start working off of the back of it. That was a close round. Another opportunity of a clutch to present, but didn't quite come through.
Monty still weakened on the buy. Chosen Few. Execution basis is the key thing you have to worry about for them at the moment. Smoke set, Molotov's in, Scrimo starts to lean in with his AK. Molly set back in the T-side line, and we've got their back lines covered just in case. Will Monty start making aggressive plays here? Do they have to do that?
Now, Kaluba might just try and fade the smoke in here at house, tuck himself out to the back left corner. 2 players to jiggle down to electric. This could be a good bait and switch. Bro to take first contact, fall back into the bomb site, and then just give up an easy kill for the MP9.
Seen one back turn, Crastal kill found. Scrimo caught next up. Double up found. M4 sprayer. Bro will only go so far with the damage against the T-side line. Monty still hold the 2-player advantage. No trade from the Chosen Few here.
That's a lazy clear out there to electric, and it's all about that tunnel vision. Seeing that first player of Bro leaving away. There's a backstab, but Bro's still watching this.
Smoke in the way as well. Flashes turned. It's back to clear, and Bro cleans up Kaluba. 6 points of health for the man, but not like it matters. The Chosen Few were relying so heavily on that backstab, getting something done, that both of these last 2 individuals will back away for the save. Monty, 9 apiece now, even against the Bulgarians again.
And the most difficult outcome here for the Chosen Few is not only do you lopside your own economy line, you allow a lot of AKs to get picked up from Monty and a lot of players to stay alive to hold those AKs. A good round from Bro, very good bait and switch. And Krasnal to get 2 with the MP9. AK for him, AK for SDY, AK for Bro, AK for Demka. It's only Waro on the M4A1S. This weaponry-wise is looking incredible. This is almost the perfect buy if you are Monty on a CT line.
All the automatics, all the headshot potential. And now whittling down the Chosen Few's tactical timeout. Second one called. Because the position that they had themselves in a couple of rounds ago is dissipated. They had a key opportunity to just crush Monty for all intents and purposes, leave them with no money, and potentially an 11-7 scoreline at that point. I can imagine the upset of upsets that would have come in. And they must recognize it inside themselves that if they do pull it off against Monty, it would be such a stunning result. And one that, once again, would throw the whole group into disarray, particularly for the Monty side. So, Chosen Few got to focus up. But they are starting to run out of resources and running out of funds here as well.
Early HG's doing some chip damage, maybe expecting a slight mid-rush. Chosen Few. We've got quite a lot of players defensively, waiting for a mid-pop, trying to see if any of those CTs will flash forward and get on the other side of that smoke and get extremely aggressive. Not to be. Waro spamming up towards top mid, and a rotation back as they started 2 towards mid to end up with 3 on B for Monty.
Scrimo trying to lead into the main control. The smoke sent by the defensive line will keep them very little vision access to the A-bomb site. Meanwhile, Kaluba walking out towards mid has got a couple of players that could face him. 3, in fact, in total. Start to take that mid control, and they'll see nothing for the time being.
SDY and Bro might look to try and regain some of this mid. Now, they haven't seen anything for the moment. This is really slow, and there is a huge lack of map control right now for the Chosen Few. They haven't got A main, they haven't got mid, they haven't even got electric just yet. Very defensive on B from SDY and Krasnal.
The lone two defenders, Smoke's in the way. They will start the rotation to the CT side, but Krasnal with SD1 need to hold on. Good effort from SD1, the first player, but with 2-for-1s on the trades, there's advantage Chosen Few here.
Bro's going to try that spam out to jail. Even Choiv just gets away with not falling to that cave position. And there's a huge backstab being presented from Warrior, but it's going to take some time to come into main.
Yeah, too much time in my eyes. Bro and Demka might be setting up for the exit frag positions. Warrior certainly has to be now. He's forced away that contact against Choiv. All three start backing off. They can hear those footsteps. They know that they're rotating away, so the Chosen Few maintain themselves, keep a hold of a lead, and get to number 10.
And Monty's B side just collapsed there. It's actually a fairly good crossfire. Out to the backside of default and towards the cave wall is quite a popular two-man setup on B. But when you think about the time and the execute coming in with the double AKs being held, you would have liked to have seen Monty to at least get 2 for 2. It didn't happen, got overwhelmed. Individually, not quite bringing out the best of moments from Monty consistently across this series. And pressure will be on them for sure.
Tactical taken. Second one of the game for the Monty side. Pressured in a way that we weren't expecting, perhaps in a way that they themselves weren't expecting. The speed at which they catch them off guard and force the uncomfortability on that B-side defense in that last round especially.
I mean, even if Krasnal stayed alive in that last round, he would have been able to drop an AWP forward to Warrior. I mean, that's something that we haven't seen a lot from over the course of this entire map, is just where the economy has lied. We haven't seen the AWP in his hands. It's mainly been rifles.
Automatics for days, and Monty, lost bonus. Not stack up to bring them an AWP in the next round. Maybe have to go for a half invest in the follow-up and then play for overtime if they concede this one. Again, considering the momentum game that comes with round number 20. Cash is at least well built on the Chosen Few side, so pressure's definitely with the CT forces. Gap and I smoke for SDY here if he sees anyone at all. Try and strike against them, find that opening pick. In the end, he backs away.
There's just nothing aggressive coming through from the Bulgarians. They've liked to slow play their defaults. There's been a huge amount of util back and forth quite consistently in mid. Double mollies towards house and doors. Re-molly to come through from SDY. When do Monty get on the front foot? When do they try an info play? It might even be a prod out towards B. Smoke. And they're going to get on the back side of the smoke. This is good tell. They see nothing outside of B, so they're going to rotate the likes of Warrior over.
Galuba leaning in. Slowly but surely.
Oh, what a read. They are going straight into a trap here.
Monty have gone for the three-man stacks on the A defense time after time as the Chosen Few hit the B site on several of those occasions. On this occasion, though, SDY is going to get caught anyway. Shike picks up the frag, and that's the cue to send the T-side players straight into Demka, who mows down one. Warrior with his own. Demka with a double. The AWP even domed in by the AK. Finally, Scrimo picks him up, but the bomb has been dropped. He needs to recover it. He needs to get the plant in. He's defending against the CT forces who are whittling down his HP. Cash injection, maybe the best that the Chosen Few can look for. Scrimo is going to try and clutch this with individual fights, but no, says Bro. And Monty bring us back to evens again.
Well, that may be the best round I've seen from Monty all game so far. Yes, they lose Warro, but look about the read. There's 3 on A. Now, you're expecting for the Chosen Few for there to be 2 on A max in that scenario. So as soon as they get that kill onto Warro, they're anticipating 1 player on the bomb site, and look at that bait and switch. Look at the protocol that the player at the bottom stairs takes the first contact and then allows the swing to come through from heaven. It's the timing here for Demka to win out this first fight, for them Warrior to peek in and then allow the AK to peek in again. If you're the Chosen Few, the comms are just very chaotic, right? Because you try to comm that one's down there on the stairs, another one's up in heaven, and to try and communicate that in such a small avenue of time, you're just going to lose fights. And that's exactly what Monty were able to create.
The chosen few have chosen one to bring in the gun for the hero rifle round. Shike has done wonders on both bomb sites here. Now the AK set in. Try and work it in with a decent pick or two. Be the thorn in the side that the chosen few can utilize against the Monty camp, but the early prod has got the information for the CT forces. They know that a hero's in play.
AWP to take first contact, rifle to the left-hand side. Krasnal, molly at his hands. As soon as he gets contact, he can just drop that in electric.
Good shot for Shike. Warrior takes down Kaluba out towards the main controller. The AK continues swinging. Bro is caught. SDY trades him and holds on to his backup players. Look out towards main where Choiv swings in with the Glock and brings it into a 2-on-2. At least the plant should be secured here. At least is what you think. I think Spellin heard those footsteps though and gets to a safer plant position. Demka and Warrior moving in from electric. Now Molotovs will stall for time.
And this is a very winnable round when you consider it being an eco. Spellin even gets out of trouble.
Further incendiary driving him away from the left-hand side. Moves in ever closer. AK ready to go for the swing. Alongside Choiv, hearing footsteps, aware of Demka at least. Warrior still watching it with the AWP. No, he moves in. Demka catches Choiv. Spellin well known. Isolates the first. Looks back in with a second. Plays Ring of Rosies to stall for time against Demka. Knows that he's out there with the pillar somehow, some way. Can't get the kill. And the adjustment spells your demise from Spellin. Advantage chosen few who will not give up their control of this game.
Well, the chosen few are winning some unreasonable duels right now. I mean, how Shite gets that first kill onto just the jiggler of bro, I don't know. That is such a difficult shot to hit when all you're getting is the slightest of jiggles. He then makes it a double kill, and then I'm kind of thinking, okay, there's a recovery scenario. Then the Glock just gets a double dink headshot to a kill. I don't know, man. The chosen few are winning rounds they shouldn't do. They're winning fights that they shouldn't do. And that one right there, there's just question marks on how that's actually a possibility. But hey, you're going to take those rounds if you're the Bulgarians. Doesn't matter how they get won. What you know now is that this is your best chance yet to win this best of one. You're up 11-10. You know that the economy's in a very awful state. If you win round 22, not only do you get up to series point, but you put the CT in one of the worst buys that we're going to see from them in the entirety of the half.
This could be closing time. The chosen match from the chosen few. And the chosen ones to eliminate, well, not eliminate, but damn well feel like they might just eliminate Monty right here. Upset that would send them to the lower bracket. As you mentioned before, broken buys in from the CT forces. Economy has been a consistent problem for them in this second half. Swing together, Choiv go back to feel the pressure. His teammates are right behind him though, and still he gets Krasnal to start.
They try and pummel some more utility to cancel that quick B hit, but chosen few have been very much on the side of, even if we get a pick, slow it down. Bait in a further mistake. Don't just commit off of the opening kill. Passive from Kaluba. Passive from mid. And it starts getting a bit gambly here from Monty. 2 out to mid, 2 on B. They're actually resting no one on the A site.
Contact in mid established. Chosen few leaning in towards that B bomb site though. No split play straight. Exy, the 2 mid players of the CT forces are rotating back into defensive angles. It's a 4-4-on-5. Make it 4-on-4. It's broken. A couple Shite strikes back. SDY still held there at electric as his teammate falls. He gains that man advantage. All importantly, Choiv needs to find that trade, but Scrimmer needs to go ahead and join him. Noise is being made out there towards canals. The Molotov's trying to force them out of position. The bomb's been dropped in the center of the site, and the chosen few are running out of time here. Choiv isolates one, sees that second. SDY stays protected from the electric control. They're going to start swinging in soon, though. Both players are low, but SDY still domes in one. Scrimmo knows where they're both at, but can't isolate any of these kills. He's dead out of time, dead out of kills, and dead out of the round. Monty, cling on for dear life.
What is happening? These last 2 rounds have been pure chaos. It's very good decision-making there from Demka, because he knows I'm going to bait SDY. He knows with the clock of where it is. If SDY pulls distraction, even if he falls, there isn't going to get time to recover that bomb and to get it planted. So it's what? Around the 10-second marker, he just leaves the bomb site. He gets out to cave and he just knows, I have to stay alive. That's just the main priority right now. And then SDY stays alive as well.
Go on, Monty. Doing everything they can. Now they have to surge forward. Be their last chance to win this in regulation as Bro starts off, but Shite gonna trade it right back. He's caught with utility in hand though. Warrow picks him up. Mac 10 dealt with by Krasnal, and Monty are coming back into control as SDY's XM gets bonus info, bonus kills. Kaluba well known about from here. Tech 9 versus all these guns, and you can see how hungry they are for it. Monty, by the skin of their teeth, are about to get to match point first.
Kaluba's just desperate for anything. One kill, an opportunity of trying to drop some more rifles, but it doesn't happen. And the buy state is just awful. This is probably where we see a rush play from the Chosen Few. Whether you see a rush rugs into a mid-split quickly, you've got to have pace in this round. Looking at Tech 9s, upgraded util, no rifles. It has to be pace. It has to be acceleration.
Match point for the favorites, the Chosen Few. Not even a bomb plant bonus gained out of that. Look at how close Krasnal nearly lost that kill to Spellin. Good thing he spotted him, else that could have been a very different story. The Chosen Few. Chosen incorrectly in their times to strike. And it might just be enough to get Monty past the finish line.
A Shike at that sort of range, you don't really want to be fighting out to Electric with a Tech 9. I'm surprised that they're actually defaulting here and not just attempting a rush. It probably tells us that it should be a full commit in the mid-round. Monty, though. I mean, they just know, play defensive. Play deep in the bomb sites, because the more we make aggressive maneuvers, the more we make close-range duels, the better it's going to be for the light investment.
60 seconds. Slow approaches on the T side. Spellin about to reveal a little bit in the mid-control. Double mollies in. Will catch Warrior for quite a decent amount of damage here. Back up in the corner. Spellin so focused on the front line of that camera control. Warrior's allowed to bait and switch. A kill found against him though on Kaluba's part. SDY needs to back away.
They try and get into that split. They need some help from Scrimmo out there in A main.
Shite caught by the crossfire. Demka credited with the kill. Looks back into Scrimmo's position. Choi caught next. And Scrimmo can get involved in this one. Kaluba left alone. 1 versus 3. Picks up that first. That second will not come so easily. And Bro's pistol does one better. 13-11. Monty struggled through that match. But they get past the Chosen Few and go to the winner's game.
They get there in the end. And to be honest, I think for Monty, they played a decent game. I think that they won rounds that they shouldn't be losing. And that's to say the complete opposite for the Bulgarians. They won rounds that they shouldn't do. So I think the 13-11 scoreline can be a little bit misleading. At the same time, I think it shows the threat that the Chosen Few can bring in this group. That if they can go that close against a team like Monty, there's still a very good likelihood that they can push themselves into the playoffs if they can replicate this performance.
Yeah, not bad for a team that's 120 ranking on HLTV, right? Like doing that against the top 10 team in the world. I know it's the best of one and everything like that. I know momentum was a key factor as well to deciding how close that scoreline was. But look, end of the day, they still managed to make it 11 rounds over a team like Monty, which is something that neither of us expected coming into this game.
I think the clutches were important, right? We saw that 1v3 out in Heaven, very key. The Spellin 1v1 out on the B side. I'm not sure how reliant that's going to be come the next few games, potentially in the group for them. You can't always rely on the 1vx's to reset your opposition, to get that sort of X factor involved. But again, I look at Shike with the rifle, performed really well. With the AWP was fairly consistent. I think Scrimmo's numbers are slightly inflated, mainly because a lot of the anti-ecos went towards the A site, which was where he was playing as an anchor. But Spellin individually came through with some moments. So for the Chosen Few, they held their weight, and they proved me more than what I thought I was going to expect in this best of one.
That goes double for me as well, mate. Credit to the Chosen Few, but they do end up in that elimination game later on today. For now, however, we move to our second opening match to see who is going to join Monty in the winner's game as our secondary favourites of Aurora take on X Anita after this short break. And welcome back to the Rest Eastern European Masters. We're into our second opening match of Group B. If you're just joining us, you missed a bit of a barn burner. Unexpectedly so, of course. The Chosen Few were supposed to be going down pretty easily to the Monty side, but they stretched out a 13-11 overall. Monty still took the victory, and they are now in the winners match to wait for the victor of Aurora versus Exnida.
Well, at least for Monty, every single time they've been here in Res, especially in the Eastern European Masters, they always lost their opening game. So it's something different to try and see if they can get into that playoff position. And I think for Aurora and in the CIS Derby now, they've got to be looking at the position of being the second strongest team in the group and proving that with the results that they have in this group stage.
Yeah, certainly coming into this, I would have looked at Monty as first and Aurora as second when it comes to Group B, sort of like where I think everyone should work up. And I think you're kind of in agreement in that respect. Aurora, however, are playing a little bit weakened by comparison to previous iterations of the roster, mostly because they don't have a permanent fifth right now.
No, they don't. Benching Celta on the 24th of January, and then 4 days ago, benching their coach. So roster changes inflicting the Aurora side. They're going to be playing with Belchanok for at least this event. Now, I think going forward here from Aurora, it seems like they're trying to push something for this year. Again, I look at their last year, and the January to March they had of last year was just wicked. They were winning events, they were getting into grand finals, they looked insanely threatening. And then for the rest of the year, I don't want to say they plateaued. They were actually very consistent. They made the RMR, they kept winning events, they kept getting into grand finals. They just didn't take that boundary to the next level like a Monty didn't, kind of getting more invitations to Tier 1 events and getting more LAN opportunities. And I reckon that's actually the reason why they've made changes. They're not satisfied with what they achieved last year.
Yeah, I mean, certainly that's definitely a way of thinking about it. I will say that the tail end of last year was respectable of its own right for Aurora. We're talking about like a second place in the CTT Online Finals, a victory over G2 in that particular tournament, top 4 in Compass of the fall season. So they weren't not like, world-defining events in that respect, but still Aurora had a couple of decent showings towards the tail end of last year. Unfortunately, not carried forward in this year. For the Exnida side, though, like, what do we know about these guys? I mean, I know that obviously, as you can tell by the jerseys, they're the ex-ICLA lads. But in terms of recency, they haven't been playing at as high a level by comparison to their opponents.
I think a lot of people that follow the CIS scene are going to be familiar with Bio9 and S4. Those guys have been playing together for about 4 years now on EC Kiev, on ICLA, and then ICLA Ukraine, and then obviously Anita, and now on the August team. There's some newer pieces involved to the lineup. Munch has got just 40 maps played on HLTV for his entire career, and Paul Bandana has got 20. So it seems like these are the newer guys coming into the fold. I mean, one player that I really respect and think that has a long career ahead of him that was involved with these guys previously was Vem. I think Vem is going to be a breakout player in the Ukrainian scene, and he played with the core of these guys. So it makes me think, and it makes me have hope in guys like Bio9 and guys like S4 that they can bring up these newer talents, these guys that we're maybe not too familiar with, don't have much pro experience, and make something of them.
Well, we've seen a number of newer players been entering both the Eastern and Western European Masters these last couple of weeks, and I guess that these next two, Paul Bandana and Munch, are kind of the guys that are trying to make their names of their own right as part of what is otherwise a well-established core within the Tier 2 space. Again, though, Exnida haven't quite been to the heights that ICLA were in previous years, especially, and as a result, you kind of do wonder whether or not this team is going to have a bit of a long-term future in that respect. Obviously, we're still looking at these guys and establishing where they are in terms of their new additions and where they are within the modern day landscape of Counter-Strike, but how far they'll go in terms of this tournament is going to be decided in the best of one. So, Betos, Dwayne, talk me through it.
Yeah, both teams don't mind floating Ancient in best of ones. It's difficult to get a good read on each other's map pools just because of the lack of HLTV officials that have been played for the Ukrainians, the lack of HLTV officials that Aurora have played in recent history. I mean, Aurora have played 4 maps this year, and Exnida have played 2 maps this year. So we are not seeing both of these teams on HLTV very much.
Well, Overpass will be the decider map, the one that, of course, will be played out. We've got no HLTV records for the Exnida core. At least Aurora have 4 of these maps in the last 3 months, but they haven't exactly been wins. And actually, one of them was actually against the new ICLA side, interestingly enough, during the RMR qualifiers. So it's not exactly like a great set of results overall for the Aurora camp, but in terms of middle ground, I guess you kind of have found something. Would you agree with that statement?
Well, You mentioned the game against Ikla. The second time that we saw Overpass after that was actually a map pick against Forza in a best of 3. So it shows that they've got confidence in this map, even if the results don't back it up. I think for Aurora, it could be very difficult for them in the short term to start getting back into the consistent form that they were in last year. I mean, knowing what Deco was able to bring on one win for all of 2022 and all of 2023, I think it's a very exciting move here from the Aurora side. I mean, he only joined in November last year, so we actually haven't even seen that many events that he's been a part of. I think Aurora can be very scary this year. I don't know how scary they're going to be in this event. I think they should at least make the playoffs, though. That's got to be a main objective for this Core 4. And going up against the CIS Derby, we know that these games can be wild.
They can be indeed. I mean, just take a look at that last matchup. That wasn't even a derby of its own right. But for Aurora, like, I think that their issues are going to crop up more long term. I think you're right in terms of making the playoffs as being a minimum goal for the Aurora camp in terms of this group stage. So against the Exanita lads, I do feel like they are kind of the favourites leading in to Overpass.
And this is a great opportunity to see a little bit from Belchanok. Again, he's a guy that we saw in Ethereal, played a little bit on Hard Legion, made his name on Omega, and then got the chance of going on Jerry's new project out there on Perivision. Now, he's currently benched on that organization, so if Aurora do want him, they'll either have to buy him out or wait for his contract to expire. But if he makes a good statement here, because this is his debut game for standing in, helping out the Aurora guys, if he puts in some good performances and he puts on some deeper tournament runs, then it could spark the conversation on who Aurora's new fifth could be in this new year.
If it is this man on screen, then perhaps that would be an encouraging position. Again, he's got to prove himself in terms of this particular tournament, and whether or not that's permanent is, of course, all speculation at this point in time. But for now, it's Aurora just trying to get the results on the board here in the Eastern European Masters. Against Exanita, they will take to the CT side as our second opening game goes live on Overpass.
The Ukrainians bringing quite a lot of members out towards the short pipe very quick, and these Julies are up close and personal.
Lucky to swing, sees at least one individual, sees that second man right there and draws out first blood. Swinging on Munch, the two individuals to fall to his Julies. Now it's the USP of Kenzie, backed up by Belchanok, and Lucky looking to swing and get a very hungry engagement right there. Unable to make it work for the 3K, but he's got those two frags with no trades yet.
Deco not looking behind, out towards Connector, finally turns around, gets goosed in the process, and he's somehow still alive. 1 point of health on that retreat up to Connector and further towards A now.
Damage done by S4. That's 1 HP on Deco and 8 HP on Belchanok. So there's a couple of pretty easy trades if Exanita can find those individuals, but they have slowed things down for this pistol round.
Lucky has made a damage amount out there towards short that's consistently going to put impact into the rounds. Pole bandana by a 9, might try a contact. I reckon Lucky gets at least one more from the monster wall.
And that's what he does. Fire goes down. And finally, Pole Bandana deals with the Julies. The USP still standing for Kenzie. Needs that headshot, and Pole Bandana says otherwise, cracking open this bomb site. Needs to go back for the bomb and get it planted. And Aurora have given him the breathing room to do so.
Get that smoke down to help the plant come in. Deco on the backstab with 1 HP. The best that he can really hope for is pulling distraction to help out these Heaven players.
A slow walk it. Made some noise, though. I think he's now been detected. In fact, they might try and charge him down. Are they aware how low HP he might be? It seems like that's the case as S4 takes the frag. Both individuals are seen, so Belchanok and Nori will get right onto that bomb position. Belchanok, such low HP, though, dealt with by the Julies. Nori's headshot comes in. Now looking for the last player. Look left and right, unable to see the shadows, unable to see S4 making noise once again. Back on the defuse, taps it. I think a footstep was made there by S4. Now the shoulder's been seen, but he draws Nori out of the bomb site, and that should be enough to take the pistol. Without a kit in play for the man, this will be a pistol win. The opening round for Exanita.
And that's got to be so frustrating for Lucky. 2 opening kills with the Julie and making it a third. You feel as if you've done enough in that round. You feel as if that you deserve a round victory there from Aurora. And the in-game leader puts up such a good sequence, a 5 versus 2, and then things just get out of hand quickly. Obviously, the Goosh downs made a difference in the late rounds, and Deco, I don't assume that he tried to get that shot off towards a short pipe, but you're right. Heard that shot, went back out to Monster to fight him together. Exanita get their first round, and Aurora look to force buy.
Gave Lucky a lot of praise in that particular startup of the round. I mean, Pole Bandana did well to get his own 3K, open up that bomb site, and make that round winnable for Exanita. Someone that we know so little about in the grand scale of things, it's a very encouraging way to start off this matchup. Where else will it go, though? Obviously, you say the Force buy will come in from the Aurora side. M4 in the hands of Belchanok. Got tagged up so early in that round, didn't have a chance to have any impact in the pistol. And 2 more pistols on Lackey and Deco alongside the SMGs around the Aurora buy.
And this Deagle from Deco wants to try and get a pop shot and retreat back. Out to Divider, Munch with the swing, and deals with that Deagle pretty effectively. Nori in close range with the MP9. Doesn't have much assistance just yet. That rotation from B is coming up, though.
SMG holds, Shadow seen, but Bayer still wins that opening fight. Belchanok trying to see if he can get a responsive, but unable to get the full-on kills against him. To the right and the left. Hearing these players, hearing these footsteps, trying to engage upon them. Now utility starts pouring in from the long controller where the split play might be in position. The Deagle will focus on S4 and blinded is Lackey, but still he lands the shot.
Oh, Kenzie's with the MP9. He could actually cancel this. No, they're not going back down towards Con. They're going to try and split A in from long and from the bathrooms. They are taking a lot of time about this.
Aurora getting very hungry though, extending out, looking like Belchanok was going to go towards mid. Lackey definitely went out towards that long control. Now Kenzie closes in the Pinters. One player's extremely low and should drop pretty easy, but he's hungry for a whole lot more. The M4 has to stand and fight, and now the backstab is all that remains. Plant will be secured. The man keeps moving in. Kenzie has not got an open plot for him. He'll get the first individual. Swing back to the back lines, isolating each fight. And the last man of Bayer 9 is tagged so low. Kenzie knows he can win this fight and will just about get the round together for the CTs.
Oh, that's just the chef's kiss, isn't it? That is well played to come through from Kenzie because he knows a low HP player had got into the bathrooms, and it's just all about the reposition. You get an off angle to deal with dice, you get back into the bathrooms, and then you play the 1v1, and notice how he's not committing to a fight there. He gets on top of Headshot, he's waiting for Bayer 9 to swing from truck and just domes him. X and Eda will be frustrated at themselves, would have felt as if that 3v1 was a done deal. Got the bomb down, got players on the bomb site, got the late lurk in from the bathrooms, but Kenzie makes that look so damn easy.
2 spread out there on X and Eda. And Aurora bounce back to an even stance, and we're facing the Eco Pistols for the follow-up. Round 3 could be easily received by the Aurora Cam, but we have seen sillier things happen in these games. Initial prods of the AKs, of course, revealing where Kenzie specifically is at. Many other players that are yet to be spotted.
And normally we always say back and forth rounds you're going to force buy, but with that bomb plant going down, the Ukrainians look at it and say, we don't want to play the risk. We don't have to force buy. We can put pressure back on our opposition, but let's go back into a low limited investment. Let's get a couple of upgraded pistols. Let's see what damage we can do. I mean, this orb out towards long is a great chance for Deco to get a couple of pop shots, keep retreating back into the bomb side. I'll be surprised if much comes off of the back of this.
The opening frag for X and Eda and an AK in their hands.
And they need to get it in the hands of Bayer, though. Just get it in the hands with someone of armor.
Right now, it's Munch that takes point as his teammate is protected to get that AK indeed into stronger players. The SMG of Lackey, however, prodding out that core 3, which is where Bayer is alongside the bomb carrier here.
HE placement, slightly early out to the sandbags towards short. It's a good read here, though, from Aurora. 30 seconds on the clock, 3 defending B. This is going to be so difficult to break open.
Now the AK is in Bayer's hands. 20 seconds for him to crack open the bomb site, and Nori is giving absolutely nothing, as is Belchanok. Nade center of mass, and suddenly they just melted straight through the SMGs. The Orbs get their licks in. Easy pickings for Aurora.
You could just feel as there for Deco. He was the only player towards A, and he just saw nothing. No sounds, the jump spot sees really nothing at all, and there's no utility, so straight away he just rotates Heaven. Low time on the clock, has to be a B play. HE placement is excellent from Deco, and he really was a revelation out on 1 win. He hadn't had much of a pro career before that, came into that lineup and just started lighting up the tier 2 scene. One of the most exciting AWPers that we've seen from this region across the last couple of years.
Gun set for the X and Eda side. Now the Orb's already fired back on Deco. Part of the 3-man defense in mid. Eventually will be forced to back away as they don't quite find the opening pick and need to be wary about other avenues of entry. X and Eda spread out in terms of, once again, this 3-man, 2-man core split. 2 players out connector and the water control, and 3 other individuals, of course, towards top mid and the like. Prod forward from Lackey. This might get a kill or 2. 1 man to 4. Deco picked up one with the AWP in mid. Meanwhile, Bias heavily pressured. Does get 1 pick. Munch provides extra support against Beltranok, and Kensizor finds Deco elsewhere.
And this is another round in which Aurora have had a 5v2, and it feels like it's slipping from them again. Just like the pistol, it's reoccurring in round number 4. Very good refrags out there from the short water and top composition. And then, of course, that straight fight against the AWP out in the bathrooms towards long. Bi9 gets caught on a timing. Kenzie's alone. That rotation from Nori has not committed from A.
Got to be wary about where they go with these rifle players. Just sit pretty in their respective bomb sites, so Kenzie is heavily pressured. At least he's the higher firepower weapon involved in this. Nades and smokes sent in. 10 seconds. Finally, they look to act, and Kenzie's seen them both, but he's unable to deny the bomb plant from this position. Maybe he might do, actually. He doesn't quite catch his man. The Kenzizor gets it down.
Oh, very close to being denied. Nori comes in quickly from the short water in from connector. Hasn't made any noise on the drop down either.
No one is aware. They're still watching it. They're still checking because they're wary of that position. Kenzie catches the man. Munch is now seen, and Nori can burst through to get that kill. Very nicely done there with the isolation of the one individual. And the second man not sure where to look. Great timing from Nori.
And I think it just shows here from Aurora on the city side is they are getting a lot of opening success, and they're not afraid to make risks. I mean, take that round as a prime example. They are double walking Monster. You don't see that very often from a CT line. It feels like Aurora going into this game are looking very confident. A couple of returning fights were nice, but all in all there from Aurora, it felt like from the 5v2 they should have closed it down. Very good timing on this retake. X and Eda have come close into these rounds, but it has still been 3 in a row from Aurora.
First tactical called in by them. Many things to sort out on their side. Money will start to stack in. They'll have a scout as well for Bias. Seems like it's going to be a half invest potentially around this hero weapon. Upgrade pistols with Kevlar and everything. Aurora, of course, well set in with their rifle basis. I mean, these rounds are getting expensive, so at least for X and Eda, they've got that basis of, okay, we can find a reset in the near future. And it'd be nice if it could be here in this round, and it'll disallow Aurora from really building upon the economy state and getting all 5 players alive out of this one, but those rifles break out. That's the key moment where they can strike. And they see what damage they can do here for round 5.
X and Eda proved some decent scalps in the open qualifier, beating the likes of 9 Pandas at that 13-11 result. Got very close this morning to qualifying to the major, just losing out to Amcal. And they also qualified to the Alyssa Invitational. So in the recent history for the Ukrainians, they actually have been able to make some decent open qualifier runs. I think the next step is to kind of do it in events, right, where they can go further than just the open quals.
That's been the extent of their year so far, just those qualifiers.
I mean, even their advanced record, on paper, second in advanced, 7-2, looks really good. They still haven't really played that many decent teams. I mean, Sync is one of the stronger teams that they played, and that was actually one of their losses. All of their wins are teams that aren't even inside the top 100.
Let's see if they can get a surprising win here and now. Aurora holding their nerve, holding their tongue, just playing behind the utility as appropriate, letting the timer run himself down, force X and Eda into pressure. Still yet to find contact, still yet to find the kill with only 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, they've loved running the clock down low. Kenzie and Deco have got a strong crossfire, and a quick rotation for Nori can come up from heaven too.
4 players total about to get on this bomb site. Deagle's facing, AWP holds. Kenzie does get 1 pick. Oh, what a swing from the Deagle. Nori heavily pressured. Needs to line up a couple of players, and he does get those 3 kills, in fact, in total. Kenzizor now, so much pressure to try and clutch the 1v3. Not going to happen. Good efforts there from X and Eda, but Aurora way too strong.
Well, I think it shows that the clock's just been running too low here for the X and Eda side. I think individually they've had some surprising moments. They're looking quite sharp. But it's moments like that where Aurora are just out-reading them. We're seeing them stack up bomb sites quite heavily. I mean, take that last round as an over-rotation that committed. There was 2 players on A on the crossfire. Nori was rotating up. You had Lucky rotating up too. So eventually, when that site gets hit, it's sort of 2 players on the first contact. You deal with that first wave, and then there's another 2 CTs waiting for you.
A 3 to the good on the Aurora scoreboard. Exanita once again playing spread out, trying to find the right picks in the right places. Kenzie, Brendan to be in mid-face, can hear those footsteps by Nine. Could get caught with U2 in hand, and indeed Kenzie times it so perfectly. Couldn't do anything from that position. Munch now seen next. HE's down. M4 engages. 3rd player out towards top mid. Does finally find that trade. That's a 2 for 1 overall.
Kenzie's done so much work by himself. Didn't have much support. Had some utility coming through from his teammates at B. But no one could peek on the contact. It was pretty much just up to him. He's played that very well. Deco's now even opening up the angle. Looking down towards Monster. Might be able to catch a timing and drop that bomb.
Looks in deep. Or the AWP battle goes his way. S4 down. Paul Bandana and Kensazor now. Shots ringing out against the first individual. Deco continues swinging for the double. He is just accurate as ever. There's nothing that the last man can do. Kensazor 1-on-4.
And this is more of what I expected in that opening game between Monty and the Chosen Few, where we see a couple of moments, we see some good sequences here and there, but consistently they're getting outclassed. And Aurora have shown that they are fundamentally playing some good Counter-Strike. They're reading the game well, they're keeping AKs alive, they're not giving many chances to their opposition. A saved AWP doesn't help the old dynamic here if the round streak getting out of control. Aurora, I mean, this could really be, what, a 9-3 half, realistically? They could probably stretch this to quite a margin.
The money game still not sorted out for the Exanita side. They haven't truly profiteered. The max loss bonus will come into effect. It's still not enough to buy around this AWP, at least not definitively buy.
They've got to show more pace. I know Overpass is a map that is very slow on the defaults, but I feel as if they're not giving enough of a fight in the early to mid round, and they're just allowing Aurora to play deep in the bomb sites in the late rounds.
And Kenz's all saved onto that AWP now in the hands of S4. The hero weapon around the half-board Eagles. If they can get any picks out of this one. They've got a potential headshot angle on this boost. Belchanok, though, hiding behind the pillar, so you have to attack from the short pipe. Face in, spray through. Wallbang's attempted. Lackey actually swings as well from the short entrance. Double up for him. Paul Bandana with the trade.
I just feel as if these Deagles are searching for an opening fight. Nori with the HE placement comes in very close against the AWPer. Actually doesn't do any damage. He gets out of there. Deco towards long has pretty consistently been holding this position. Kenzie with the off angle from the tree sign.
Got a direct view right into Divider, not outside of the mid-controller Divider, where S4 is holding. Kenzie picked up to a 3-on-3. Good trading game so far from the T-side line, particularly on this AWP's angle. Shot baited in by the flashbang. Deco's got a smoke at the ready. Puts it out to the bathrooms to try and defend the long control. Needs that backup to come in and hold out the mid position in general. By his court, nade sent towards Paul Bandana. Finally, that Deagle takes out the over-aggressive AWP of Deco. 2 versus 2. Still trades are good. Now there's a rifle in Paul Bandana's hands. Takes down Belchanok. Norris so low. S4 knows it. M4 swings in. The AK looking for his headshot, and he cannot get it done. Exanita find the steal.
Well, Paul Bandana feels like he's at his very best when he's got a Deagle in his hands. Basically, every kill we've seen from him towards A has been with the Deag. A couple of nice shots from him. Eventually start applying pressure, and it gets out of hand. Aurora lose that round winning streak and look to go into the next buy round without that AWP for Deco.
Beautiful shooting. Just the adjustment that was so there from the M4. Even that had its own moment. The hand cannon king in this matchup. Top fragging on the board of Exanita. An important role to that previous round steal, but Aurora want to get right back in with the pressure. Look at how far forward Kenzie's going ahead of this smoke. He doesn't see anything. He can only hear players.
Now, this is a good position from Nori. Haven't seen him aggressive up in this angle. He's got Deco to try and be a hard bait too.
Check positions. He gets that one player, but the trade from the FAMAS is good. Now go back to the better rifle and hold the 4v4.
Now, Belchanok might try and set up another boost. Look out to the short water. Try and see if they can find a returning frag. Noise has been made. Pole Bandana can hear that.
Flash for his teammates to make their way in from Monster. Check out Grill and check out Toxic, but see nothing. Counter utility in the back lines of the CT side. Full execution comes in, a big gap there towards Bridge, which gives Bayer and Pole Bandana pole position to find those two picks. Lackey and Belchanok don't stand a chance against those AKs. And now some confidence for the Exonita side.
You can see that Lucky tries to fate that someone's playing out to that water and pit position by getting that smoke down. They try and play on the contact out from Graffiti, but it's unsuccessful. Now, we saw the Ukrainians playing Overpass in their road to get here. They came through the second open qualifier, their best of 3 against Unity, which I believe is one of those sort of Czech, Slovakian kind of teams from that region. It actually was an overtime in map number 2 after they were 1-0 up in the series. It was a 16-13 win out on Overpass.
Well, a 5-3 scoreline right here. Aurora still hold the lead, but for how much longer? Money now in ruin. These M4s on Kenzie and Nori will be the key weapons they have for the next round invest, which, I mean, I don't even think there's even going to be much of an investment if there is one at all. Tactical taken by the Aurora side, because now Exonita may be in the game.
I don't know about that. I definitely don't agree with that. I think for Exonita, again, they've got to show this consistently across an entire first half and second half when they are out of their depth in this competition. We haven't seen these guys play on HLTV to the same sort of level for Aurora. We need to see more rifle rounds from them. I think we've seen quite a few sort of half-by eco stills. The pistol is also one that gets them up to 3. I won't be convinced that there's any threat here for the Ukrainians until I see more rifle rounds being won.
Well, they've got mostly an anti-eco around ahead of them. Kenzie and Nori. Again, those 2 saved M4s, part of main firepower basis for the Aurora side. One taken into the boost, and very quickly they'll make their way up on the short control. Kentazor has been evaded. Nori's still hunting for the angles, does see his man. Doesn't quite get a kill for it, though. Just damage being done.
And they've got to try and set up this M4. They're going to go very aggressive. They're all going to look to fight.
Oh, the eco steal might not be as viable for them. Kenzie does get that one pick back on the M4, and Kentazor takes him and Belchanok with him. So, what felt like a very awkward moment at certain points for the Exonita side has all gone their way. Both rifles dropped. Deco's 5-7 well out of position. They'll gain their 4th.
Well, Kenzie Saw is the king, right? That got, like you mentioned, almost out of hand. I think when you look at double USP swing, double M4 swing, you think that if Kenzie Saw goes down, it's what? 2v2. Deco can pick up a rifle from connector going down towards short water. That retake is probably on. Maybe not to be successful, but the retake is at least attempted. Holding his ground with the triple. Not falling on 50 points of health. Deco will try and recover one of those rifles later on. There's an AK down to his bottom left, so Kenzie Saw might try and maintain that weapon. Deco needs to get this kill and get out to the AK.
Gotta get this pick back, though. So wary of what's coming his way. Got it now. Oh, I thought he was going to walk forward into short, but no. Get up the stairs, get out of the way. Sneak an AK into the next round, which will be a buy. And you said you want to see more out of these rifle rounds. Well, for Exonita, their chance to prove something to you and to all, especially with Aurora investing heavy in this round, could be, again, a case of a little bit of a streak going at least to a 6-5 score if Exonita can take it.
And this is a great opportunity if they can cause an upset, not only in this game, but in the entire group stage of looking to try and get an organization. They were dropped by Nita 11 days ago. They'd love to be able to find a new home, to be able to have an organization to back them and to support them. And this is where you play with the big boys. Teams like Monty, teams like Aurora. Kenzie Saw lose that first fight, and Kenzie makes that double frag look easy.
Simple stuff, 5-on-3. Down to 12 HP, of course, so he almost went down. But almost is not fully going down, so man advantage extended by 2. That player will get out of the way. His teammates might take the brunt of the aggressive defense. Via only good for Nori's casualty. Lackey can take him right back out, maintain control.
We have seen the Ukrainians struggle to find opening picks consistently across this first half. It has been swinging the way of Aurora basically every round. Deco's not seeing anything too long. Exanita think about how they can regroup together. S4 and Munch have got some utility to work with. Get a Heaven Smoke down. Maybe a molly out to Graffiti or to the Toxic Barrels. Lucky is in a good position to try and take contact and to work off of his teammate on the cross.
Molly sent, Lackey faced upon. Flash is going to try and catch him blinded, but Munch is just as blind himself. The engagement goes the way of the M4, and the AWP is so well known. Belchanok can be there to close it. And there's a confident 6th, the minimum 6 for Aurora.
Hey, do you remember when there was that American player that I think played on E United that was called Food? We've got Food and Munch. I don't know if we've got any other food-related names. We might have to do
Snacks?
some digging. Snacks? That's not food-related, is it?
Yes, what do you mean not food-related?
Snacks? How? How?
What do you do when you have one little munch? You want to get a snack.
Yeah, but that's different. That's snack, not snacks. That's completely. There's an X in there. What are you on about?
Oh my god.
No,
I can't believe you.
No, there's an X. Come on, Jay. Don't you know English?
Give me
Don't you
a
know how to
break.
spell?
Give me a break.
They're completely different.
Aurora. Right back in around 11 with their gun buys. Ooh, Deco gets swung upon by Kensizor. Advantage taken by Exanita once again in the opening pick. Bit of a rare sight, but it has happened a couple times. In this case, they don't quite swing and pounce to act for it. They play it slow again.
Swing or be swung. The CS2 meta trying to get changed now with the most recent updates. Kenzie trying to work with the shadow advantage out to the long side of the bathrooms. Very slow from Exanita after this opening kill. Some spam comes through. The M4 has been seen, so an easy kill comes through. The trade is back for a 1-for-1.
Munch, meanwhile, strikes back on Lackey. Lacking in the short defensive. Now Nori has to hold the whole B defensive on his lonesome. Belchanok is starting to rotate back in, but he'll get siphoned off from Heaven, so we can't use that as an entry point. It might have to be out for Graffiti. Either way, Nori hold position. Molly Sen actually does find an angle through the smoke. He uses the nade to crack it open. Fire still wins the fight on the central site defender, so that bomb can get planted, and Belchanok is so well known. He needs an ace clutch right here. Swing together, doesn't know who to aim for. Exanita win the 5th.
I heard that smoke coming through and thought it was a flash, so just tried to turn, and it's just a double swing. So well done there for the Ukrainians, and not the post plant, but the late round situation to tap that bomb, fight together, make sure that Belchanok cannot make any magic happen in that clutch scenario. A good working of the trades out there in top con. Munch gets a very important pick to the short sandbag. And Aurora, the buy could definitely look better. It's awkward looking coming round number 12. At least they've got the AWP out. Haven't seen much from Deco in this first half.
Other players taking the brunt of it. Molotov against his position will force him back out of the underpass position. Hoping to get that opening frag with one of the 3 rifles they have in play for Aurora. Not so lucky on this occasion. Look at Lackey though. He's pushing on very quickly through the short control.
They're trying to take a lot of space. Kenzie out from tree. Got to be careful about how he works the timing off of this. Doesn't want to tuck for too long, but doesn't want to expose himself in the open. Right now, bathrooms can be taken quite easily. Deco watching for the cross from Topcon.
Only for a moment, though, puts that smoke deep to try and suppress the Exanita side at the minute marker. Holding out for the bathrooms position. That flashbang keeping him blinded as Kenzie starts to push in the back lines. Meanwhile, the T's will start to take the short control. Lackey utilizes the lack of real aggression and real accuracy to get his 2 kills in, but a couple of trades back from the T side, and now Kenzie is cleared up top mid. It's all about the B site once again.
Rotating in quickly. This backstab from Kenzie could do some damage in the late round. They've got to get more distraction. They might even boost this AWP up from Deco to try and look out to default.
Might have to do so. It's an SMG on Nori to try to take these relatively long-range fights. Kenzie slowly walks in, and S4 gets taken out. Advantage now for Aurora. Nori starts swinging, sees where Pole Bandana is, trying to get advanced, almost lines up the 2 kills, but the headshot on Deco, Nori takes it back, and Munch, aware of both individuals, takes the fight out of shore, but does very little damage by comparison to the 2 points of health he now has to win this 1-on-2. On the defuse, they should look to go. They haven't got kits, so actually just time stalling for Munch's part. Oh, he runs out of ammo. Nori just barely gets the kill with the USP, and Kenzie should just have enough time to get the round together with the defuse, and a 7-5 half for Aurora.
A comfortable retake there from Aurora, but they make it happen right at the end. I think both teams can be fairly happy with how the scoreline went down. For Exanita, it was a slow start from them. They end up with 5 T rounds. Aurora, they can also be quite satisfied considering the awkward economy float that they were faced across, the last maybe 4 to 5 rounds of that half. Now it's into the T side. This opening pistol, and more so the opening rifle round, can be a real tell to what we should expect in terms of competitiveness.
Well, 2s to the good at the turn of the CT side. Aurora. The 1's in control for now. Can Exanita take that control back to an even stance with the pistol win? Did so with pistols a couple of occasions over the course of that first half. Zeus even in from Bio 9. This could get really interesting. That back over at the stairs, backed up by 2 other players in TopCon, but Aurora are not quite as active in that position.
And it's so surprising to see the Zeus's being bought more frequently, not on ecos, but on pistol rounds. I mean, the Zeus hasn't changed other than the fact that you can hold on to it. And yet, somehow, because of that one change, we're seeing it quite frequently.
Well, this setup might be able to use it for the bait and switch kill. Pole Bandana, we'll see what damage he can do. We'll see what Kenzie and Co can deal with Bio 9. Weeby doesn't actually get anything with that Zeus, so USP is pulled out. S4 trying to get the trades back in for the Exanita side. Backing away towards the bathrooms. Almost gets run down by Nori. His teammates right behind him. S4 has to stand and fight on 6 HP. He's going to get overwhelmed quickly, and Aurora will have the bomb site.
It didn't quite work, did it? There was the bait and switch set up towards Connector, but it just got ripped by those entries. A couple of kills just came in very quickly from Kenzie. And Munch in a 1-on-3. Struggled to hold off in the last round. Let's see if he can provide another 1vx surprise.
Slow press. At the left, look to the right. Seeing 1. Damage done. Still no kills on Nori or Lackey. And they'll combine together to take him aback. 8th pistol round for Aurora. 8 rounds deep now here in this matchup. Exanita. I'll have to go back to basics.
And know that they can't buy here, or if they can, they put a lot of risk on the scoreline. If you lose out this force buy, you could be looking at being down 5 to 10. And this force buy is pivotal for the Ukrainians to keep themselves in what feels like threatening distance. Again, I feel as if Aurora have got a lot more depth, especially on a T side. But this force buy could say otherwise.
Munch with the 5-7. Kenzie does get taken aback. Lackey responded to. Kenzie's also involved. The pistols are doing really well here. Damage on Nori to 8 HP. A 3-on-2 for the Exanita side. Deco even tagged up here. Barely seen that AK Munch finally gets dealt with. 2-on-2 situation. The flashes trying to force CT players to make mistakes. The bomb is still back in secret control. Or monster control, rather. Aurora will grab it and consider their next option.
This is probably the right decision to cancel. I'm surprised that Aurora had gone in for such a quick B-pop, considering that they could either be up against a force buy or just a USP stack and not a rifle round. It's still very winnable, and I want to say the longer range they take these duels, the easier you've got to expect the Galils to win out the fights. When you get into close ranges, like monster to sight, short to sight, that's when it can be slightly more uncomfortable. With the HP difference too, this is where both of Aurora players have got to back each other up very well, that if there is anyone in a cubby position, if there is anyone on a bait and switch, that the trade has to be instant, that they can't allow a multi-frag to obviously close down the entire round.
On both of the Exanita side, players are of course sticking back to that B-side stack. Of course means that they will be on a retake without a kit.
And they'll have to make noise too. There's no way without a kit they're going to slowly come up from CT. As soon as they hear that bomb goes down, they've got to start making noise.
Going to get to the corpses. Out dropped a monster. Grab some weapons as well. 2 AKs for them to play with. Damage already compounding. 51 points of health total on the Aurora side here. Grouping up towards the bathrooms. Footsteps being heard. S4 going to break away towards that long position. Engagement for Nori. Loses his life. Bayer picking him up. Deco hearing both sets of players, knows exactly where they're both at, but has to time this well. Bayer will get heard. Back will be turned. Engagement's right there. Backed away towards Divider. Playing time. S4 again has no kit. It's an open bomb plant and everything, and he knows that he's out of there. He knows he can't get the round. Has to concede, grab this AK and hold it into the next, as Aurora will take 9.
Well, that's probably the easiest clutch you'll see all day. Deco just knows one's long, one's banana, and time is low. Probably don't have a kit because they force bought in this round. So as soon as you get your bathrooms player, you just hide the safety, you play the time, you jump spot the bomb, and that's it. It's just fairly simple. They play that round very well, and it obviously helps that they get onto the bomb site, they get the bomb down, and they don't have to take a contact until the post plant. Exanita. They do have a saved in AK, but it's another round to give the way of the Aurora side, and we've got to be looking at a 5-10 deficit for the Ukrainians.
Unless these upgrade pistols do something magical, but that's something that you can't always count on. AK of S4, the hero weapon, and not even a true half-buy around it. One player's bought Kevlar. They've all got upgraded pistols, yes. Headshots are plenty, and just a similarly confident pistol plays we've seen from Exanita over the course of this, or the very small course of this CT side thus far.
Getting a gamble stack might be effective in a round like this. Shaping up a lot of players to the air defense and just leaving Munch alone. Now, Aurora, depending on how quickly they get this information, we should see them dive into Con and into B. But if they get it in the late round, they might just have to commit anyway.
The Eagles firing for Kensazor. Seen where Kenzie is at, hugging that wall over at long. Here they come. T-side execution right into the stack. Bayer and Paul Bandana are still picked apart. And this should be a bomb plant as well, as seeing whether Kensizor can sneak in the lone individual, catch off Deco if possible. Not to be, though. They don't sneak that far forward.
And finally, the Glil gets an easy one and prioritize the AK from being saved. For a moment, it looked like S4 was just going to get spammed through that dumpster smoke. Aurora looking to try and close this game down in the next rifle round, and they pretty much can do. Mac 10 tries to put some emphasis forward. Yeah, S4's no chance getting that AK. I would have loved to have seen him retreat a lot earlier than he did.
Well, at least Munch can pick up Kenzie. The Galil in his hands, though. Would love to get his hands another AK if possible. Not to be, though. Lackey deals with him all the same. And Aurora gets to 10. No AK for the CT buy-up. They'll still have a rifle investment here for round 16. But this is where they need to start a return against the Aurora side. Down by 5 at this stage. And to lose this rifle round as well may well send us, or should well send us, to match point on Aurora.
And surely if Aurora do close this game in fairly one-sided fashion, Monty have got to be thinking, we're going to have a really tough game. We struggled against the Chosen Few. Aurora come in here against Exanita in their opening game and maybe get away with a 13-5, 13-6, that kind of scoreline. It shows that Aurora are here to beat everyone in the group. Okay, maybe the playoffs is a different conversation, but one really competitive game in the opener and then one fairly comfortable game, I think sends quite a statement in that winners matchup, if that is the case, of course.
Well, Exanita are going to try and get the competitive game on here and now. They want to stay alive in terms of this matchup. They kind of have to. Tactical was taken. Guns, of course, are out. S4 with the AWP. Everyone else on M4s. Lucky, look at how Crazy's going to get ahead of this smoke. Finding Kens's or Paul Bandana, at least on the short position. That trade back to a quick, even man stance.
A re-smoke out towards the contour. Disallow any of the info aggressively to the short sandbags into Con. Aurora very defensive on this T side. There was an aggressive maneuver to start things off from Lackey, but from that point onwards, they haven't retaken short water, and they're only now getting into the park and getting closer to taking at least Summit Party in the front side of the bathrooms.
Still a slow approach here. Aurora. Careful about their moves in. Careful about where they check. Could be a CT around any one of these corners, especially the one that could challenge the bomb carrier here in the bathrooms. S4's AWP. There a gap on that smoke to play with. I mean, no one's going to feed him. Walk their way in mid. A site about to get hit.
Now, they could get a good timing here on Bio9 if he gets caught flat-footed. S4 not being watched, or is he? Timing is everything. Time is so low right now.
Munch getting Kenzie as well as indicated it might end up being a B play. Beltron gets cut off in the rotations. The M4 struggles for Bayer as Deco gets that kill. They know where that AWP is, but the bomb needs to cross back. Flashbang against him will keep him blinded, so the plant can be secured. But 3-on-2 for Exonida.
Now here comes Deco, looking to fight with that AK, knows that he has to deal with one of these CTs on rotate.
Made off position, Munch gets another good kill. Now Deco's got to do it all on his lonesome. Well, first kill in the 1 versus 3. 2 more to go. They know exactly where he is. Not sure where that bomb was planted for either, but he's falling even further back down the stairs. Oh, Paul Bandana was pixels away from being spotted on the defuse. Oh, S4 go. No kits on in 10 seconds. To the stick. Damage being done. Paul Bandana gets that kill. And Exonida do win their rifle round.
Oh, that was close. That was very close. And right there, you know that if S4 stick in the 10-second defuse and he loses his teammate, it's basically just done. It's basically over. He has to get off of that bomb and fight. A very good effort there from Deco. Got himself in a position where he was waiting and anticipating another fight to come from Dumpster. It doesn't come. Ends up re-aggressing to just look closer towards that truck position. Munch dealing with one of those lurk frags. I mean, when you consider that it was, what, a 5 versus 2, it's actually a fairly decent recovery for Aurora to even get the bomb down.
And cash injection can come their way. Able a slightly better buy than what they would have otherwise had, particularly that Tech 9 on Lackey could have been a much more worse affair for him. Deco's also struck first on his AK. S4 picked up first. The T's will start walking their way up and into the connector position. Starting advantage within the B site, 2-2 on the CT split.
And Paul Bandana might feel as if he needs to take some map presence away, just to get info out there to the short water. But losing S4, he's had a tough game. Kenzie saw, off angle, out here to long. Player on the bomb side just jump spotting to the dice. There could be a lot of T-side players out to long on a contact.
Kenzizor holds round the corner. Lackey takes a ton of damage, but the kill comes in for his Tech 9 anyway. 5-on-3 now. Aurora might be stalled by this utility, but they're already setting up for the execution. Their hearts are set on the A site.
It seems like it's going to be a cancel for a moment, at least to allow Belchanok to come in from the bathroom. So rather than having 4 towards long, it's going to be 3.
Molly sails right into Bayer. Head of the truck now at Pizza. Deco, another kill for the T-side. A double up from him as Nori cleans up the last player. All 5 alive for Aurora. What a response.
It really is. And that's such a kick in the teeth, because if you are Exonida, you haven't won the pistol, you haven't won the opening rifle round, you finally come in with the second, and then it's just an instant reset of the economy. No one stays alive. Everyone is collecting entries there for the Aurora side towards A. And what do? Play for overtime. This has been a very strong second half from Aurora.
Third tactical called in for Exonida, and I think you are right about the overtime call. But it's still 6 in a row to get there for the Exonida camp, and I think Aurora know that they're in prime position to take this one over. Fantastic stuff from the main staple 4 individuals. Belchanok, not quite within the top frag positions and nowhere near it. In fact, he's not even on double digits, but that doesn't matter. And you've got guys like Lackey and Kenzie at 17 kills. The 2 top fraggers eclipsing everyone on server.
And I think this game, Jay, really shows the depth difference between Aurora and Exonida, which is expected for teams like Monty and Aurora in this group. They're so far ahead of everyone else. I think it was a surprise in that opening game to see it so competitive. I mean, you mentioned the second place grand final position in the CCT Online Finals. Aurora beat a top 30 team in the world of SOAR. They beat a top 5 team in the world of G2. They beat a top 40 team in the world of Guild Eagles. And then they qualified to the global finals because of that.
One of a couple of tournaments they're looking forward to in the next few months. Obviously on the road to Blast, they would love to also get that on their playbook. Of course, whether they go that far is a question for tomorrow more than anything else. But for today, it looks like they are on track to make it out of this opening game. And with the way that they're playing by comparison to the competition we've seen so far, then also out of this group. The start has been found here in round number 18. Nori's picked up Paul Bandana. Mackenzie is wary of the long players that can come into the CT side. He might get overwhelmed by the 4 individuals that are closing in on him. Deals with 2. Can't quite line up the spray on the 3rd, and Kenzizor can finish off the kill.
And I don't think we would be surprised to see Aurora, one of the teams in conversation, to make the showdown. They've definitely got the resume for it. They've got the results and the tournament placings to prove that they have what it takes to go all the way. Kenzizor does as much as he can to protect this AK to be saved, and Lackey might still make sure that it drops in the end.
He's got 3 kills in the rounds, and no more than that. Good effort, but not to be. And certainly Aurora has an outside chance in my eyes of making it to the showdown, but obviously only one team progresses when you weigh that up against someone like a Monty, for instance, and it's like, okay, that's where it gets a little bit messy for the Aurora side.
I mean, it is still a CIS derby. Like, you are right, but I would still say their chance is pretty good. I wouldn't say it's the favored chance, obviously, with Monty still in the group, and should see them at some point battling off against one another with 1st and 2nd seed in the group in the grand final if it does go that direction. But yeah, they've proved that they can qualify to Tier 1 events. They've proved that they can at least give good opportunities to the higher end of Tier 2. And this would be one of the very first tournaments they've pretty much played this year to prove all of that. I think they would have been extremely disappointed with their RMR closed qualifier campaign. I know, again, they benched a player, a Celta, and now they don't have a coach, so maybe things weren't as pretty as they'd like to have been. But this would be a great bounce back to not make it to the RMR, but to qualify to the showdown.
They're still a worry to get that far, of course. One of their most important rivals would be waiting for them in the winners matchup. Right now they are on match point against X-Anita. 1 more round to close, 6 to bring back the comeback on the deficit side, and Deco deals with Kenzizor to start off on round 19. Pick of the AK. Several players on shore, but that pick does not spring them into full-on action. They're still happy to run this clock down a bit.
Aurora have just been so rock solid with opening man advantages. Constantly, first half and second half, just been bleeding their opposition in that factor. Resmoke comes down to Monster. It's a lack of info right here from the CTs. They're so defensive. Back on B, back on A. No one near connector. There is a spam kill for Munch, so there's a response there.
Lackey lambasted. It's still only a 1-for-1 trade, an even man stance. X-Anita couldn't respond to the initial pick. So 40 seconds still remain. Aurora still have quite a decent amount of map control and will now start to set themselves up to another ace split in.
And this AWP needs to get a first contact, needs to win out a fight towards these banana players.
Flash blinded, looks back even further. Molotovs are being sent. Another flash will catch him blinded. He's also got to play double duty towards that long position. Timing is everything, and he catches Belchanok first and foremost. Swing towards the long player of Kenzie, who gets that trade back against S4. Bayer in the back lines, picks up that kill with a trade. 10 seconds advantage sits for X-Anita. Damage done to Nori, and the bomb carrier has been seen at Deco, but only so much time. Way too many players to deal with. Munch will keep a lifeline for his team.
Well, I think it shows there from S4. He wins the important fight, and Bayer backs him up nicely. The 2 veteran players, the 2 players that are the most familiar, I want to say, involved in this lineup and this core, and just hold a strong defensive. The AWP widens up the angle, gets that first pick to the right-hand side of the dice, and then Bayer just knows, hang back on the site, wait to see the reposition, try and deny that bomb from going down, or at least put pressure onto it. And Deco realizes there's no way, try and tap that bomb, draw the fight out into the open. A survival round for now here for the CTs.
How long will that survival last, though? 5 more match points available for Aurora. Any one of them could be the end of proceedings in the opening matches. Again, slow progress on the Aurora defaults, knowing that playing this kind of style has led to more opening picks and more round successes than not. Playing it as it comes for the time being, the AKs unable to find anyone early.
Yeah, S4 is just desperate even for a jiggle out here from Divider. You'd expect from Aurora that they're at least going to flash over high, try and drop that AWP further and further back. Minute on the clock. Belchanok gets close in towards Divider. It seems as if it is going to be another A lean, but the bomb and Lucky is still outside of B, so they might try and B fake and bring that bomb back up to A.
Oh, S4 finds Kenzie at the right time, and Kenzie's all looking to swing upon the likes of Belchanok, and he's not ready for the duck down play. The AK of Lackey, meanwhile, trying to strike back over at the Monster entrance. He's hiding himself in a corner, expecting flashbangs to come his way, but needs to force a fight out. It's not happening whilst dry. 5-on-2 for Exanita. Nori, also similar position, also similar story to his teammates. Deco can only go so far as damage. S4 did more damage to the CT side than the entire Aurora camp in that round. And Exanita stay alive.
I think it just shows there that both of the A players are successful. The AWP gets a kill, the Rifle gets a kill, and then Aurora cancel A. They realize we've lost 2 players, we haven't got trades back. This is where we start swinging it through. And for Lucky, when you're out Monster and you're in a 3v5 and they kind of know that you're cancelling towards A, you need to be getting that entry almost immediately. You need to be cracking that barrels player. And if you're struggling to find the connection, if it's not coming straight away, that's when the CTs are just going to rotate en masse. That's when they're going to get comfortable in that B defensive. Fairly easy looking rounds. That's unfortunate.
Poor Bayer. Aurora. Don't have the money to afford any further weapons. I think a tactical was just taken by them as well. Pistols on upgrades on Kenzie and Nori. I think Deco's got a P250 as well.
But it's a very good chance in round 22 and round 24 to close. So you're looking at 2 strong rifle rounds for Aurora to finish.
And players caught looking the wrong way in round 21. Nori picking up the opening. At least S4's back for the quick trades to return. Follows up as well onto Belchanok. And Lackey caught with a fantastic flick the same. Deco can't get any damage done. And tidy sequence from the AWP and the M4. 12-9. Exanita continuing to try stack on these rounds and close the gap as much as possible against Aurora. But as you say, round 22 and round 24. Those are the confident buys, and round 22 has arrived.
And you got to expect, obviously it depends on how the economy state goes, but round 24, if we do have to go there, Deco will probably be on an AWP, because he won't invest very heavily in the next half buy. So it could be an even stronger looking rifle rounds. Aurora bringing quite a lot of players out towards the T-stairs. Some opening HE damage onto Kenzie goes down to 47.
Top fragger of the board for Aurora. S4 looking to challenge him. Flash sends him completely blinded, giving Kenzie the perfect chance to get a kill. Second player also seen. This is out its damage, but not quite the full-on kill.
Yeah, that was so gutsy. That was so risky. S4 is super wide, out in long, with no support. And it just shows that as soon as he gets blinded, he just can't do anything. That is such an easy pick to start off from Kenzie.
Now Lucky will look to try follow it up outside of Monster. Walking straight into the wood wall. Munch, seeing those flashes go over against him, heard of the footstep. Paul Bandana gets only 1 pick before he's traded. Munch is down on Belchanok. Smoked in. Kenzie ready to cut lurks out as Nori's HE will start to clean up the rest of the B defenders. Kenzie Zor just evades it. The footsteps are heard against both players. Kenzie gets back in position as Kenzie Zor gives chase. Now backup is here on the rifles. Meanwhile, Bayer 9 in the midst of the smoke on the center of the bomb site, trying to cut down the bomb carrier. Deco deals with him, and now Kenzie Zor is left to clutch a 1v2 to save Exanita here.
Coming in fast, getting that flash. Needs to try and work around this smoke, but this is where Aurora can slow it down, especially with a re-smoke.
Reload will be heard. They'll know that he's out there on the short position, but he is going for the bait and switch, the slow rotate away. Now making noise because he hasn't got much time here. Deco should hear it. Quick swing in, flash received, fully blinded, but so's Deco, doesn't matter. Nori's going to catch him. 13-9 at last for Aurora as they take their match and move on to the winner's game.
Fairly comfortable there from Aurora. Look at their first half performance, I look at their second half performance, and there were some threatening moments, but it wasn't a threatening series. And I think Aurora showed some good quality. They showed fantastic ability to get 5v4s, 5v3s in the majority of rifle rounds, and Exonita just wasn't enough for them today.
Yeah, and I mean, those threatening moments did lead to some decent streaks, particularly on that CT side where they went from 6 to 9 rounds, and at least that makes the scoreline look a little bit closer than it would have otherwise. But ultimately, I think you are right when it comes to analysing the game and the comfortability that we saw from Aurora. When they started off with that 6 streak, even when they were starting to catch up, it felt like they were always going to bounce back. They always had the upper hand. They always had the front foot. And the end result is, of course, that our two favourite teams will be in the winners match up next.
And that provides a lot of entertainment for me, Jay. I think Monty didn't prove enough in that opening game, but this is a chance for them to prove everything in group stage now.
Well, we've seen how they struggle in the best-of-1 groups so far in previous rest events, so let's find out whether they can break the habit and make it into the playoffs from the first place position as Monty will take on Aurora next up on stream after this break. Don't go anywhere. Aurora had the better opening game.
They did, but I also heavily believe in playing up to your opponents. And I think for Monty, they're now going up against a more structured, a more familiar type of team that played quite highly in the Tier 2 atmosphere. And I think that they'll be a more comfortable team to beat and a more comfortable team to play. Now, even though it is a CIS derby, we know that they can be a little bit wild. I still look at this entire situation and think that Monty, I don't want to say they got it comfortably, because you look at that opening game and they seriously got tested. But Monty should still be the favourites for me. Monty should still be able to come out on top in this best of one.
Yeah, I would say so, certainly on paper. And on paper, certainly, it is what you have to sort of go with when it comes to dictating your logic. But we have seen situations in the past where our top 10 teams have lost out in the best of ones, and Aurora now looking like a powerful squad in terms of on-the-day performance. As well as that, they have had the one-up on Monty in certain previous series, and especially going back over their history as of late. I know that their last best of 3 was, of course, a victory for Monty in a 2-1 fashion. But it does show that Aurora can get the victories over this team if they can find the right maps.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be very difficult in a best of one because, again, you're never going to be playing to the strong side of the map pool. You're always going to be playing middle of the ground. So I feel as if both of these teams will show a lot more in best of 3s than what they will in best of 1s. But Aurora also know that this is a beatable team. They also know that getting top seed in the group would really help out their campaign on getting closer to that qualification spot.
Yeah, certainly. I think for both teams, a top seed position would be much more preferred overall in the circumstances given to us. But you talk about middle ground maps, and you talk about what we could see in this best of one. Obviously, we've seen a little bit of Anubis. We've seen a little bit of Overpass in our first 2 games. Any chances that those 2 might repeat in terms of this next match?
Well, we won't see any Inferno. We know that Monty don't like their Inferno. We know for the Aurora side, they don't like their Vertigo, which actually works out quite nicely because Monty's very strong on Vertigo right now. I would be keen to see if Overpass gets floated again. I know that both teams don't mind playing Overpass.
Yeah, and it's one of those maps that, I mean, as of late, it hasn't had a mass amount of playing time for Monty. I mean, by comparison to previous months where they've, of course, been on the grind and playing all those online tournaments. But, you know, it's still 2 maps splitting them between the likes of Cloud9 and Gamer Legion, and a victory over Cloud9 is certainly nothing to scoff at, even if the win rate doesn't seem to indicate itself. So Overpass could be a possibility. It is towards the tail end of the veto. Ancient taken out. Very key possibility for Monty to go into it. But they are going to decide on Mirage instead.
Okay, so Mirage is one of those maps where it has been, in a longer span of time, quite a comfortable map for the Monty side. We know that recently they haven't been playing as much Mirage. For the Aurora side, I look at their Mirage recently. We saw it against Forza in the RMR closed qualifier. We saw a very good victory against the Guild Eagles, which is actually the Guild Eagles' map pick, and that was a 13-3. So we know that Mirage can be a map that lends into best of 3 history for the Aurora side. I don't think there's a huge amount in it. I think, again, still leans the way of Monty slightly, but you're never really going to get a veto advantage massively over one another in this circumstance.
Yeah, I agree. I do think the Monty do sort of nip it in the bud slightly because, as would always be the case, they've got that better playing experience, right? They've got 4 maps on record, and 2 of them have been, of course, victories over the likes of Cloud9 and Virtus Pro, who, again, nothing to scoff at when it comes to this map. But Aurora, you mentioned that Guild Eagles result. That's their only real victory, and that's even considering a loss that they had to Guild Eagles at the start of December, and that Forza match you mentioned also being a loss of their own right. So it does, again, sort of stack up to Monty's favour, as you kind of would expect it to be.
And Monty have struggled on Mirage previously in the Res Eastern European Masters back in the last time around when they had the core 5, the exact same 5. They got smoked by Spirit both times on Mirage in their decider game and their opening game. So this time around, need to kind of prove that they're not going to have any struggles. I think they obviously proved in their opening game that it was very competitive. They now need to look at this winners matchup and say, yeah, let's get this victory under our belt. Let's make sure we get into the playoffs, something that we haven't seen from Monty previously.
Yeah, and that's always going to be their key thing in the back of their minds. Let's just not get eliminated in the group stage again. Let's actually focus fire and just get this one under our victory belt. Because, I mean, in terms of the history between these 2 teams, it's obviously stretched back quite a bit, but it's not as frequent as some other rivalries that we've seen within this region. And even then, Monty are on a 2-map winning streak over the Aurora side in their recent head-to-head. So, in my eyes, they have got the momentum swing, and you consider as well that the last Mirage play was over a year ago. Monty have made leaps and bounds progress since that last meeting on this map up. So in my eyes, they have, again, a lot going towards their favor in this match and should be the de facto favorites against Aurora.
And we should discuss that we've actually seen a head-to-head in Res events previously. You think back of spring of 2023, Core 3, Lucky, Nori, and Kenzie up against Core 4 of Waro, Demka, Krasnal, and SDY. The only change was Boris there for Monty, and then Latic and Celta still there from the Aurora side. That was obviously CSGO 16-14, very competitive game. Now, probably doesn't give us a huge tell, obviously, but it tells us last time around it was extremely competitive. Looking at the way the opening games have gone as well, you can expect that this game should be competitive.
Oh, I'm definitely hoping for it to be competitive. I think both of these teams have the potential to really bring the fight out in this one, so I'm excited to see where it goes. For me, I'm backing Monty just because it seems to make the most amount of sense, but let's see if Aurora can do something really special here.
Yeah, Monty's obviously the safe pick. There's no denying that whatsoever. For Aurora's sake, I'm going to be looking on Mirage to see what we get out of Nori. Averages a 1.35 rating, very strong rifler. Deco on the AWP, I don't think we saw that consistent element from him in the opening game. We definitely didn't see much AWPing to come from Waro, but that was also because of where the money situation was for them. So more impact from AWPers is going to be pivotal in this game of Mirage.
I'm certainly hoping that the money will become a stable entity for the Monty side. You could argue that the reason why the Chosen Few went so deep against them was because the money was never in a good state in that second half. So on the T side, the Ukrainian core we'll get to as we start off our winners match in Group B of the rest Eastern European Masters. Aurora versus Monty on Mirage. Look how aggressive Kenzie's already going to get. Demka caught off the opening duel. First blood drawn out by the CT side. Bro's desperate to get a trade hack. It's not happening until Krasnal gets two very quick headshots and SDY follows it up to gain the man advantage. Deco's so wary of that mid player. SDY could also get pushed in by Lucky, but he gets gooshed down to 9 points of health. Deco tries to get in and get that kill. He finally does, but that allows the bomb plant.
Yeah, Warrior's creating space out towards CT. Now, what he can do here is actually backstab, get out to the murder hole and come in from jungle. It means that Krasnal needs to stay alive, though.
Sees one of the stairs, Lucky closing in. Oh, goose down again to 5 HP. This should be easy pickings now for the T side line. Way too little to work with. Waro with the closer and Monty with a pistol.
It was such a fantastic start from Aurora too. When you consider the opening damage that had come through from main, it almost felt like Aurora had shaped that round up for victory. 2 kills coming quickly. Krasnal recovers the situation. SDY out from mid, gets that lurk kill and it pulls distraction. Krasnal gets that goosh off, and then I think when you know it's a 2v2 on the retake and both players are gooshed, it's just over. It's just never going to happen.
Aurora to concede when they started off so well with that aggression down ramp and everything. Be a little bit miffed for that aggressive force. And double scouts now in play for the Aurora side. Kenzie and Deco. Seeing what they can do from range. Damage has already been done to Aurora to start things off.
Kenzie very defensive with that scout, and SDY is creating a lot of space. He's been able to get into con undetected as of right now.
Looking above that smoke just to double check and make sure. Little over a minute on the clock. Like he just sits up in that corner, posted ready with the SMG, but does want to back off a little bit further into dark. With the right call to make here, especially with the scout still playing Overwatch, but doesn't know how to focus on those players at the ramp control, so focused on the connector position, so both individuals fall on the bomb site.
And now SDY looks to try and cut those rotations. Belchanok doesn't want to move anywhere. When you've got a Nova and you're in from ladder, the last thing you want to do is come into short and try and fight towards connector. At that sort of range, it's never going to be a kill. So hold on to it, save it into the next round. Monty with a fairly simple second round, going into the A site and just collapsing it.
We might start going for a hunt here, particularly on SDY, a MAC-10 to throw at the CT side. Some money in the bank, remove some weapons, make sure that there's no decent basis and firepower basis to play from the Aurora camp.
And I want to ask, Jay, we had this conversation last week. Have you played the new Arms race yet?
I haven't had a chance to do so,
haven't?
unfortunately. There's been things going on for me this week that just prevented me from doing so.
Yeah, I mean, I was playing Arms Race a few days ago, about 2 o'clock in the morning, and mate, it was literally just bots in there. Like, they were just, I don't know, no one was playing. Too late in the evening, I don't know. It was easy, of course, but yeah, you got to get in at the right slot.
You never know. Maybe you could go away from playing against actual bots to human bots very soon indeed.
And then sign up to the next open qualifier and maybe get a chance to play a team like Aurora and Monty.
All right, well, 2-0 for now for Monty. Point set in with those pistols surrounding the 3 weapons that stayed in from the previous round. The Scout, SMG, and the Nova from Belchanok. Same position on Belchanok as well, hoping to make their extension out towards short. Not as unviable as one might think initially. SDY is focused more so on the connected position, and Lackey can hear him, but he can't find the kill or the tag.
The bro gets that open up, squeezing this mid-offensive now. I do like the shotgun at this kind of range. Should be able to get a 1 and at least pick up the AK from Boro.
Bro's also around that corner. Swings, sees the first and the second shot's on. Connection to the tag, the next player, but no kill on that individual. SDY can also strike for the MAC-10 out range, doing damage to Nori, and a decent amount of damage at that. Scout also in for Deco, trying to respond back, but the B site has fallen. It's been secured by Krasnil. Deco dealt with, and Nori a 5 HP clutch.
It seems unlikely, doesn't it? Maybe 1 kill at absolute most. Unfortunately, there isn't...
Even that's a stretch, mate, come on.
Yeah, and there's no weapons. I mean, there's only deaths towards short, nothing out to the apartments or underpass, unfortunately.
I mean, he'll stick around and hope for the best. And I guess he might as well try his hand at it, because Aurora are going to have a buy in the next round anyway. He's going to upgrade this SMG into a rifle. It might be nice to hold on to the helmet and Kevlar. Leave a little bit of investment perhaps from the Aurora side. His deep insertion over at the apartment's position is not going to yield any exit frags.
You ever thought it was strange that if you buy the Kevlar and helmet, but then you take sort of some damage, that you have to rebuy it all again and not just the helmet? You ever think that, or not really?
I mean, from a mechanical perspective, I kind of understand how it makes sense, but at the same time, I think it is also a little bit silly that 99 armor requires another $1,000 to repair 1 point. I don't know. I mean, I can also see how that can screw with the economy.
If you get dinked, then fair enough.
yeah.
But anyone else? Oh, we'll have to see if there's going to be any changes to the economy state. A lot of vocal voices at the moment in MR12 with where the economy lies.
I can see where they have a point, to be fair. So at this moment, Monty focused on just utilizing their current economy stages, get all sorts of control. Aurora on the buy. Look at Bro just mowing through them all. They might have lined up for a second for Kenzie, but a second's all he gets to hold that defense. One man has just shattered Aurora.
That's very anticlimactic to get 2 kills in quickly. You think from that triple box that there could be a returning double, maybe a spray down that could do extreme damage to set up the retake, and then Bro just turns around 90 degrees, gets that 3rd kill. Monty all over Aurora right now.
Unbelievable. Even Deco gets caught off guard. And Nori dropping his teammates some weapons here. Now his SMG, wishing that he could have had a little bit more to work with in the firepower basis, because he's surrounded by T-side elements. Does get 1 pick, but Waro is so fast to respond towards it. Monty, Bro specifically, I mean, you can watch it from his perspective. Just seen them ahead of that smoke. The adjustment to Lucky, I barely even spotted it myself. Unreal. Absolutely unreal for Monty.
And for Aurora, they need to find a way in quickly. Otherwise, Monty are going to slap them about in this first half. And when the scoreline starts getting out of territory of reach, that's when it feels like the game is just finished. 4-0. Not much of a threat that Aurora are putting up on their CT side.
Deco will try to become a threat in the hero AWP round. Buying in to try and gain something out against the Monty camp. Desperate to find a return, because I think you are right. They need to get something out soon. Monty. Weapons is appropriate. Deco's already been caught by SDY though. Lucky the Eagle can strike back. Belchanok has also been seen. Demka focused out towards mid alongside Brogan and Kenzie. Nori and Lucky left as the 2 players that remain here separated. And we'll start to group up and try and hold on to this B bomb site, because it's where Monty are heading to. But ultimately, the numbers game, the firepower, the weapons, the automatics versus the hand cannon single shots is just not going to add up for Aurora's success. Lucky has to dive out of there and concede the 5-0 start. And, I mean, it's such a dangerous scoreline to be in. I mean, one of the reasons why people talk about that economy game is because these streaks are so difficult to come back from.
Yeah, Bro, again, is one of those players, too, that I felt like we casted quite a bit, Jay, on the international scene when he was playing on some of the mixed teams before moving over to Astralis Talent. And it felt like finally he was kind of going from playing with mixed teams to getting some solidity. Playing in the Danish scene, he'll start to learn a lot of the protocols, start to learn the understanding of the game, and then fairly quickly he went from Astralis Talent straight into Monty, and it was kind of a roster move that was out of left field.
It worked for him, though.
Yeah, very much so.
Lackey, once again, back behind danger with the T-side players closing in real quick. Krasnal does get caught off guard. The man tries to make his way back behind that smoke and evade the contact to the T-side line. That opening kill untraded as of yet by the Monty side. Damage has been done to Deco and several other individuals, and Demko and SDY finally find their picks. Bro's caught off guard by Lackey, who's still being a major concern for the T's until Waro deals with him in that EWP. SDY crossing that bomb, attempting to do so against Kenzie. Waro straight through the smoke, and Demko gets a wallbang headshot the same. Monty continue to cling on to their streak. 6 in a row, minimum 6 at the turn.
And Demka's just the king of off angles. I mean, look at that kill that he got outside of reverse window when he was looking to the AWPer of Deco saving in market. Look at that round right there. Obviously, he's trying to play around the util, but you either see someone at Firebox or you see someone at Ninja. You almost never see someone in the middle of a round sitting on top of Firebox. It's just that off angle that catches Aurora off guard, pinned to wait for that refrag to come from back triple. And for the first time in what feels like the first 6 rounds of the game, Aurora actually had a fighting chance in that one. Had some good refrags, felt as if they were trading evenly, but still just cannot close.
Yeah, they're just overwhelming here. And Aurora may have had a confident opening matchup, or a more confident opening matchup compared to Monty, but Monty are having a far better follow-up game. Can't generate answers at all, can Aurora. Pistols out, the M4 still in for Lackey. Warriors initially looking in against Lackey's position. That flashbang will be turned away from. Mars sent to his position and trying to engage against Demka, but Demka cuts him down to open up.
It's just showing that individually they're being outclassed. Entry frags are just coming in pretty swiftly. And these pistols are trying their best to find a returning frag from window, from short, from top con, and Krasnal's just walked out B and says, yeah, bring the bomb over, B's open.
These Deagles desperate to get something out in mid, and Warriors having none of it. Looks like all 5 players will remain alive again, and Monty can stack on the rounds. Economy's so well built, so it's going to take basically the entire half for Aurora to try and break it. Oh dear. Not quite as close a fair as we hoped that it would be. We really had a lot of faith in Aurora given their opening. But Monty have just not given up a single inch of breathing room. 7 in a row.
Maybe Monty could just make the excuse of what the UK teams say and say, oh, it's a 9 AM game, it's too early. I mean, they got into their opening one, it was close. They come into this one, and they've just absolutely clapped Aurora into oblivion. And I honestly think if you are Bait, if you are Sinners, and you're going up against a Monty like this, you are seriously threatened. Like, obviously, Monty are a top 10 team in the world, and we know they're going to be a favorite in the group. We know they're going to be a favorite in the playoffs. But if they play like this in the playoffs, then you're not even going to have a chance of winning a map. You're not even going to have a chance to try to keep the series competitive.
Yeah, Monty is just looking alive right now. And looking at the Monty that we thought we'd see in the opening game, Aurora haven't even had the chance to like get back on the Monty side and keep them limited in buy capacities or anything like that, or at least catch a cheeky round that swings momentum back to their favor. They've gotten literally nothing so far.
And it started with the pistol where they had a 5-on-3 advantage. Look at what came off at the back of Krasnal's 2K from ramp on the pistol to recover that, to now making it 6 more rounds in a row from that point onwards. Waro and a teammate towards underpass, working mid, slightly more passive this time around. Aurora are desperate for just anything, just an opening pick. I mean, at least they're maintaining ramp so they can have that AWP from Deco top ticket to look into con, and they can allow the 2A players to just crossfire and watch Palace and ramp.
A minute to play with. Oh, Deco just could not react to Waro. Battle of the Orpas going the way of Monty, as is everything else so far in this game. Man advantage, split play into the B site on the cards. The apartments control separated by the utility. SDY just walking his way, creeping his way slowly into the short presence. Warozorb does get picked off, and Belchanok looks the wrong way at the wrong time as SDY picks up them all. And there is nothing left in this round again.
And I think in the current day, a lot of people are quite keen to keep an eye on Spirit and see what Donk's made of, and Zontix too. I think the older generation of CS fans remember that SDY was basically the cornerstone of that organization. That organization made his pro career. He was a part of that. I mean, him and Mir were like the dynamic duo that was out there on Spirit for a good 4 or 5 years in partnership. Made that transition over to Na'Vi, now made the transition of working with the Ukrainian core but international English-speaking roster, and progressed it to what a lot of Tier 2 teams have not been able to do across the last, what, 4 years? 5 years, and that's to get a Tier 2 team consistently playing with Tier 1 teams.
Yeah, SDY was part of Spirit for nearly 4 years.
Yeah.
The long tenure, his firsts in many respects, his first ever Premier MDL sort of events back in the day, his first ever minor and major in London.
Yeah, I remember that.
All with Team Spirit, of course.
And with Ukrainian players in the early days of Spirit, when you had Coldy and guys like Davkost out on the roster too.
A lot of history in terms of his position and where he's gone since that point now to this Monty side. Here come the T's once again to put the heart of that experience against the Aurora camp. Kenzie still stands to attention to a double kill. Demka takes it back. Advantage maintained by Aurora. Monty apply the brakes because Demka is such low HP here.
That's about time. Waro is looking for that refrag, holding up here to top con of the stairs. If Belchanok even just gives him a jiggle, he's probably going to be a goner.
Lackey leaning in. Still on the bomb site, still centralized to the defense. Creeping ever so slowly, footsteps are being heard. Mollies are sent. Demka, I think, just caught a bit of vision. Damage being done to the man, the FAMAS versus the AKs. Back up on the way, and the orb's now been spotted as Lackey does get isolated himself.
And they might have to cancel that AWP, reposition it back over. SDY and Demka are trapped out from Tetris. But Warrior's got a couple of flashes. If he gets that high over A main, that might get them out of Tetris.
SDY's want to fight against No. That Molotov is going to burn them. Oh no, he's going to stay another way, but still, they're forced out with the flashbangs. The AWP caught by Deco. And finally, the streak has been broken. Monty a bit extinguished very late into the half, so they'll keep buying. But Aurora have their first.
It's a great feeling for Aurora, but then you need to get back on track straight away. You can have that feeling for about 5 seconds, 10 seconds, and then bang, you're straight back in. Because that round was only possible because of that multi-frag from Kenzie. I think individually from Aurora, they haven't shown us enough, and they need to show us a lot more. Even a 4-8 deficit seems like a conclusion too far. Seems like something that just won't happen. Monty are here to just steamroll this scoreline.
Oh, good effort there. Kenzie, the nade to open the smoke, but Krasnal still got the kill. Lackey was there to trade him at least. Not a man advantage for Monty this early. Deco is hoping to get it back on Bro, so focused on the underpass position. Might assume that he's still back there. Bro is looking for a pick onto Lackey instead, and finds his demise.
Oh, trade comes through from window, though. Just as Deco worked so hard for that opening pick. Nori fading the smoke. Demka on the other side. B-site's open.
Again. Kill instantly. Bombs on its way. The orb will hold out in mid to ensure that he can cut the rotations from the mid control. They are going to boost their way into the ladder room, which might be an intriguing way around this. Belchanok was just barely seen on his shoulder. Did he start to assume that there might have been a boost up? Will that get called into the T-side line? Demka is wary of Market. Ooh, just seen there. Deco brings it back to a winnable margin. SDY, smoke on the site to try to secure that plant in. Deco going to take his USP out, catch the tag, but not deny the plant just yet. 2 CTs to deal with on this AK's part. Deco's all back close quarters, and the AWP gets swung upon by Belchanok. It's now all left to that big veteran. Man of the moment, a moment ago. Deco just Yeah, caught with a spray. Last man known towards mid. Belchanok at 100 HP. The central site smoke will clear. The AKs are seen. But Belchanok has the HP advantage and will win out the clutch.
Oh, just about. Just holding on. Aurora come down to a good sequence there from Deco on the bomb site. Get as much out of it as possible. Waste some time. Set Belchanok up in the 1v1. SDY knows. No point hanging back here. He's already seen me. I've got to wide swing him. Got to commit to the fight. And doesn't get that straightaway connection. So 2 in a row for Aurora. Monty, though, I mean, they're still knocking on the door of forcing in a reset. I feel for the CT economy right here from Aurora. You get another buy forward. You've got 2 rounds in a row. You're down for a FAMAS. There's a lack of util. And if you get reset, 2400 loss bonus, it's so harsh.
Heavy damage rounds, even when Aurora are winning them. Careful positions on Monty, a bit more careful around their position, about their defaults rather. Mid control, apartment's presence. Bomb out towards spawn, hasn't committed just yet, but it could well do so with a set piece.
It's very passive from Monty. Now SDY is in a good position out here towards top mid. He can cut some rotates, he can work connector in the mid rounds. Waro has not widened up the angle enough yet to be able to peer down towards jungle or the top of stairs. SDY is going to start working mid by himself.
Sees that Molotov coming out from Kenzie, walk into the smoke, a connector control, Lucky sees him, back turn, kill, found a start.
AWP desperate for the trade just when Kenzie repositions. Lucky could get caught off of the back of this though.
Puts the smoke in before he starts peeking. A deeper smoke comes in from Aurora to allow him a little bit of access to the bomb site, but advantage is still maintained by Aurora. 30 seconds for Monty to get this plant in and try and secure a trade or two. Lackey does burst through, do some damage, but Bro catches Belchanok in the back of the site. 20 seconds now. Time ticking. The AWP at close range in a dark might not be very idealistic for the likes of Warrior, but he is trying to hold himself in position as Kenzie sprays onto his teammates. The automatic weapons. Deco can strike. The AWP picks up Demka. Lackey on the stairs. Tries to suppress even further. 5 seconds. Time's running too short on Monty. They're out of there. The bomb needs to get out of position. Warrior needs to try and defend himself because he's trapped here. Faced upon. Dealt with after time. And Aurora connect 3.
So it's another good round there from Aurora. I think that re-smoke from Lackey towards the Palace just kind of slowed it down, didn't it? Warrior tried to get the lurk smoke, get on the other side, just couldn't have that workability. And then when there's less than 25 seconds on the clock and Demka goes down to that frag from Deco towards short, there's just no movement. There's just no workability. You'll still get a very good buy come that next round. Monty, can they go 8-4? Or do they stop the winning streak and go 9-3?
Still a fantastic scoreline regardless, but they definitely love that 9-3. Keep the hurt up on the Aurora side. The kill's already been found. SDY finding Belchanok. Nades deep in the apartments will do a quarter HP down on Bro. A smoke comes out that, of course, gets Bro's attention, so they know that he's at least up there in the bomb site, but only Nori to defend.
It's going to be a cancel. Demka jiggling, working A main territory. Now they can work underpass as well, but Kenzie could be an important factor. Does Demka just try and walk on this A main smoke? He's got to be very careful because he's alone. If he makes an overextension and loses his fight, that's the advantage gone.
Nades to his position. Not like an angle taken on the AWP's part, so the walk forward from Demka will continue to push. Rotations may or may not be called as he walks in. Does that draw attention away from that B-bomb site? No, it doesn't. They start to reconsider themselves as the apartments will start to get walked upon by the Monty side. The AWP of Deco so focused as Kenzie holds a defensive line, but he looked towards the high HP player, giving SDY perfect room to get that kill. Nori tries to hold on, sees that bomb, sees the swinger. Bro, Demka's luck will get dealt with, but it's a 3-on-2 thanks to his efforts.
And the rotations have been slowed down, haven't they? Come in from the double short. It's going to take some time. And what do they have on the retake? AWP, AK, HE. This looks so rough, especially with that re-smoke.
AWP posted initially for Warrior, looking back towards the market control. The nades out over at the Short position, now starts to lean in for Lackey, trying to tap burst onto the AK, get the kill of Krasnal. The York landed leg shot though. Can't connect the kill shots on Lackey. He makes his way up. Decker holds his nerve. Kill found. AK sees both. Gets the first player in the back. And now just baits Lackey straight into a perfect headshot. A 3K for Bro to close as Monty take 9-3 at the turn of the half.
Bro, the lowest rated player on Monty in the last 3 months of Mirage, puts up that performance. And I think we were talking about that in the opening game, right? With these kind of games, with this kind of opposition, anyone from Monty can step up. Anyone can have a good performance. And that first half, it felt like Bro was just winning fight after fight towards the A side. Multi-frag after multi-frag. He's the one to close. 9-3 Aurora. They can be somewhat satisfied with at least their performance in those 3 rounds, but from an overall picture, they have been outclassed here on Mirage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Shift over to the T side and try ring in the 6-round deficit that you've got to deal with here for Aurora. Monty setting their 2-1-2 defaults. Not a lot of mid presence in general for them. The player at Connector might provide support if Warrior can spot players at underpass or mid. Sees 1, sees 2 now. That'll call attention.
SDY hearing quite a lot of those footsteps coming up. Cod plays very defensively. Bro already giving the position away to Short.
Kenzie, Pick, Demka, and Lackey go back and forth. Demka trying to hold on the bomb site, but he won't last very much longer. Warro with his frag. Goosh down to 12 HP. Krasnal needs to come in with support, but he hasn't got Kevlar. He bought the defuse kit in his pistol, and now they're being flanked. Lackey takes him down. Warro will not last long, and Aurora have found a doorway into the second half.
I reckon Monty force play though. Try and put some pressure on immediately. Get Warro on the scout. Get some upgraded deagles. And try and make sure that Aurora cannot find anything off of the back of that opening pistol win. MP9 brought down for Krasnal. There's that scout going in the hands of Warro. It means that Demka's probably just going to get a pistol in return.
Three SMGs. And 2 cannons on Demka and Warro. Case of how they play against the Aurora side, who are now gone back into the passiveness and the careful players on their T-side default, just like Monty were doing in the first half. Playbook out onto their opponent's side. Just prods to find those opening picks, and they're not forthcoming yet.
Very slow, very silent. And this is where, if you are Aurora, the entire best of one relies on this one round. You troll and lose to an anti-force buy, it's it. You don't have that lifeline anymore. So pivotal for Aurora to at least start bringing back the scoreline difference to show that they can be competitive.
Damka trying to fight center of the A bomb site, unbacked up as SDY gets caught as the first casualty. The scout of Aurora is still going to try and hunt for Kenzie ahead of the murder hole. Lackey wearing the SMG here for Bro, who gets a lot of damage, but not the kill onto the man. Kenzie working in against Warrior now. The scout now known about USP's pulled out. Meanwhile, Demka's trying to fight on the bomb site. Stiegel can't get Belcher knock. Get faced upon by the next individuals as Kenzie continues to strike back. Decent deagle play from Demka. Sees the player in the back of the ramp control. Needs that headshot desperately. Running out of ammo to do so. And back up, rotating into the back lines. Kenzie knows that he's going to get this flank in. Deco finally finds the killing blow. And Aurora deal with the force.
Okay. Well, Monty, seems as if for the moment they're actually going to have a target on their back. Not getting that double digits as of yet. Aurora will be able to have a bit of a freebie come this next round. You're not expecting a huge amount of investment. Some light pistols here and there. But across the board, this is what we were kind of hoping for in the opening game. I think when it was 6-0, 7-0, 8-0, it kind of feels like, oh, okay, this is just, it's just over. It's just not fun to watch because they're just getting slammed. But now, 9-5, 9-6, we've got a game that should be quite exciting.
Yeah, the scoreline's starting to close. Eco round especially should give us one more in the Aurora streak before Monty get back on the weapons. And then from there's the key opportunity to try and bounce back for Aurora. Gotten this far with the pistol conversion basis. The damage has been done by those pistols to start off the round, but actually they get another pick back to a 3 versus 3. But Nori maintains control. Two players are tagged. The bomb is still out there towards the mid and top mid. Should get picked up and committed towards either of these bomb sites. It doesn't matter which one because they're both open now. SDY being seen signals the B play instead. Monty have to suck it up and now go to the buy.
An opportunity for Aurora to try and get that AWP out for Deco. Tactical, the second one. And it makes you wonder for Aurora, over the course of the next few weeks, maybe the next month, we'll get an idea on who the new head coach is going to be. Now, they do have an assistant coach, so I imagine as an interim, that's where he'll be, just to be able to help out the guys and be there in these sort of moments. But as time goes on, a new head coach and a new fifth is what they need.
Because they are still on the grind. Monty might not be, but Aurora is still playing in the ECLs and those various other online tournaments that will crop up. Various bits and pieces in the future, and with any luck, it'll also be the last showdown if they can make it through rests. Putting up a very good campaign against Monty. Still trailing by 3, but considering it was 9-3, it's certainly better than what it was before. Now the weapons set in with the rifles on both sides. One kit for Demka on Monty. Or posted on Borrow straight up in mid. Hasn't got vision just yet. He'll blind fire to hope to get a cheeky pick or information. Meanwhile, Belchanok about to get set in for a very fast execution. They're not going to waste any time here, Aurora. Engagement found by Bro. Finds Belchanok to start.
It could be a cancel off the back of it. Belchanok struggled to get out of the window. They don't know about the bench player either. Lackey does get the entry onto Bro at least.
Krasnal sits pretty and waits. Now moved over to jail. Smoke will get in the way. He sees one of Nori. Krasnal strikes on. SDY did get taken down by Lackey, who took a lot of damage for those efforts. So 3-on-3 with a chance for an easy kill on the CT side. Bomb's yet to commit. Kenzie trying to work back over to that A-bomb site and picks up Demka. Marley as well to try and siphon off potential rotations. He is such low HP. There are some easy kills available for Monty here.
And they've got to know that Krasnal's still somewhere around bench or jail. He didn't have the workability with that util of the smokes to be able to move anywhere else. Warriors' attention's being brought further back over to A. Krasnal now starting to move on the site. Lucky is so low.
One good spray. All Krasnal needs. Kenzie picks up Warrow, and Krasnal's now been seen. The bomb engaged upon. AK swapped up to. Krasnal fights against the fuss. Half HP, diving right in against Lackey, center of the bomb site. Oh, he gets that second kill. The bomb's in his control. Is he aware of Kenzie? He must be aware. He's on the way from the A bomb site. That neighbor feels him, and Krasnal makes it a quadra. The savior of Monty in the opening rifle round.
Oh, they've just trolled that round so hard. I can't believe SDY and everything has fallen apart there for Monty. Aurora finding themselves in a position in which Lackey spots Krasnal, and then a fight presents itself in the apartments rather than retreating, rather than getting back out to safety and getting SDY, or I should say Lackey, an easy kill. They've just trolled the rounds. I don't know why this fight is coming through from Deco. I don't know why he doesn't just hide in the corner.
The damage helped in the end, Weg. Did so much in the early round except get the kills, and then when the time was right, Krasnal took center stage. Monty have now stopped Aurora's momentum. Can they swing it back to their favor? They certainly could do, with the money being where it is for Aurora. Engagements for Warriors found Kenzie. Nori desperate to find SDY on the trade, going for those wall bangs. Meanwhile, Demka holds to the SMG, the M4 combo from range, able to get that kill in. Nori does pick up Bro for one response, and Warriors hearing those footsteps does find Lucky, reducing them to 2 on the Aurora side.
Not even a minute on the clock, and players are falling apart. Deco gets a kill to open up the A site, and Nori gets another one, but they have to deal with Demka. They know that he's the A player.
Krasnal sees them both, doesn't even want to deal with the rifles. The SMG can be more than enough. Deco, such low HP, and Krasnal does it again. No money available for Aurora. Monty, it's closing time.
And I think it just shows, right, that that's why it's so pivotal to get a good performance in the first half. Give yourself leverage. That when you come here to the second, all you let slip is one important round. And then it spirals. It allows 2 important rounds. And then you get reset. And then it's a third round for Monty. And then you're 6-12 down and you're playing for overtime. This is an uncomfortable scenario for Aurora. And closing time is right. This is pretty much going to end quickly.
Pistols with no investment for Aurora, looking for a bomb plant bonus, as much money as they can feasibly take away from the Monty side, because they are playing for overtime here, and they are not even going to get so much further than the top mid position. They'll take one player with them, but nothing of significance lost by Monty. 12-6. 6 total match points available, 6 total group points to close.
Aurora. I hope that we just see something. I mean, a target of double digits would be a good start. A few more rounds, get a round streak going. But it's the double AKs and the AWP in the hands of Warrior that gives me signs of threat here in round 19. Monty are looking to close this, and close this in style.
Group favourites and tournament favourites, and right now that is on full display. Was on display throughout the entire of the first half mostly, and now to close out this matchup, just one more round required here. They are facing AKs from Aurora, who play a slow default because they can't afford to miss a beat.
Kenzie gets quite a bit of HE damage dunked down to him. Belchnok will not be pushed away by that incendiary towards A main. So he might feel as if he's got a timing to work off at the back of it and start to walk out towards A. Demka should be a goner.
Belchnok finds SDY. Bro takes Nori right back. Such low HP across the T sideline, and the kills just start pouring into the CT side. Kenzie caught dead. Deco, all that remains. Domed in by Bro, who makes it 13 for Monty, who secure themselves a rightful spot in the playoffs.
And that's got to be a great feeling for the majority of these guys. For the same core four to be here 3 events back-to-back and now finally get that playoff position, and to not even be threatened in that winners matchup. Yeah, okay, there were some signs of struggles in that opening game against the Chosen Few, but right here against Aurora, it looked comfortable. It looked quite easy, to be frank.
Yeah, I mean, look, the 6 rounds, I think, I mean, when you take away the pistol win conversions from the second half, I mean, that really just goes to show exactly how far they were really able to go there on the Aurora side. Like, yeah, it was dominant from the Monty side. The streak in the first half and the start of the game just looked so unbelievably good. These guys looked like the Monty that I thought we'd see against the Chosen Few. We saw the Monty that we wanted to see in this group stage, and it's been the most confident showing we've seen so far from any team in the European Masters.
And realistically, for Monty, moving into the playoffs now, they shouldn't drop a map. If they do drop a map, that would be a surprise. If they drop a series, that would be shell shock. They should beat everyone comfortably. Getting into best of 3, that's where they can show their map pool. That's where they can show their depth, more so than best of 1s. And I don't see anyone in this competition that can threaten them. I don't see anyone that can upset a Monty in a best of 3.
Well, as we said earlier on today, Dwayne, 3rd time is the charm. And for Monty, finally, their 3rd time in the Eastern European Masters. They do not lose out in the group stage. They move forward to those playoffs. And now we'll have to find out who is going to be the final team that joins them. Of course, Aurora will be waiting in the decider game, but we have got our next match coming up after this break. The Chosen Few take on Ex-Anida after this, so do not go anywhere. Welcome back to the rest of Eastern European Masters. It's now time for our lower bracket games of Group B. Monty have already made it through to the playoffs. Aurora will be facing off in the decider match, but our two opening game losers will have to do battle to see who is going to make their way into that match against Aurora. Of course, the Chosen Few, X and Eda, these are the two teams that went down as appropriate. You could say that the Chosen Few might have had a better showing in their game overall, Dweg.
Oh, they definitely did. Does that mean anything to this game? No clue. My main thought process in this entire group is that Monty are the #1 team and Aurora are the #2 team. Now, what that means for 3 and 4, it's very much up in the air. I do not know even where to start. I mean, both of these teams haven't been playing much on HLTV. Both of these teams have got fairly new foundations to the roster. And this is one of those games where if they can beat one another, then maybe they can cause an upset against Aurora. But you wouldn't say that either team should be able to beat Aurora, which is obviously what we're anticipating with first and second in the group.
Yeah, I mean, that certainly is the case. I'm kind of in a similar fashion where I don't really know from the outset where to go with this one outside of what we've seen over the course of the day, which kind of by default gives to the Chosen Few because of the nature of how they did against the Monty side. I mean, we could talk about how potentially it might not have been as close of a scoreline because of how momentum-based their whole matchup was, but ultimately at the end of the day, I think that they looked a little bit more competitive against their opponents than what the X and Eda side did because, like, even from the scoreline perspective, I mean, we talked about how those 9 rounds possibly could have been 6 by the time it closed out. We talked about how it looked so comfortable for Aurora during that first half. So this the idea that you're coming into this match against the Chosen Few, who they themselves have a lot of reputability behind them. As you mentioned before, a lot of cohesion and a lot of chemistry in previous history among that team.
Yeah, it's very true, and I think they showed that out on Anubis. I think we got a very good performance out from Shike. They did very well in the late game, sort of post plants, retaking, 1vx scenarios. I'm going to be keeping an eye out for that, especially in this matchup. But I think for the Bulgarians, they've proven more to me, even in recent history, than what the Ukrainians have. So they do have a slight advantage in this game, but they're going to have to up the ante. I mean, they need to get 2 victories back-to-back to try and make the playoffs. It's going to be tough for both squads here.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to sort of weigh up because of the fact that these are the two teams that haven't been playing as much on HLTV recently. We even consider the fact that obviously there's been a lot more tournaments in terms of the lower level cash cups and the tier 3 sort of C tier level of events that the Chosen Few have been practicing as of late, or well, not practicing but competing to gain their experiences as well. They obviously qualified through the rest season, and I think they went a little bit deeper in the open qualifiers for Chengdu and the RMR, if memory serves me correctly. So there's a little bit of respectability in that sense, but it really isn't much to truly define them as a true favourite. It's very, very down to the wire.
Yeah, and on-the-day performance is going to be key. Again, for the Chosen Few, they were a couple of rounds away from their perspective of winning that game on Anubis. They knew if one more clutch went our way or one more good rifle round went our way, we get to face off against Aurora and maybe even try and cause a secondary upset if we just beat Monty. They need to look at that opening game and use that as fuel and say, we just missed out. Now we take our opportunity. Now we take the win that we deserved, that we didn't get. And it's going to be difficult. I don't think it's going to be an easy game for them whatsoever, but they need to prove that they're here for the spot and they're here to at least try and make the playoffs.
Well, speaking of Anubis here, I mean, we did see it out from the Chosen Few in their matchup. We saw overpass from the X and Eda side, and definitely Anubis was a stronger affair for the Bulgarians. I don't know if you could say the same thing for overpass. I mean, what's the idea of us getting an overlap between either of those two maps in this best of one?
I think it's very difficult to tell. I mean, I look at the ECA Advanced record for X and Eda. We see quite a lot of overpass from them. We see a little bit of Anubis from them. I look at the Chosen Few. They've kind of been all over the place. Mirage, Ancient, Inferno, overpass. So it's going to be very difficult to get too much of a tell on the veto itself. I think from either squad. For the Chosen Few, if you get Anubis again, then great. If X and Eda, you get overpass again, then also great.
Well, let's find out whether we do get any sort of familiarity. I guess with the amount of practice for X and Eda, I know that obviously they went to that overpass against Aurora, didn't go all that well. Then maybe they might come up against a lower level team and potentially get more into comfortability if they're that well rehearsed on it, if they're that well practiced in that map up. And it is getting floated right towards the very end. So no, we're not going to see overpass. It will be Mirage as our map up.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a mistake there. It is going to be overpass as the final veto. A great opportunity, I think, right here for X and Eda to kind of prove more than what they did against Aurora. I felt like their T side was very slow. It was very much in positions where they weren't getting into the bomb sites until maybe 30 seconds on the clock. So just a little bit more pace overall from the Exanita side, or especially on T side of Overpass. I think it's going to be key in a matchup like this.
Yeah, I'm just getting final confirmation. It is actually Overpass for 100%. Yep. So, yeah, it is going to be that map up to repeat things. And again, for Exanita, I understand the thinking behind it. I would be a little bit concerned if it wasn't someone like Aurora, who they took on in their opening game on this map up. But I think they could probably have a chance to show a little bit better against this one. But whether they win, I mean, at this point, who knows who takes this match?
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a lot in it. I think for Exanita, at least we've seen what their Overpass is like. For the Chosen Few, we actually didn't see any Overpass being played out in the Res Season 6 event. You have to look at a map pick against Zero Tenacity, one of the teams that we don't rate all that highly in the Tier 2 landscape. Had a difficult time there, got away with a 7-13 loss. You look even deeper, beat one CIS team so far in advance on this map, 13-7. You look even further back at some of the open qualifiers, Overpass just isn't even appearing. So doesn't seem like there's a lot of Overpass track record for the Chosen Few. So in terms of a veto, I think this actually looks fairly promising for the Ukrainians.
Exanita with a chance to try and bounce back in that respect and prove a little bit more on that on this Overpass that they had that they didn't do so well against the Aurora side a little bit earlier on today. So with that in mind, with the idea that the Chosen Few don't like this map all that much, do you consider them now to be the underdogs? Do you consider Exanita to now take the favoritism?
I don't think there's any underdogs or favoritism in this game. I think it's right down the middle for me.
Fair enough. That is absolutely fair enough in my eyes. This one could be an absolute blowout or an absolute barn burner. Let's find out which one it'll end up being as we're about ready to get into this one. The Chosen Few win the knife round. They get the choice of side. I wouldn't be surprised to see them stick on CT, because one thing I do know about that Zero Tenacity matchup is that their T-half wasn't all that spectacular.
No, 3 and 9 down in the first half, moved into the second half, showed more, but when you're at that scoreline difference, it's only going to be closing time fairly quickly. And I think for the Chosen Few, this is a great opportunity to embed their newer roster players involved into some officials against fairly high-level competition. I mean, playing Monty in your opening game, getting Exanita, you beat them, okay, now you get a chance of playing a top 50 team and a fairly consistent Tier 2 team in Aurora, which would really help out Spellin and Co. I mean, just bringing Kaluba back into the fold, bringing Chove in there as well. Getting early officials after you've just made roster changes is great for a team like this.
Well, here we go then, folks. It's time for the elimination game of Group B of the Eastern European Masters as the Chosen Few take on Exanita on Overpass. The second time we're seeing it out today. And one of these teams will be out of the running for the last Premier Showdown spot and the championship in the rest Eastern European Masters. Pistol round goes live. The Chosen Few set themselves very heavily into the connector presence.
Overpass typically has been a strong map for Bulgarian teams. You look at Skade, you look at Windigo, and even before that, a lot of Bulgarian teams, like even MK, used to like Overpass into the pool. It's a chance to try and see if history will dictate anything. Opening kill going the way of Munch. S4 struggling to find that refrag, but Troiv is just stuck right in the open. Munch getting away with 2 kills, but still not that triple onto Kaluba.
He's leaning in to try grab him, trying to see if he can get this bomb carrier, which needs to cross back to the bomb site soon. Shaik now moving in as Kaluba drops by a 9, swings forward. Shaik has absolutely no idea, but Bayer misses his bullets. Munch is still there, able to get the quadra kill in the end. Even finally ace against Skirmo. Very nicely done there from him. A 5k to start the pistol for Exanita.
Nicely done there from Munch. I think that third kill was probably the most difficult out of all of them. Kaluba getting into the angle, by 9, having that backstab presented towards party to pull distraction. So good start coming in for Munch. And Exanita can look at this second round, expecting a force buy. Getting a couple of Mac 10s out, and of course the AK and full utility for Munch because of the kill bonus.
Cash involved. 1 of 3 rifles, of course, available alongside the 4 SMGs and the Scout. The Scout just got negated by Kensazor. Spellin dealt with easily. The nades down to the CT forces as well. Not much they can do. Ran through all these Mac 10s and the AKs. Decimation on the part of the T side.
Make it look very easy. Make it even feel like it wasn't a force buy. Make it feel as if it was a very light eco to then see the rifles in round number 3. A Chosen Few. It's been a while since we've seen Overpass getting 1 from them too. It's been a 3-map losing streak from them on HLTV, which dates back quite a bit further than just 3 months. Exanita will look at this third round and say this is an absolute freebie for us.
Paul Bandana increasing pace as part of his SMG play up the short control. Got one player with an upgrade pistol. Scrimmo. I can't quite find that opening frag. Instead it's onto Speller to drop to S4. Finally Scrimmo will drop to Paul Bandana. More money farm for these SMGs, seeing what kind of cash they can get and to build the early economy basis for Exanita. Players up over at Heaven, seen upon. On engagement of the USP might come out. Kensizor provides that extra support, but ultimately, it's all a formality in this round here.
And you have to expect for the Ukrainians, they'd love the chance of having that rematch against Aurora. Having that chance to maybe float the veto slightly differently, get a different map out from Overpass, look at the way that they struggled against Monty and just say to themselves, okay, if we can keep it more competitive in the first half, we've got a chance of causing an upset. We've got a chance to try and slip that second place position in from the group. So a good performance here from the Chosen Few can help them out in quite a degree. AWP to come through from Shaik. Very impressive in their opening game against Monty. I'll be keeping an eye on him.
Big green guns on Shaik for this one. Set and ready to receive that mid control, but it's a different positioning from Exanita. Not a lot of mid emphasis and that T-con entrance. Up through underpass rather, and into main connector. Not contested by the Chosen Few as of yet. Their default position just held in, and Exanita don't extend right into their line.
They just start working Munch, top con. Shaik with that AWP, playing on the flower pots. Get that first kill, drop down towards the A site, get damage onto Munch. That's still ideal.
Not a kill just yet. It should make a pretty easy pickings very soon indeed. Spellen in the bathrooms. Expecting to be somebody out there towards the mid control, and he's right to assume so, but he's not going to see the man just yet. Smoke to stall for time at the 45-second marker. That will run this clock extremely low.
A jump spot out from Dyson towards long, doesn't see anything at all. Bit of spam there from Paul Bandana just to try and bring some attention towards B. Now those B players are out to the monster side of the bomb site, so it's going to take them a while to rotate up to Heaven. 30 seconds on the clock. Yeah, it's going to be an A-lane.
Smoke will clear. Orb's about to get seen. Kill for Spell and adjustment to the double. Not quite the triple, but he's done plenty right here. Rotations all get called, and the Orpa stands to hold. The bomb has been seen, but they're wary of a rotation that might be inbound. Look towards long. Shaik needs to time this so well, but the flash in gets via his kill in this round. He's opening in the map up itself. Kaluba still to cut the bomb carrier. He's got Paul Bandana. That's enough. The CTs need to back away because they have the round.
I just hate how slow this is, and it's so unsuccessful for them against Aurora. It feels like we're seeing old school Na'Vi of just running down the clock to a T. Now, obviously, teams run the clock to be able to catch good timings and to catch repositions, and right there, you get a very good kill towards long. Obviously, this is a good hold from Spellin, which kind of cancels it for a moment, and the AWP falls towards Dice. But that bomb tailing in with less than 10 seconds basically means that all of the CT's main objective there is just deny the bomb from going down. As soon as we get that one kill, that's just it. Round's finished.
The Chosen Few starting their matchup off by abusing a key weakness that we've seen so far today. Exanita can, of course, rebuy around those weapons that were held in from the previous round. Cash, of course, was very well defined with the number of SMG kills that came in the bonus and the eco. Okay, so converting that money into rifles and converting those rifles into rounds, they have to bounce back here.
Yeah, S4 is desperate just to try and see if there's an overpeak, if there's a jiggle, if there's a wide swing attempt out from long. Yeah, this setup could be tough to deal with. Double M4, tree and rock. If long does get taken from Exanita, they might not come out of this pretty.
Bayer swings, playing off contact of tree. Spellin looks to engage, gets one. Bayer gets Shaik out to the back lines. He's extremely low HP. Kaluba also striking out towards the B-bomb site. The mid-control established. S4 just about gets away with that pick. So it's a 3-on-3.
Yeah, they've done very well there, but this could be a very tough duel. Munch up against Kaluba, can't even get damage off.
With Bayer being at 8 points of health as well, it's a very difficult situation to play with. S4 going to work two different angles. 25 seconds for Exanita. They can't afford to dilly-daddle. They have to make a move.
Get a move on quickly, and this is a right reposition from the CTs. Less than 15 odd seconds on the clock. They're just playing extremely defensive towards A.
10 seconds, that bomb is creeping out. S4 does get caught, and that will be the round. AWP held in by Bayer. I think he was just seeing that cross might even go ahead and hunt him down. Or a HE to play with. Can they find one? I don't think they can, because if they can put it out of that long position, then he's a dead man. Not to end up being the case. Second in a row that Exanita will save a gun or two. And they recognize that maybe this slow start isn't working out too well for them.
I mean, that round was
earlier.
forced, wasn't it? That round was a bit more difficult because it didn't feel like they were going for it anyway. As soon as you lose that kill in the bathrooms, I understand why they slow it down. Seems like they're prodding around to see if a kill presents itself. If not, just save. I mean, they know they're going to buy next round anyway. It's just something that needs to be kept an eye on, especially in more rifle rounds. And just in the mid portion of the round, seeing, okay, how much util can we bait from the A side? When do we see a lean towards B? I mean, we've just seen A take after A take after A take. We have not seen short water being established. We're not seeing the monster walks. We're not seeing really anything towards B. So the chosen few are starting to get some comfortability on how they're addressing the issue, and it's to fight long and bathrooms in the mid portion of the round, and then as soon as there's 30 seconds or less, we just play defensive on the side.
Perhaps that adjustment right there is what Exanita were talking about in attack. Made sent back and forth. Damage done in minimal amounts to the likes of Kenzizor. These side players taking some damage against the likes of Shike. 73 HP, that's Molotov forcing them up through top con. M4 sprays very awkward from Spellin. And Kenzizor can get the kill against him. Bayer's diving right into this connector control. Understanding that Strike's made his way away. Past that smoke, he'll go. Kaluba will try swing forward and catch that Topcon player off the AWP shot. Lands a leg onto Munch. The AK swings in. Kaluba's caught off guard.
Yeah, Kaluba was quite unlucky there. Actually felt as if he was in a really good position to start to punish that overswing from Topcon. This is still recoverable, though. You think about the HP bars, 36, 15, 68, and 100 on 2. Choiv, what can he find from short? Needs a multi to slow this round down.
He gets one of them. Munch caught, low HP by a scene. Sprays good. There's your multi. 2 kills found to a 3-on-3, but Paul Bandana is going to find that response. Crack open the B bomb site and almost get the follow-up. Scrimmo will take it back. A might be a target, or can Kenzizor set up a backstab? That might be the better call here. He's got to go straight through this M4 because he's accounting for a rotation back in. Shike's been caught, and now Kenzizor has all the info to play with.
Yeah, this should be an easy round here for the Ukrainians. Kenzizor's in a great position. Scrimmo tries to get further out towards heaven. Just shows you it was an unlucky timing, wasn't it? I feel right there for S4. If he doesn't get that kill on B, then Kenzizor probably loses the fight out there from Bank, just with the HP differential and the M4 being in a good pause. Exanita allow 2 rounds in a row to go the way of the Bulgarians and instantly come back in. And look at what that does to the economy flow. It is looking rough right here. And Spellin might have to go hero rifle onto Kaluba. And that's about it. It should be a fairly light half buy.
And the CT side takes their first tactical. Obviously understanding that this round probably won't have too much behind it. Obviously one of those trademark Bulgarian force buys. I don't think that's too well advised. And I think the chosen few will agree with that particular assessment. I say that, and Kaluba goes down to the M4.
Yeah, this is still okay. I mean, they probably won't force it all the way. 2,400 loss bonus. It means that he's going to be down to potentially an MP9 or a FAMAS in the next round. But if you're able to do economical damage and you're able to maybe get 2, 3 kills, then you put pressure on your opposition.
A standard hero rifle. Upgrade pistols around it to try and add that extra firepower support. Paul Bandana's seen one player jump facing out of the boost spot. No kills as of yet, though. It's aggression from the M4 that does manage to strike first. Kaluba kicking things off.
Yeah, getting that opening kill and then rotating that M4 straight back up to A. Now, in the meanwhile, you've got Scrimo and Choiv that have retaken this short water. Munch in connector does not have the door blown open, so he has the protection to clear it all out.
Missed the marker and the timing against Choi. Flash in to allow him to start peeking forward. The short play gets out of the way of sandbags. Munch, of course, known to the CT sideline, will sit back at Cubby and wait for his teammates to form up to what should be a hit. As I say that, though, the CT start getting proactive, so he's got to do quite a lot of work to hold him against himself. Will get picked up. Bayer responds towards it, and Exanita cancel the XE.
Try and move out towards A, but Kenzizor needs to be making sure that he's dealing with Spellin. Rotates are very slow. They should come up connector. It's going to take a hell of a long time for this bomb to get planted towards A.
Well, that Layla could buy a 9, but he's on 2 points of health. They have to be careful about this position. The Molotovs will get sent deeper. Bank, Kenzizor trying to look for a way in. A respoke will come back. Bayer actually does strike against Choiv, so throwing a spanner into the works and leaving it all against these pistol players, plus that AK from Scrimo to make their way in for the retake. No Kevlar and no utility for these individuals. Orp, a little bit awkward there in his position from S4, but these pistols can still find the low HP individuals. The flicks miss. 1 point of health, but Kenzizor comes up with a double, the triple spray, and ensures that all order is maintained for the 5th round.
Well, I think you'd be very annoyed there for the Chosen Few. Obviously, they don't have the information that we do, but when you know at the end of the round that a player's on 1 point of health and 2 points of health and you're not winning it, it's frustrating. Yes, it's a upgraded eco, it's only a hero M4, but there was a lot of potential in that round, and I wonder whether that's a round we look back on at the end of this best of one and say, was that a difference maker? Was that a chance of a good reset there for the Bulgarians?
Yeah, the ripple that could have had in terms of this matchup could have been massive. The Chosen Few set with their weapons as standard. The AK of pole bandanas, trying to get these headshots on the jumping individuals. Has seen that man go for it several times over the course of this short play. Early start, still not going his way, though. Neither individual getting a kill. It's continuously slow here for Exanita.
I can't get the surf position like you were able to in Go, but Scrimo still playing anti-flash on the left-hand side of Monster. Bayer 9 just tempts them. Tries to draw that counter utility. Not breaking the smoke, but a deeper HE. Pole Bandana still not seeing anything up from short either.
No angles presented. Hoping that there's someone on the bomb site or close towards the corner. Just nothing shown so far by the Chosen Few. Exanita are going to have to start thinking about the execution. Form players up on short. Still 2 have broken away towards that mid control. There could be a rotation involved, and that seems to be the call.
It seems like it's just a B fake here. Try and force an over rotation. It's going to be an end A.
Molly's up. 3 players in total already here on the bomb side, but without seeing any T-side presence, they might not force a 4th or a 5th. Kaluba does get tagged up, but as does Pole Bandana, and with them only seeing that one individual, now they'll start to see what's really going on. Munch swings upon Shaik. That Orpa taken out. Spellin stands out the corner, tries to fight on Kenzizor, but he is dealt with quickly. And just like that, the Chosen Few are forced to save.
Yeah, we are seeing some poor Counter-Strike right now, if I'm going to be completely honest with myself, with what I saw in Group A and what we know out of the favorites. I mean, that one right there just feels like such a telegraph fake towards B. Util comes out, there's no commit from short, there's no commit towards Monster, and then Shaik, desperate, maybe because he's 1 and 7, just wide swings long. What is going on there? How is that a call? It's just overswinging completely. You have a defensive setup of that AWP and M4 towards a bomb site. You pretty much clean that round up with ease.
Number 6 for EXE.
Terrorists win.
And the Chosen Few will now be down by a margin of 4 rounds. As guns held in, at least provide something for what would otherwise be a bit of an awkward state of the buy available to them. Drop weapons, whip together a little something. It won't be all that fantastic. Assuming they even go for it here, which I'm kind of surprised they're not dropping weapons. I guess they do get the full guns in the next. That could well mean that Exanita will get themselves up to win the half.
And if I am Aurora and I'm looking at this matchup, I'm thinking, you beauty. What a great draw from us to get in that decider game.
Yeah.
Exanita will look to keep pressing this 6-2 scoreline, but Aurora would also like to play them again. They were quite comfortable the first time around. I think it's showing from the Chosen Few that they're out of their depth on Overpass. We saw a great showing from them on Anubis, but right here, it hasn't felt like the same team. Kenzie saw trying to deal with Connector and deals with that M4. And Scrimo goes down. Kaluba and Choiv are just kind of trapped out. The bomb can move into B. This is going to be a fairly easy ninth.
Clear out all those flank positions, those back lines, and any sort of angle of attack that the Chosen Few could have had on a retake. Realize that there is no retake involved. They are nowhere near any of these positions. Look around that connected control, maybe catch off the player that went down, upgrade that FAMAS into a better weapon. I think that was an AK that was dropped down there. Yep.
It's incredible to think that obviously Kaluba most recently came from that Partisan roster before going over to 500, that lineup didn't produce more. I think with the players that it had on there, with Duplicate, with Collins, with Rogger, it had some strong pieces. We even saw Emmy and Rogger that were a part of that organization go over to play with Tai Lu in China. It just never felt as if that international project had enough legs.
Terrorists win.
And that's where Kaluba made the decision to leave the international scene and kind of go back to the Bulgarian scene. 5 rounds the difference. Exanita have put on a much better showing on Overpass in comparison to their first time around. The Chosen Few with another tactical. Frustrating because Shaik, Spellin, and Scrimo are just not putting up that same level of individual impact that they were able to against Monty.
And you were saying loads of times, watch Shaik. Watch Shaik especially, because he's the guy that had that ridiculous amount of impact against Monty. We probably a reason, or one of the reasons that, or at least one of the most significant reasons why that match was so close.
Sure.
1 and 9 at this moment. And Exanita, all the beneficiaries of that lack. Back on the AWP for Shaik, back on the rifles for the rest of the Chosen Few. Of course, the money stacking up with the lost bonus, but as I said before, you need to take that money, turn it into rifles, turn those rifles into rounds. If you can't do that, you're done. Do the Chosen Few still believe in themselves? I mean, it certainly is. 5 to the good. Exanita continuing to play with confidence, and finally, Pole Bandana gets that pick on the boosting player.
Yeah, the boost not even being protected further behind the wall, so just a freebie. Just an easy kill there from Pole Bandana, even seeing the jump up. Shaik. And one of the criticisms of him on OG Academy when he was involved in that international roster was his lack of consistency. And it seems like it's cropping in again. Very good performance in the opening game, struggling to find form in the second. Pole Bandana could be on for more. This AK battle could be everything in the rounds.
Kill found. Or holding his position only for so long as Munch and Pole Bandana just picked them to pieces. Unscathed on Exanita. Spellin leans in, does finally get one pick back, but far too late to make any difference in round 10. Exanita are going to get to 8. At this point, he's just trying to stay alive, and the hunt's going to continue against him. Munch with a 2K. Pole Bandana with 3. 8 rounds on the T-side board. The Chosen Few... yeah, I don't know what to say. I feel like this match may already be over.
Yeah, I do as well. And look, we know Spellin. I think we've casted a lot of his games for the last 5-6 years or so. We know how strong he can be in terms of a leader, but responsibility falls on him in games like this. This is not good enough. This is a poor performance from his team after a great showing against Monty. You come here and you're not even giving us a competitive game against a team that is beatable for them. Down 2 and 8, just getting slapped about. Exanita are just slamming the Bulgarians.
Well, finally they've had enough, but unfortunately they're unable to hold that man advantage. Quick players out of short, get a couple players down, but Munch responds to a 3-on-3. He himself is also on 24 HP. Slight HP advantage for the Chosen Few. The Exanita, as they have done so far over Overpass, slow it down to a snail's pace. Continuing to make moves in the mid control, but these two outside the B bomb site are just happy to sit pretty and wait for someone to make a move.
S4's watching the backstab, so this is almost anticipating that someone in Con has gone aggressive and gone all the way behind towards T-Spawn. As Spellin, we know in previous iterations of lineups, has been a secondary AWPer and even a main AWPer at times. Picked up the AWP off of his dead teammate. Can he find this long peek? Because if Munch gets the kill, A-side's open.
Timing's off. S4 finds Scrimmo. And Choiv are 1-on-3. Gonna have to double up to remove this bomb from play. Buyers being wary about it because they have that A-site access. It could well be a backstab, which they've tried about 3 different times over the course of this T-side. Choiv hears it coming, but so focused on the back line, so knowing that he's going to be first port of call for those players out of Monster. Munch has now seen him, catches him looking the wrong way. Didn't know where to pay attention to, and ultimately overwhelmed by X-Anita. 7 to the good, looking for an 8-round lead to go into the second half with. It has just been all them all day.
I mean, just to give you an idea, Kenzie Saw and Munch have got 26 kills between them and a total of 9 deaths. We have a look at the Chosen Few. You've got 10 between Choiv, Spellin, and Scrimmo, and then another 8 between Shaik and Kaluba. So what? 18 frags for a whole team against 26 of just 2. It's just, individual numbers aren't there. They're not being posted.
Yeah, that really is as deep as it goes, honestly. You said they were out of their depth, and you can see how that's affecting them. Their performance confidence nowhere near to be seen. At least they keep the trades going in this particular round of 3-on-3, but that was involved with the TK, and the HP still not fantastic for the likes of Spellin. Similar story for Paul Bandana, slightly above his man. And Scrimmo, an SMG to solo hold the B site.
Well, finally, what we're seeing as a response is chaos on the City side. Aggressive approaches, which is something that they were not doing in the first 10-odd rounds of this game. The issue is, it's still not a winnable scenario. It's 3v3. The weaponry advantage is quite rough. Spellin's obviously extremely low, being the only A player. And when I've seen X-Anita in these kind of situations, it's felt like they've always been the one to close. Time is on their side. Shaik is making an info play. If he goes down, round is over.
There it is. Scrimmo's got utility in hand, doesn't know where to look. Spellin, low HP, caught off in the end. Scrimmo does go down. Spellin tried to fight back, but 11 points of health still to deal with these next 2 individuals. This is a very, very tough ask. It's most to suppress him just in case that nade will try to pop it open, but the bomb's not planted open for him. And they know what to do from here.
S4 and Bio9, the 2 veterans on this roster, looking to claim a 10-2 half. Incredible. We didn't see half of this performance against Aurora. We didn't even see a close and competitive showing from now to what we saw against Monty. Bio9 out towards a pillar. AWP out from heaven, closed 10-2. A shock to the system. X-Anita all over the Bulgarians.
Yeah, complete polar opposites to their opening games, I have to agree. And maybe that's to the benefit of Aurora. Maybe that's to show what X-Anita really is made on this map of Overpass. Maybe it's to show that the Chosen Few and what they could do on Anubis, or maybe just the fact that they were most prepared for Monty and no one else. No matter which way you cut it, it doesn't change the fact that this is looking like it should be an easy affair from here on out. For X-Anita to close down this one in 3 rounds. It's very much a viable position to be in. Even with a pistol win on the Chosen Fuse part, they've got a long way back. Again, 8 to the good. We go to the second half.
Kaluba just gets domed in immediately out from Monster. Paul Bandana was very threatening towards Shortwater out in the first half. Now he's threatening towards Monster. Spellin's even getting a backstab. USP should be an easy kill. Kenzie Saw struggling, so Spellin does find 1 on the return.
At least 1 back. Still a 4-on-4 though, and X-Anita purposefully going to go a bit more heavy-handed over on that A bomb site. Leave 1 man set into the back lines of B. See what they can gain over it. 60 seconds do remain. S4 watching and waiting for Spellin to reveal himself. Gets his 2K in with his P250. Munch now harder committing Oh, more taps on Bayer 9 as well. Paul Bandana gets one back to the B lurk. Is that going to force a rotation back? It might just do, but Spellin is once again taking control on the bomb site.
Paul Bandana is hearing these footsteps coming up from Banana. Resmoke comes through from the dumpster position. Munch can't really abuse it.
Here comes Spellin, looking for his Quadra and his ace perhaps. He might need it, but no, Munch will take it back to a 2 versus 2. Retake on. He has the kit in play. He hasn't got any Kevlar. Paul Bandana, as a result, takes point. Looks for one player in the backlines. The Glock looks to fight. Paul Bandana tagged heavily, but Munch provides that extra assistance now. Scrimmo to defend the bomb's position. Is there a smoke? There's only a flashbang there. Tapped up. Damage done to Paul Bandana on 3 points of health. He still gets his headshot. Still gets his triple. And Exanita win the second pistol.
And I think that's another example of poor decision-making there from the chosen few. Obviously, Spellin's feeling it. He's got a few impactful kills. He's opened up the bomb site. Why am I witnessing a 3v2 post plant in which Spellin's aggressive in from bank and nobody else is? If you're going to make that maneuver, if you're going to make that aggressive pounce, surely there has to be someone to crossfire. Surely there has to be someone to trade. I feel like right there, Spellin's just given such an easy pick to return to allow a retake when that should have just never have happened in the first place.
Such crispy shots on his P250. There was one man that would have made the difference. It's all him, but it wasn't quite enough. Ken Cesar's already caught him as well as the opening pick of round 14. Of course, the buy will be seen by the chosen few who have got no buffer room here. They need to win this. The UMP a buyer comes up good against 2 more in connector, and they are just ripping them apart now.
They're getting aggressive out towards Monster. They know that Kaluba's there, and Bayer 9's not even playing man advantage. He wants to keep going. And he actually has probably worked an excellent timing.
He hears the footsteps and all. He knows that they're backed off. S4 going to use that info to start pressing on himself. Hold engagements as the backstab slowly closes in against Shaik. Not even required. The bomb's been seen, dropped. Kaluba will also reveal himself, so now the SMG can hold his position. Via finds his frag. Actually, Galil being picked up, but regardless, 12-2 match points for Exanita and the chosen few. Well, there certainly are the chosen few for last place.
And for Shaik, opening game against Monty, dropped 23 kills, now 2 and 14. Scrimmo, the A-site anchor out there on Anubis, dropped 20 kills and 17 deaths, now 3 and 11. It's not good enough. You can't show us a good performance against Monty where players are getting involved in important kills, putting up numbers, and then your 2 players that were the most vital are dropping 5 kills in an entire map together.
Yeah, back to their drawing board. Back in the prac servers because, geez, Mac 10 on Scrimmo can at least combine with Shaik to show some signs of life in this round. We are faster playing to the A bomb site. Bayer, UMP. Was broken economy situation for the CTs as much as it is for the T side line, so perhaps a reset on the table, but Munch has responded back to the man advantage. They do not notice players at APC, and Bayer can get another good kill on the way out of the round. Spell and trades 2v2, plant will be secured, but Munch and Paul Bandana are wasting no time.
They try to get in there quickly. Speller needs to pull some distraction, allow this AK to flourish.
Shaik didn't register where Munch has come in from. Oh, what a tap onto Paul Bandana though. Making amends. Can he make it a double? Can he make it a hold of the bomb site and just decimate Munch all the same? Is FAMAS versus the AK is certainly not going to be as advantageous at this kind of range. He gets his dink off, but Shaik goes one better. His triple found. Finally a bit of decency from him. We've been looking for it all map long so far. It's coming extremely late, however. The chosen few fend off 1 out of 10 match points.
I actually would love to see just a full eco here from the Exanita side. Like, I know S4's on good money, Bayer 9's on good money, but why waste the rounds? I mean, they're going to force buy anyway. I would have loved to have seen more investment in that next rifle round. Just make sure you get it closed. I feel like this opens up a little bit of an avenue to a bit of a round streak at least.
I mean, with the way that Exanita are playing, it wouldn't shock me if they somehow held themselves on this bomb site defense. Munch is 5-7 is going to get caught off first and foremost, so Choi overwhelms the FAMAS in the back. Kaluba strikes by, gets one trade back still. Got Paul Bandana trying to look for his way in, gets his pick in the round. Spellin can overwhelm. And Exanita do not find themselves any opportunities to overwhelm with their broken set of buys. So, Glass Cannon Orb's got a save. In the end, it didn't work out for them. The chosen few get a lifeline. And it's still a very long way back from here, Dwight.
Indeed it is. Exanita could have looked at this round as a half. Got themselves a very strong rifle round into the next. M4s, AWP, full kits, full utility. Not to be. You'll have to look at investing lightly and giving some rounds in a row. Probably only a few. But an opportunity for the chosen few to at least show us what they can offer on Overpass. Again, that first half performance was abysmal from them. They now move into the second half. They've got a lifeline. Go and use it. Go and show us if you can at least be competitive in the second half. Not competitive to bring back the scoreline, not competitive to say that you're going to bring it to overtime, but to be competitive in the rounds, to give us somewhat of a game.
Well, at this point, you've got nothing left to lose. You're on the verge of elimination. There's only one way forward. And take that path and run straight down it and see whether or not you can carry it all the way forward, or if you can't, just how far you can carry it. Eco stacks the AWP. Cheeky angle to hold over on the squeak door. Doesn't see all of them and falls back into the A bomb site as that stack receives no early rushes or any information against the chosen few, who themselves are actually walking out to that A site in general.
Yeah, sometimes you see the HG blow open the door and then even a boost up heaven on the railing to kind of give a further height advantage to look down. Campbell stacked towards A. Need to try and filter in. Spellin sees it straight away. This is where they should start shifting that bomb into B.
Well, that one rifle, Mac-10 at range, struggling against the pistols and does get overwhelmed. So now a couple of rifles plus an SMG to play with. The counter rotations of the two players on the center of the bomb site will get back down to try and play Overwatch on B, but they are going to miss the mark in terms of denying the bomb plant.
A double smokes out towards heaven, so only one to work with on the post plant. Exonita might throw themselves at this, just try and see what presents.
Might as well. They went for a harsher eco. Maybe the AWP and the AK might want to consider holding back. Get it in the hands of Kensizor. Whole bandana on the Mac-10 now. Him and Munch trying to be the forward individuals. Munch in particular smoked off from heaven, but in the end with too much utility basis, they do fall back and hold on to these guns. Good for an eco though. Fifth on the board for the chosen few, so they fulfill their bottom line.
And I really hope that for Exonita, they don't look at this game and think, yeah, we can play Overpass against Aurora. I think if you play them again on the same map, it's going to be the same outcome.
Yeah.
While you get a win here against the chosen few, they should try and curve the veto and not get this same map again. But sometimes you get caught in the moment. And a 12-5 scoreline probably could have been 13-2. Looks very strong, very threatening. Now this is a very good chance to close. Exonita do not want to drag this game out.
No. Fast plays from the chosen few. Munch holding his M4 back. Damage under those Molotovs, giving Paul Bandana the opening kill on Spell in the nade centers. Munch gets his pick. It's double up, in fact. And they run straight into the brick wall. That is the B bomb site. Bomb dropped and everything. Backup rotated, so it's a strengthened wall now. Kaluba and Shike need to go thermonuclear to bring back this 2-on-5.
It's just not happening, is it? B-Pop gets cancelled because it's just so unsuccessful. Munch, the man that we don't know much about on this lineup, has produced a fantastic showing here on Overpass against the Bulgarians. Shike, on 14 points of health, it's so tough to even give yourself one successful fight, let alone two, maybe even three.
Such low HP across these two. The impossible return, the impossible hold. Shike, the impossible ace required. Flash forward, kill on the first man. No more than that. 13-5 domination from Exonita as they send the chosen few out of the group.
Yeah, just incredibly disappointing from the Chosen Few. I expected so much more. And anytime you take a top 10 team in the world to the distance out there on Anubis, you may be not expecting a series victory. You're at least expecting a game. You're at least expecting them to keep it close. And I just felt poor decision-making, poor individual impact. They got absolutely slammed right here against the Ukrainians.
Yeah, there's no defending what the Chosen Few were brought to the table on that one. It wasn't a very good showing at all. You mentioned out of their depth in the first half towards the tail end of it over on Overpass. I think that is really the true case of what happened there, both in the case of the team play, the individuals not showing up. They didn't look comfortable at all on that map. And the end result is, of course, a complete downgrade from what we saw against Monty, which speculates how they were able to get that far against Monty in the first place, given what we saw in the end.
I think it was the individuals giving us some highlight moments in that series against Anubis. Felt like they really had some X factor to them. We had a great couple of clutch situations. Spellin came in with a 1v2. We saw that 1v3 up in heaven, and it was giving confidence to the players. They were playing with a bit of flair. We just saw none of that. Absolutely none of that here on Overpass, and it's a shame because I think this was a very good chance to embed the two new players in the roster, give themselves a fighting chance of going up against Aurora and proving that they can make the playoffs. And instead, I don't think they've proved anything in this event.
No, and so as a result, it's just back to the practice and back to working on things for the Chosen Few side. I mean, again, we've seen how talented these individuals can be at certain periods, but not in this project at the moment. There's got to be a lot of marked improvements if they want to hold on to any more of their online performances. But for the Exonita side, it is a hell of a victory that gives them a momentum swing back to rematch against the Aurora side. Can they return fire? Can they recover from their own decimation in their opening match? We'll find out with our decider game of Group B after the break. And welcome back to the rest of the Eastern European Masters. We're getting into our final match of Group B to see who is going to join Monty and Co. in the playoffs. Aurora conceded their upper bracket match to Monty. Meanwhile, the chosen few fell to Exanita in a pretty dominating fashion to set up our rematch in our decider game today. Dwayne, you saw visions of a repeating situation if we get to see repeating maps in this best of one. I tend to have the notion of agreeing because Aurora still, in spite of their loss earlier on, are a much higher caliber team than the Exanita side, but the confidence from that last matchup surely must count for something.
It will do. I actually think they'll give them a better run for their money this time around than last time. But Aurora's just another caliber, right? I mean, when you play the chosen few, you feel like, oh, we're getting away with so much. You're also not getting punished for as much, where you will when you face off against a team like Aurora. And I just feel that it won't be enough to cause an upset. I think Aurora are just too strong of a team. They know what's on the line here to get a playoff position. And they should still come out on top in this best of one.
Yeah, by all accounts, they are the superior squad of these two at the moment. Again, you said earlier that you had your key defined 1 and 2, that being Monty and Aurora, and so as a result, just by default, they should step into this one as the key favourites. In terms of what the Exanita side did in that last matchup to boost themselves coming into this one, one of the things you mentioned before that you didn't want to see was overpass, because I have to say that it was two contrasting overpass we saw from these guys. We've seen them do really good things at the lower level tier 3 angles, and of course we just saw what they did against the chosen few, and taking that step up, they weren't able to translate that confidence so well. So I'm hoping for a few curveballs at least in terms of trying to get this veto underway, because let's be honest here, like that's the main key reason, or the main key starting point for Exanita to get anything out of Aurora here.
I mean, at the same time, the Ukrainians might look at it and say, Overpass was the map that got us into this event, and now we've got the opportunity of playing it 3 times in one day. You got to remember that these guys aren't playing many officials on HLTV too. So with that in mind, they might think that going to Overpass is another good decision. I think it would be a mistake. I feel as if that they need to go a different direction if you want to cause a bit of an upset. I mean, Aurora's map pool is going to be quite deep, and I think it's going to be difficult to get a veto advantage. So what you can do is just change the veto. Just make sure that it's different from last time.
Well, let's find out what kind of differences we'll kind of end up getting here. Again, eyes on Overpass as being the one we want to remove. Any particular ones you want to see try and get forced out by the Exonita side?
Well, I think Aurora will get rid of Inferno. It's not a map that they enjoy a massive amount. And Ancient, as a decider, if they don't go towards Overpass, is actually very good for Aurora. I rate their Ancient quite highly. I mean, you look at the last 8 times in a row that they've played this map on HLTV. It's big. It's Guild Eagles. It's big again. It's Guild Eagles again. It's big for the 3rd time. G2, Saw, and then Furia. We are talking about high-end Tier 2 competition and Tier 1 teams in action right there on this map of Ancient every single time they've played it in the last 3 months.
And even though not all those are victories, particularly looking at the big results, the G2 one was a win. The Guild Eagles side fell pretty handily towards them. And I mean, just again, the caliber of those particular teams are, of course, much higher than an Exonita. So for Ancient, again, it sort of rubs up in the same sort of way as Overpass did. It's a little bit unfortunate it comes out here. I guess, as you mentioned before, there is no easy way to win out a best of 1 veto over the likes of an Aurora here for the Exonita side. So I think that once again, we're going to get a bit of a repeat. I do hope that they do make it a bit more competitive. I hope that their form from the Chosen Few series is going to carry over so they can make it still a close enough affair, or at least give it a competitive affair. But I do think that, again, Aurora still are in prime position to make it through this matchup and, of course, take the final spot in the playoffs.
And very easily, I could say right here that Aurora probably are going to take on Monty in that grand final. Now, that means that we get a rematch of our winners game. We still have to go those further steps back. And that means winning the decider game, getting into the semi-final, getting a chance of refacing off against Monty. Because for Aurora, they know what's at stake. They know that maybe if they get Monty in a best of 3, maybe if they're able to produce that little bit more, that they could cause an upset. Because for a team that's obviously looking to have some new pieces come this year, I think getting a qualification spot to the showdown would be huge for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, Monty didn't give him much mercy on that earlier Mirage from Aurora, so I think it would be nice for them to try and stress that map pool if we do see a grand final from them. And to be honest, when you consider how the playoffs are going to get laid out if Aurora make it through this matchup, that does feel like the most likely outcome that we'll see. I mean, Sinners and Bay, not quite exactly, we weren't sure what to make of them coming into Group A. We had them down as 3 of the potential second-place teams, and we weren't sure who was going to come out on top. Obviously, both of those teams did make it through over the likes of Pera. So, like, that notion of, obviously, we've got 2 solid strong elements from Group B that should come through, and you consider that they'll be seated in opposite sides of the playoffs. That does feel like to me that, yeah, it could end up being an Aurora Monty grand final tomorrow. Whether that's ended up being the case is, of course, yet to be seen. And if Exonita have any tricks up their sleeve to try to prove us wrong, then now's the time to break them out.
Well, Munch played very well in that last series, and I'm going to be keen to keep an eye on him. We saw Pole Bandana getting quite a few entry kills towards that short pipe position and into the short B side of the T side. So it's obviously a different map here of Ancient, but I'm going to be keen to keep an eye on some of the youngsters, some of the guys we're not too familiar with, and saying, okay, they stepped up in a winnable game. Can they step up in a game that obviously, again, is winnable for their sake? They just need to prove it.
Exonita just need to play their own game in my eyes. You know, they've got themselves, I don't say no pressure per se, because obviously it's the playoff spot they're playing for, but I think given the circumstances of them facing off against Aurora, they should know that they're on the back foot. They should know that they're the underdogs. So play their own stance, play their own style, and play to their best potential and see how far you can go. They will get the knife round to decide the choice of sides, so now's the time to ask Dwayne your predictions. Are you going Aurora all the way?
I am indeed. One thing that I did see between the RMR Open qualifiers and the IEM Chengdu qualifiers is 3 of the qualifiers back-to-back, they were knocked out on Ancient. They were knocked out against Entropic, they were knocked out against Verdun, and they were knocked out against Perivision. A lot of knockout positions on this map of Ancient, and, well, it tracks. We've got another knockout game, or potentially an advancement into the playoffs, and it's Ancient once more.
Ancient to close on the final match of Group B. Aurora and Exonita to see who makes their way in as the 4th and final team in the playoffs. Pistols are live. Exonita are on the CT side. Aurora setting in position. Valaki and Deco looking for engagements out towards that mid position outside of Elbow. They will find Munch in the end. So one of those star players you mentioned cut down in the opening kill. Drawn out first blood. Paul Bandana able to get one more pick of his own. Deco to follow suit back to the T side. Keep the man advantage and try and extend it further against Fire 9. But running out of ammo, both players are forced back, and S4 can swing in from the red room.
Look at the pressure that's now being applied out from B. Yes, the CTs are coming through and Pole Bandana's hurt on that rotation, but Lucky's going to try and see if he can catch a timing on a walkout from Cave.
Jump face to check it. USP has got his eyes set. Lackey looking to extend, completely dry. Nori, meanwhile, hoping to cut rotations on that mid-play. Seeing the Julies cutting him out. Oh, perfect headshots on fire. And Paul Bandana can't get past Lackey in the end. Pistol gained by Aurora.
Aurora are one of those teams where, again, Ancient gets played quite frequently in their map pool, especially in best of 3 history. There's been games where they've even decided to pick Ancient. You mentioned that result against G2, a top 5 team in the world. They picked Ancient. Had an incredible first half on the T side. 8-4 at the turn. Went into the second half and just squashed them. We've also picked this map against alternate attacks and Saw. So we know that there's comfortable territory. CT Lion's going to decide to force buy come into the second round. A bit of pace from Lackey, but not an overextension.
Finds Kenz's AWP. He pushes very far forward and possibly does overextend. Kill found on the Galil. Deagle standing for months to try and get a trade back. Unable to hit those 2 shots, at least for kill shots. Damage was done to Nori. 5-on-3 stands with a 5-7 alone on the A defense. They're trying to check his tree position. Gets quite a fair amount of damage, even forcing out a TK there from Kenzie. But nothing of any particular defensive worth. Just that one casualty. Aurora will have the round regardless.
And this is where the force buy has unfortunately been pretty much ripped after those mid defenses failed out from aggressively and into donut. Aurora would love to be able to get off with a swift victory, just as like the Ukrainians were able to do in that last game. Spellin and co will just be so disappointed in themselves that they couldn't even give themselves a fighting chance, that they couldn't even give themselves a competitive game to close out in last place. And it does feel as if every single time, Western Masters, Eastern Masters, doesn't matter if it's spring, fall, there's just always an upset. There's just always surprises in the groups.
Well, perhaps Group B might not have all that many surprises, all things considered. Monty already through. Aurora look strong as Exnita in their opening match. Strong start as well to the 2-0. Of course, still plenty of time for Exnita to make that up. But as you mentioned, this was a force buy round, so there won't be any cash or not enough cash to justify another full investment here.
Well, what could be kind of cool is Bait top the group, right, in Group A. So second place obviously goes on opposite side of the bracket. If Exnita were able to pull out an upset, we actually would have a Ukrainian derby in that semi-final of Bait versus the winner of this game.
That certainly would be cool if it happens. Then that comes to the next question. Is it going to happen? Aurora certainly don't want it to. And again, their starting this matchup has been well defined. Exnita have their Deagles pressing in, hoping to catch players off. The flash forward to check out the window control by a core. S4 actually doesn't extend past Cheetah. I thought he was going to do that with that flashbang, but in the end does not give up his life to the players in lane. Deco struck on the back of the B site. S4 backed up, AK leaning. Kills eventually found through the walls and everything. Aurora just covering all bases.
And Ancient's a very fun map to watch from a T-side perspective, because you've got to have quite a lot of patience, but you've also got to have some pretty good protocols. Lane is just so important. Bottom mid is so crucial. And one thing that you're going to get seen here from Aurora, and probably how they're going to get tested, is what sort of utility sets are we going to see from Exnita? If they go aggressive down from mid, do we see the elbow player just mulling up there towards shelf? Do we see the lane players playing back defensively and tucking? It's just a back and forth, real firefight of lane. Exnita have not been able to show a huge amount of success as of yet. And this is a chance to do so.
Very fast out from the T's, and this time S4's AWP is posted against Belchanok. It does cancel that quick play out from the main players. Still got that mid and lane individual sets. Aurora still playing out the default despite losing that opening pick and despite telegraphing a rush.
It's a very good cancel, though, and they're still pulling distraction over with the slight amount of util that Lackey can put forward. It rotates the likes of Kenzie Saw over to try and defend up against A. Now, Kenzie has not got into cave as of yet. It seems like it could just be a B exec off of the back of it.
Counter smoke on Paul Bandana. Once again, forcing them to cancel the execution. Felt like with those Molotovs and that smoke, it was going to be enough, but no. They stalled it out. Less than a minute to go as well for the T's. They're continuing to try and bear down upon them. It reveals so much as well back at this lane position. So much utility thrown, so they must be ready for either a mid play or the B play.
But this is where you might even see some shelf individuals look to try and fight. Getting in from cave, double spam coming in, vertical crossfire. This is going to be tough to break.
Smoke still set, about to fade away. How much are they going to see? Kenzie has been caught dead to rights. Nori trying to trade, but the vertical crossfire holds its nerve. The M4 gets aggressive, and Nori can finally get by an iron back, but Paul Bandana so fast to respond. The Deco has got no choice, losing the bomb, losing his backup, and with no time to make a recovery, EXE will find their first round.
Well, it just shows the AWP found themselves in with a very good opening pick. I think it's quite unorthodox to see an AWP playing that aggressively. Normally, you get an AWP playing donut or on B, and if it is brought towards A, it's quite defensive. It's temple, it's big box, and right there, it's close and aggressive. It's behind tree. The anticipation of the rush is there. Gets that first kill, put anti-rush util down, and it's just an instant cancel. Aurora were not able to find anything else from that point onwards. I think the Ukrainians as well were quite disciplined that when they got that opening fight, they weren't re-aggressing anywhere. They weren't making info plays into lane, into ramp, into cave. They're just playing deep in the bomb site to allow themselves their first round to go their way.
Aurora still have the gun buys though, still plenty of cash available to their earlier confident starts. A bit more spread out in terms of standardized default. No fast plays out of main or the B-bomb site. Kenzie's orders find the opening frag. The flash pretty nicely set up for the likes of Bayern 9, but Kenzie and Nori forced to combine to get that trade. Paul Bandana makes his move up the ramp control. Awkward sprays again, but does come up good to a 3-on-3. Are they aware there's a second player out there or even the third man? Perhaps not. Smokes in, Kenzie barely evading those sprays, and finally the two players will combine with positions held against Paul Bandana. He will drop. Backstabs can also close in. S4 needs Kenzie's or to push on.
This is going to be a split B, though, because of that red presence that Belchanok's been able to find. And for S4, this is just so tough. I actually don't see a way that this round is winnable. He's stuck out from cave, his teammate's out towards T-spawn, and the backstab from Belchanok's being presented. Deco has got an easy fight. Yeah, see you later.
Only way is if Deco continue to focus on the B doors and Kenzie's always allowed to rotate all the way back in, but too smart on Aurora to let that happen. Belchanok now has completed his backstab. B site access has been gained. They've cleared out cave except for the cheater control. S4 can grab it. Grab an AK. He's going to try his hand at this.
I don't know about this one, to be honest. Going for this clutch seems so damn unlikely. Deco with the molly just to slow it down. They've got a flash further forward. He's got a chance of getting out to cheater and saving onto an AWP, but he wants to commit to this 1v2.
Might have to know that you've got to play some risks if you're EXE. Engagement spray on Deco. Belchanok swings to deny anything, so no up save, no clutch, no retake. And a fourth round for Aura to respond to Exonita.
And this could have been a buy round right here for the Ukrainians. It wouldn't have been that fantastic, but AWP saved. M4 could have been dropped. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that decision making. That 1v2 just didn't even feel like it had the legs to be winnable. Aurora looking comfortable. And my biggest threat right now is the holes that they're finding in the offensive. I mean, Belchanok gets into red, gets all the way past CT spawn and out to long, completely undetected. And that's a scary prospect. That shows that for Exonita, they have struggled to be able to have information. They've struggled to contain the default. And are only 5 rounds into the game. If those sort of gaps are being exploited, you know that Aurora are going to keep exploiting them.
Bit more of that mid-sequence from Belchanok and how Kenzie and co were able to maintain or gain the man advantage and, of course, maintain it from there. They will be able to get a buy-in for the EXE side. You mentioned it's not going to be great from Arson SMG limitating factors. No defuse kits either. And the Mac-10 and Nori are going to try and mow them down. Paul Bandana doesn't stand a chance with the two players involved. Belchanok doubles up. Kenzie, Zor and Bayer can combine to get Kenzie from the back lines as Munch will also drop. Lackey sticking around to try and get this engagement because that player that just fell has actually got the bomb now in CT control. Bayer making his way all the way up to gain lane control. The situation of this round is completely just switched.
Yeah, it has, but there's still a lot of time and a lot of util. Lucky's getting on the other side of the smoke. Kenzie Zor down toward the doors is repositioning back over. I still feel as if Aurora are in a really good spot here. I mean, even Belchanok out towards red. This could be a key fight in the rounds.
Well, Lucky's down a key fight there. It was this ramp, Addy control. Munch caught next. And Kenzie Zor will not last long past the B doors, so Aurora showing off their prowess to recover what would have otherwise been an awkward position for any other team.
And it seems so wild that they bought there. When you consider the 1v2 saved opportunity of the AWP doesn't come through and then you buy next round, it's a lack of anti-rush nades. You don't have the right amount of utility to slow that ramp pop down. Yes, okay, you fight up from shelf and you gain the bomb territory. Aurora, they're all over them. I think this could be a very one-sided best of one.
Yeah, it was kind of telegraphed from the start, wasn't it? The map Veto showing another map which Aurora have just played countless of great teams in the Tier 2 and even the Tier 1 space. With wins and everything on the board. At the start of this T side, it continues to look very similar to the way things went down over and overpass. Bayer tries to press in, found a gap in the fence. He's lost his teammate of Munch. 2 headshots to gain. Focus Lucky, miss Belchanok, and now the player over at the B doors actually could strike, although he doesn't choose to do so. Minute on the clock. He wants to grab that bomb over at lane.
Try and get that A-split involved. Kenzie Zor does get 1 kill out from the back of Brokey. Belchanok's being pressured out from Donut. M4 for Nori is struggling towards that A main position. Out from Big Box. Finally, the Glock comes through, but he needs some help from Kenzie, who's right behind him.
2v3 situation here. XE have actually managed a decent amount of work in this round. Couple of AKs now for S4 and Bayer. Rotations will get called into that B bomb site slowly but surely from Aurora. 35 seconds for them to make it happen. And S4 is already ready to receive them.
Yeah, they need to get a move on. The issue is no armor, 66 points of health. This is going to be a tough hold on the B site. If he gets overwhelmed without a kill, you can pretty much say that Aurora are going to claim round number 7.
Noise made. S4 not checked all the way. Spray to combine. Only gets the 1 pick though. Kenzie might be allowed a bomb plant here. Bayer's going to deny it. No more time. Best he can do is hold on to his weapon. At least if he can try and do that. Such little HP for the man. Somehow gets away with both those kills. But ultimately not around for Aurora.
Yeah, so just a couple of decent timings. I mean, you could see that that was an uncomfortable individual round. There were some very awkward sprays. Aurora can look at that and say, whatever. We still make the economical damage of dropping 5 players. Yes, it will allow a buy round to come through from the Ukrainians, come into round number 8, but even still, reset opportunity is pretty much here immediately. Aurora need to focus up and need to make sure that they're not allowing a round streak, that they're only allowing individual rounds on the CT line.
They're second on the board of Exanita. Aurora. Of course, plenty still in the back pockets to utilize here, although they will be whittled down in the savings accounts. Exanita. Damage against the T-side line already, and Kenzie does actually manage to get the kill against Kenzie himself, so Lucky has to strike back in mid, unfortunately unable to do so. Munch and S4 get those 2 picks to return, 4 versus 2 situation. Belchanok trying to fight his way back onto the B bomb site, but goes no further than Bayer 9. Molly's in Deco's hands, caught next up, and that is a connection round for the CT side.
It's so rare to see double red. So rare to see 2 CTs in that position, and it's actually a hard bait. You've got an aggressive mid-take coming through from the CTs, they end up falling back slightly more passively, and then it feels as if the Ts want to keep putting that pressure on. They want to keep fighting from elbow, they want to keep fighting in from shelf, and it gets to a point where the M4's been detected out in red room, but not the AWP. That was a real gimmick there.
Works for him. AK on Belchanok, the hero weapon in this round for Aurora, who are trying to bounce back and disallow this streak from going any further than 2 rounds. Bayer Enter the smoke, trying to press in against the T-side line. He's wary of a mid play more than the lane control. Kenzie's Deagle, seen, found, fragged. S4 grabs the AK. Pole bandana on the center of the bomb site. Against Lackey next up, there's not much they can do. Aurora overwhelmed by the CT forces and the quick players they'll use to push them all the way back here. Deco trying to take players with him. Wallbang headshot coming in from S4. Just to add that extra salt in the wound. 4 on the board of EXE. Aurora have the bye.
And this is a chance now for Aurora to silence their opposition. And come in with a strong rifle round, start to cripple the economy flow. Get yourself up to a good-looking scoreline at the turn of the half. Aurora, they would have been disappointed in themselves. They were participating in Res Season 5, and they got upset in the group stage to Red Pack, which was obviously Chanky and Maki, who we saw in the main event. And because of that, it meant that they had to play B&E and were not able to qualify to the fall event of last year.
Straight in for EXE already in this round. Come back to that in a second because they once again found the opening kill onto Lackey. Byers walked right past Kenzie. They might assume that window's clear, especially as Paul Bandana comes up with a pick. Kenzie will try to strike. Blind spray on Bayer. Needs to make a triple happen. He runs right back into S4. The coordination around this red and mid plays from the CT side has been well established. Aurora struggling to break it. Now struggling to get the lane control on these defaults. Is X Anita able to get themselves up to even standings, 5 apiece.
The AWP has been really consistent from S4 towards red, and again, it's not a position that you see in AWP playing all that often. Normally towards mid, you see it on the donut side, but they're getting good impact out of it. It's very chaotic on the CT side. We're seeing a lot of players running through util, a lot of players over-peaking, and it can go 2 ways. It can either fire up the confidence of the team, or it can also lead to maybe kills that are going to punish you. And right there for the Ukrainians, it works out in their favor. 5-5, a lighter eco, a chance to really put some threatness in this entire best of 1.
Starting to come together. I mean, not as one-sided as we thought Aurora was going to end up making it. EXE now receiving the execution, this time towards that A bomb site. The body blocks to the smoke will only do so much when it comes to suppressing vision. Kenzidor burst M4, does transfer it back towards Nori as well. The pistols trying to burst into that bomb site. Do manage to get Munch back. AWP struggles to line up his shot back at the crack angle of Kenzie, but Kenzidor's not done. Leans in, sees his men. Of course, the bomb's been dropped in the open as well, so he gets back into the flank, just swinging all the way around. Sees one, caught by the AWP. Deagle's doing good at doing some damage, but not enough to do much damage in the long term. EXE now have the lead. Aurora need to get back on these guns and try something different. Try close the half to get to minimum 6.
Yeah, it's quite surprising when you're up 5-1 that you haven't been able to even get a bomb plant. But again, it's been the mid-holds that they've struggled against. And it's probably where in round number 12 we should see a lane take into a B exec or even just a straight up A take. It feels as if mid is not the one. It has not been successful for Aurora. Round by round, the round streak is getting stronger. Lackey gets that opening molly out there to the Xbox, denying any mid-aggression into a shelf pick.
Press on the CT side. Again, looking for lane control. This time Aurora are not going to take it early in the round, learning their mistakes from previous. Been careful about this, allowing the CT to have established some control, wait for an overextension, or just take lane a little bit later on, mid-round possibly. Belchanok also working his way out of A main. The smokes, of course, will suppress vision. Want to smoke out towards mid and everything, so the CT is starting to guess and wonder what Aurora are playing at here.
A lot of map control has been established towards ramp and lane. But Aurora are quite happy to be defensive off of the back of it. They can retake lane, they can retake mid. Bio9's got a HE at the ready out there to elbow.
Will it time it well enough? Molly sent, Kenzidor, chunking away. There's Bayer. Now the swing towards them, of course. Bidor's being covered off by Paul Bandana. Now the swing to find the face, the information gain, the flash forward. So well played from the mid defense again. Now Belchanok is forced to act out. He's starting to swing in against Munch, who sees him at the donut entrance, does some damage, but the kill goes the way of the T-side player. The trade goes the way of Kenzidor once again. Triple in for him. 20 seconds left for Aurora to make their way into the B bomb site, and Paul Bandana Now wants his own multi-track sequence, gets it with a transfer between Kenzie and Deco, and that is a pretty excellent CT half from EXE.
Now, one thing that I actually remember from the EC Kiev days was that Ancient was always a fairly good map for the core. It was always a map that they quite enjoyed in best of 3 series, and where they actually pulled off the majority of the upsets against the higher-end Tier 2 teams and gave some threats to some Tier 1 competition at times. A very good late performance in that first half from them. And that last round with the flash assist, just drawing in the distraction from Bio9 up there at the top of Cave. Aurora have to realize to themselves that this is not as easy as it looked like it was going to be. Going into the second half, though, going into the CT side, it will at least get more comfortable for them.
Straight mid-face from 4 individuals. The CTs have basically revealed their entire hand at this stage. The T's are going to act out towards B-bomb site as a result. They're going to try and make their way back in towards lane and cover off the potential hits as Nori in the back lines will draw out the first kill of the half. Lucky with the second. Kenzie trying to land that third. Knows that bomb's made its way in towards long control, so they've got the information to play with. That lurk player at the B doors might provide a bit of support later on in the round, but they need to hold the back lines for the time being, and they just can't do it on Paul Bandana's part. Bias, one more back. S4 with his pick on towards 2 taps. One more headshot gained. Oh my God, what a play!
Okay, we've seen it before and we're seeing it again. Individual fights, P250, quick adjustments, and Aurora felt as if they'd cancelled that entire round of success. The aggressive approach in from long, denied in from cave. The short flash was successful, and then a 1v3 has got to come out. We saw the clutches from the Bulgarians up against Monty. Now we're seeing the clutches from the Ukrainians.
That happened so quickly as well. And suddenly, with the scoreline being where it is, you start to get a little bit concerned for Aurora. Team on the CT side, you said you start to get a bit more comfortable. Perhaps it might not. Hell of a pistol win for EXE. But the Force Buy is back in with the CT side, and they've already done damage.
And Lucky's in a good pause if they're able to bait a distraction. I actually think he might get 2 here from Donut.
Sees the shadow. Kenzizor still wins that fight. Damaged up so heavily, and Deco ways to connect the killing blows. Weapon swap back and forth. They must know they're heavily tagged on that AK player now with an SMG. Deco waiting for the flash. Doesn't catch the shot. Swing for the second. Doesn't get S4 either. Beltranok finally with 1 pick. Dives back down. Are they ready for the second player up at tree? No, they're not. Kenzie with a kill. Oh, the headshot as well. And just like that, Aurora back in it with both the low HP players being the last one standing for Exanita. And now S4, all that remains, forced to rotate back into the B play. There's already a player on the way there for Aurora as well.
Yeah, there shouldn't be a chance of him getting this bomb plant. Yes, Nori knows that he wants to play defensively, but deny this bomb from going down. Make this second round buy so much more uncomfortable. And right there, that's a proper trap, isn't it? You've got your first player of Lucky in there with the SMG. From Exanita's point of view, you're A-splitting, and you're trying to put pressure on, and you're in a position where you've already got an opening kill donut. It makes a lot of sense. It feels as if the A pressure's the way to go. But what you don't realize is that after Deco's given away the info towards Brokey, it's double tree. I love that from Belchanok. He widens up the angle, takes that first fight, drops off, and then Kenzie, you're just not going to expect him at tree.
Fast plays from EXE. Yep, force invest with the pistol plays. The nades back from Deco will cancel it. Very fast out there from the tree position. Deco was so prepared and braced for impact, but they do pull back and play a bit more sensible here.
There were so many flashes coming over A. Aurora were disciplined in that reaction that it was going to be an A pop. But that single piece of a HE actually cancelled the entire notion. And now, mid's been taken, shelf has been taken. This looks very comfortable for Aurora. This is going to be so tough to break open the B side.
Minute to play with. Deep smoke as well to stall for time. Well timed there from the Aurora side, because that's where Exanita are leaning into. No longer the B pop, no longer the A pop, rather, no longer the A rush. The B play instead, and 2 to defend against.
Smoke out towards short, try and come in quickly. The issue is how do they deal with this M4? This is a strong crossfire between Kenzie and Nori.
Flash does blind him. Swing back. Kenzie's been left for dead here as no one gets a kill. Oh, they've worked it so well. The plant's secured and everything. Beltranok's quick in position. His teammates are on their way still. Adjustment to the spray brings it back to a 3-on-3. Can he get this M4 next?
6 HP. He's worried about fighting again. Kenzie saw trying to get aggressive through that short smoke in from CT. Has he been seen? No, he hasn't.
Poor Bandana strikes. Kenzizor looks to lean in. The UMP at range needs to hold his nerve because he's the high HP player of these two. Aurora thought they were going to harsh reset back the EXE side, destroy the economy state, but now no kits in play for this retake. No time left on it. Deco will catch one on the way out, but get himself removed the same. Aurora have lost another back to Exenida.
And I actually look at that circumstance and think, I'm not quite sure how Kenzie didn't get that kill towards Bio9, because that MP9's distraction, or at least attention I should say, was actually drawn towards ramp. Kenzie was looking ramp, Nori was looking cave. It was a fairly well-timed flashbang, but Kenzie should have got that kill. He should have got that individual at Bio9, and that one kill was a difference maker in the round. Just an explosion. And when it is a B pop, and both of the anchors are unsuccessful with kills, you know that retake's going to be so tough. You know that cracking back in on a 3v5 feels near impossible.
Second tactical taken by Exenida here.
But they know that this is their best opportunity. I mean, 9-6 scoreline, double eco reset, back and forth force buys. You win here, you pretty much win the game.
Aurora take a moment as well to realize it themselves. Transitions into a tech problem, so more time to let the situation simmer. Certainly for Aurora, they must be feeling the same sort of pressure that you just implied there. Exenida must know that this is their key chance to close this out and pull off the key upset of the group. Talked earlier about how things can go a little bit awry and how they have gone a little bit awry over the course of multiple rest events, both in the western and eastern regions. We saw it last weekend. We saw it last year. We see it in the Group A matches from yesterday. All we're missing is the Group B play from here, and EXE may be the team to imply that. Both teams on a heavy buy. Aurora, worse for wear as a result of their economy state. They do take the lane control. Exenida looking to challenge it. Singapore in mid. Spray from Beltranok. Gets 2 kills with Norris' assistance.
Now, Beltranok's putting in a good shift, putting in a very good performance. Munch is trying to get some acceleration out of the gate. Now, these footsteps would have been heard from Deco out towards A main. 2v4. Lucky is low. Deco needs some help to try and fight on. Munch is actually aggressing even further towards City Spawn now.
Paul Bandana drawing their attention away from this backstab. This actually could be the right call to make. The Galil gets caught for it way too quickly, though. Munch unable to get set up. Yeah, they know. They know what's going on here. Kenzie closes back out. Aurora back in position. Back to another force buy, perhaps?
I mean, it has to be. There's no other option. This just either goes... Well, it probably goes Aurora's way, doesn't it? Look at how many players stay alive in that last round. They've got so much better weaponry. Now, we said that last time around, but realistically, no bomb plant bonus, up against AKs, and up against a strong rifle round. Yeah, I don't have a lot of faith. That was such a grand opportunity for the Ukrainians, and they haven't taken it. And it's going to come back to hurt them now.
They did it with 1 force buy in the previous. Can they do it again right here to set them up on 10 and once again start taking position to close out this game? Aurora ready for the aggression, and actually they find those kills, so no access to the bomb site, no map control allowed towards lane. 2 kills, no trades. Wonderful start for the CT side.
And this is where, if you are Aurora, 5v3 with the weaponry you've got, try and keep 4 or 5 players alive. Try and start turning this into an extreme round streak. Start building the economy. Utilize the 2 AKs and the Galil for as long as possible. I mean, even out towards A with these pistols, there's no util. There's hardly any way for them to get in the bomb site.
Just dry face it. Hope for the best. At least they got the long-range duels with the Eagles in hand, so perhaps there's a couple of headshots to line up, but they're also facing against the M4s, and inaccuracies will harm them. Lackey can swing, line up 2. can't quite get the third because of ammo, but Beltranok's there to ensure that all 5 stay alive for Aurora. Now the economy can really build for the CT side. It's not the case for EXE, who are now on the second of the double eco rounds. $1,900, so no investment for this. Aurora should equalize.
And this, again, goes back to key opportunities, key chances. Do we look at that round when Aurora really didn't have a lot to work with and think that was the chance? That was the one to start getting up to 11, to put that pressure back on the favorites. Because now, 9-9, feels like that pressure point disappeared. Feels like with 13 to win an MR12, 9-9 on a CT side, you want to be there every day of the week.
Aurora want to try and get back in control here and evade near disaster. Because that's what it was shaping up to be when they lost that pistol round. That's to evade against force backs against their position. Their own force buys have worked out, just about to keep EXE away from double digits. Lackey waiting to receive the pistol plays. All 4 of the main T side force ready to make their way out of A site.
Now, Deco could rotate over quickly and put that molly down, especially on the bomb site if Lackey gets overwhelmed. And Belchanok, he's got a HE and a smoke. He actually might put out a lurk smoke in front of Donut and play around it.
Chirping of birds, all you can hear here in Ancient. There's a rumble in the jungle, though. It's encroaching on the A bomb site. Lackey and Belchanok, the 2 individuals on the defense. 1 center of the bomb site. Spray back from Lackey. 1, 2, 3. Deagle pulled out. Not required, though. Belchanok gets his 2. And Aurora stand at evens with a lot of cash being gained from these last 3 rounds. Now they have a mountable force. Now they have a way in to the lead and to the map, and hopefully to the playoff spot that they've been fighting for here. But they're up against the gun buy.
And in a weird way, Lackey falling has probably helped Aurora, because it means that now they can throw that weapon over to Lackey and Deco can get the AWP. If 5 stayed alive in that last round, they wouldn't have the AWP here in round 19. They just wouldn't have invested into it.
Still got plenty of cash as well around the other players, including the man that did buy that AWP. Deco, $6,000. Pretty decent average across the CT board. His shot, however, not quite as fantastic onto Kenzie's AWP. It does do a lot of damage, but it's not quite the kill yet. The HE sent close actually might take him. No, lands too shallow.
It still sees a lack of knowledge, a lack of info. Kenzie gets close towards that spam. Pole bandana. AWP sees the mid-cross go back out. I wonder if Belchanok tries to get on the offside of this. Double red and double donut tells me that Aurora might look to try and take mid.
Smoke's coming in towards that B bomb site, so suddenly they might have to change up that motion or speed up the process of taking that mid position. 1 player in at Cheetah. Kenzie got covering fire from the back lines and now being covered by 2 individuals as he starts moving forward. Pole bandana. When does he reveal himself? How long does he wait? Flashes a semi, more Kenzie will catch him. And now the teaser in the bomb site. Can they get that plant down? Not with this many bullets flying their way. 3 kills, 1 response. Bomb plant doesn't get secured as Kenzie comes in with the wall bangs. And S4 versus 4, known to the CT side, especially now that he's fired away. Flanks inbound, 2 out of cave. The nades and the sprays come up for Aurora as they finally claim the lead.
Kenzie and Nori, the 2 B players and the 2 prodigies that came out of the Forza organization led by Jerry, and made that transition out here to Aurora, kept that partnership going between the 2. Kenzie realizes in that scenario, double red, double donut, that it's up to him to play cave, and it's up for the rest of them to play retake B. As soon as Kenzie gets that kill, it changes the entire protocol though, and Aurora know that they can fight from long. Very good spam denial of the bomb plant too. And look at this round streak. Not only is it 4 in a row to allow a lead of 10 and 9, but it's no bomb plants. So it's by eco. It's by eco. We're not getting consistent rifle rounds.
And only pistols from the Exonita side. half invest in this one. Tactical was just taking their third and final one of regulation. Aurora. Have their weapons set at standard and plenty of cash to dip into if any mass amount of casualties end up happening. The key issue for them would be losing these AKs. X and Edo will be focusing on trying to take those weapons out of their hands, one of which is port of call for the B-bomb site.
They're just desperate for an opening chance. They're not working with a huge amount here in round 20. Not even a hero rifle means that it puts a lot more pressure on the pistols. Aurora have got 3 on B going into round 20, maybe anticipating an exec.
Smoke's involved. Blind sprays attempting wall bangs will not get much past that lane position. Nori starting to prod forward. Bayer. Smoke sent towards him. That's the bomb carrier. I don't know if he was seen there on the quick jiggle. S4 has been dealt with. Kill found. Start of the round.
And they're hearing these footsteps in from Cave, and they know that there's players outside the T doors. This is very respectful here from Aurora. 50-odd seconds left on the clock. We know roughly where they are. Fall back. Retake Cave now.
Paul Bandana taking his Deagle fights. The flashes do come in and reveal that Aurora have taken that position, or they're trying to fight for it. Counter utility coming in to set up the execution, and Nori has now seen where that bomb is at. Backup is on the way. These two AKs still hold the crossfire of the bomb site itself, with 30 seconds remaining for the execution.
Kenzie's got a flash to try and work with. Belchnock in the cubby.
Overwhelmed by a Deagle shot, couldn't quite get a kill off. Kenzie can look to double up alongside Nori, and both players will combine to remove all the remaining individuals. 11 on the board of Aurora now. 4 alive still. The confidence has finally swung in for the CT side. Exenida have their gun by, have their last chance here in this group. Surely, if you concede this, you're done.
But unfortunately, we actually haven't seen many rifle rounds in this second half, and that's mainly because we had that back and forth resetting notion. We've actually only seen 2 gun rounds. But in those 2 gun rounds, Aurora haven't been tested. Hasn't felt as if Aurora have struggled in the rifle v rifle rounds. So when you get deeper into games and when you get deeper into score lines, like an 11-9, that's very concerning, because that feels like a lot of favoritism is going the way of them right now. Deco, haven't even seen the AWP. Just hasn't felt like it's been impactful for kills. It's been mainly the rifles. It's been Kenzie on B. It's been Lucky towards A. It's been Belchadok towards Donut. It's been Nori assisting on B too. Hasn't even felt like Deco has been required.
And still he stands with the AWP, ready for when his time comes. Will it be this round? Will he not be in this match? Will it be later in the tournament? Perhaps it would be. Aurora absolutely fine right now against the EXE camp. Three smokes on from Kenzie will suppress out towards Cheetah. It's very careful positioning for the map control on the Exenida camp. They'll start to take mid control. Paul Bandana has seen where Kenzie is, but minimal damage done. Jump face, seen him at the edge of the smoke. Kenzie starts things off.
Kenzie's just doing so much damage on B, just being a nuisance out here towards Cave, and Belchadok's just jiggling now. He's seen nothing on that cross up towards Donut. Finally, he's seen S4, and look at that, fall off. Just get that incendiary down.
That AWP saw his shoulder as well. Could have found that pick. Doesn't do so in the end. CT's looking to back away and focus on the A-site control, but Nori still aggressive over in the B ramp. Finds Bayer with a 1-tap.
Oh, Kenzie's got a great off angle too. How do you even pre-aim this? You don't. Crosshair placement is immaculate.
And heads are rolling all over the B-bomb site and its surrounding parameters. Munch and S4. Where do you go from here? How do you fight your way out of this? 20 seconds on the clock, so if they do, if they find a way, if they have an idea, they're going to have to do so quickly. And if they don't, well, Aurora rather will get to match and group points. The bomb's backing away. The rifles are in for a save. The AWP might get overwhelmed by it and all. M4's facing in the back. After time kill came in, $100 for the man. It goes from bad to worse for Exenida as they put in such a hell of an effort in the first half. Felt with the pistol and the back and forth they were going to edge ahead of Aurora. But as the streak started, as it continued for 6 in a row, they have usurped the opposition and they look to take the final place in the playoffs.
It really felt like we had them in the first half. This second half has been an obliterating performance. Aurora have looked comfortable, haven't been tested, and it puts emphasis again on that round where they ran into the A stack on the double eco as being a difference maker. B-Pop tries to come through.
Kenzie swinging with Nori. They get those kills in between the two players. 3 of them fallen on the EXE side. Glocks pulled for S4, desperate for any sort of lifeline, any sort of way in. But Kenzie says no, and Munch is now dinner to Aurora. Exonida have fought well, did so good against the Chosen Few, did so good in the first half of this matchup, but ultimately, it's all for now as Aurora will secure themselves the second place position in Group B and a spot as one of the 4 teams in the playoffs.
And a chance to play another Ukrainian team, right? You've just played the Bio9 and Co's, now you get the chance of playing Bait. I think right there for Aurora, they showed their quality in the gun rounds. They really did. That second half, it looked easy. It looked as if, I mean, obviously, you've got a lot of AKs being saved on the CT side, and that's going to be a helping factor. But the protocols, right? The info plays, the movement of players, they got caught off guard in the force buy rounds, but as soon as we got in the rifle v rifle rounds, it wasn't even close.
I genuinely believe with that pistol and the conversions that would have been set in, that there was a decent chance that if they hadn't been set out with those force buys, if Aurora hadn't clapped back with their own heavy invest, then perhaps that actually could have well been, at the very least, a close attempt towards the match victory, if not the match victory itself, for the Exonida side. That's how close that really got with that first half performance. They did so well. Again, I can't praise themselves highly enough because it's such a turnaround from the way they started the day here.
Oh, I agree with that completely. Again, that round, we saw it transpiring. They got the opening kill onto Lackey. They try the A split. They run into Belchanok. They run into that deagle of Kenzie up on tree. That round goes differently. It probably is the match victory going their way, but it just shows you those key rounds, those key teams in the group.
Well, that's our playoff bracket now set here in the Eastern European Masters. Bait will take on Aurora, of course, our top team from Group A versus our second place team from Group B, and our top team from Group B, Monty, as you would expect, taking on the surprise second place of Sinners over in Group A. I'm actually kind of interested to see what Sinners do there because I thought they would look pretty impressive over Group A.
Yeah, they did look good. I mean, they had that really close game against 500 in the double overtime against, on Anubis, I should say. They went up against Pera and 500 in the second and third game, and it was actually quite comfortable. Didn't feel like there were a huge amount of threats. I do look at the Bait game and think it was very close in that, in the scoreline. Wasn't very close against Pera with actually how that game went down. And then even against 500 when they played them on Mirage, it felt pretty comfortable. So I think the Group A teams are going to be giving a fight, but it's fairly obvious that the Group B teams are stronger.
Yeah, look, as we said earlier, there's a serious chance then, and a seriously likely chance that we'll see Monty and Aurora again in the grand finals in that best of 3. And I think that right now, when it comes to like our early predictions and our early sort of thoughts before we get into tomorrow's playoffs, it does feel like that's going to end up being the case. Just a little, like, you know, a little preview to what we've got for you tomorrow. But for today, that's basically it here, and we've concluded our group stages for the entire of the European Masters with one more playoff bracket to go, Dweg. It's still all to play for regardless. It's still a crack for all 4 of these teams if they can get a decent upset. It might be less likely in the best of 3s, but if they can pull it off, they'll have that chance for the spot in the Blast Showdown.
Yeah, very true. And for Monty, it's going to be a busy couple of days. Tomorrow's going to be Sunday. They potentially going to be playing 2 best of 3s to get the qualification. Then have to start the best of 1s literally the next day for the RMR. So they're getting this last little grind in. They're getting that last taste of Tier 2 Counter-Strike to then take on against the big boys. Monty will be looking to not only qualify to the Showdown, but to do well at the LAN event and try and go back-to-back in having a very successful week.
With a couple of good best of 1s, of course, in this group stage, they're now primed for the best of 1s in the RMR itself. So we're looking forward to see what Monty will do there and what they will do in tomorrow's proceedings. Again, we'll kick things off with our first semi-final at 2 p.m. CET. So make sure you're joining us back here tomorrow. Same time, same place as per usual for all of that action as we look to conclude the Eastern European Masters. But for tonight, that's all we have for you. Good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.